I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Let's play together. Yet. Lee Yuxin threw away a 6-point card in his hand and laughed. Player 9 points, player wins. The dealer's voice sounded meticulously. Lee Yuxin sorted out the chips handed over by the other party, and smiled and said to Ramsey beside him, being a player is a very tiring job. Although there are holidays, they are not many, and there is also extra pressure, so necessary rest is very necessary for the growth of a young player. It is impossible for young people in their teens and 20s not to like playing. If you hold back too much, it is easy to get sick. You should relax when you should, as long as you don't indulge in it. The main thing is that this thing can't make me addicted. Ramsey shrugged and said, what he said was true. After entering this tempting place, Lost Tiara and others went to find fun, but he was still uninterested, so he followed Lee Yuxin and watched him play various gambling games. Is that so? Lee Yuxin lit a cigarette and thought for a moment. Go left from here, there is a large game hall with racing cars and other things, maybe those are what you like. Lee Yuxin made this suggestion because he thought Ramsey didn't have any hobbies, and the only thing he liked most was games, so he made this suggestion. Sure enough, Ramsey's eyes lit up after hearing it, and then he nodded and ran over excitedly. Looking at Ramsey's back, Lee Yuxin laughed. That kind of game machine also needs chips to be inserted into coins. Not many people use chips to play this, but in a casino, there are people with all kinds of weird problems, so there are such facilities. Seeing Ramsey leave, Lee Yuxin continued to play a few rounds of baccarat, winning and losing, and then he left his seat and started to play other games. His purpose was to relax, which was also relatively rare for him. He won some money on baccarat, but lost it all on the turntable. Seeing that his luck was not good, Lee Yuxin changed his seat and played a few rounds of blackjack, 21 points, and won some more. There was no dealer specified by the casino on this table, but the gamblers took turns to be the dealer. After this round, it was Lee Yuxin's turn. At this time, someone sat down next to him and asked for a card. The dealer dealt the cards in order. Lee Yuxin squinted his eyes and looked at the bottom card. It was an 8, and the one in front of him was a 9. This card was not bad. It added up to 17 points. As a dealer, he had a good chance of winning. I want another one. A low but magnetic voice sounded next to him. Lee Yuxin raised his eyebrows, turned his head and looked over, and then saw a face that he should be unfamiliar with, but in fact, very familiar. Mr. Lee? Cristiano Ronaldo, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lee Yuxin laughed. It was a coincidence that he met his opponent in 2 days, Manchester United's top player Cristiano Ronaldo, who will transfer to Real Madrid in June next year. I didn't expect that, Lee, you would come to the casino. Aren't you a Puritan? Cristiano Ronaldo was a little surprised that Lee Yuxin came to the casino. Privately, he and Lee Yuxin had a lot of contact because of Mendes. Lee Yuxin's private life was just like a Puritan. Therefore, Lee Yuxin's appearance surprised Cristiano Ronaldo. If you come to Monaco and don't come to the casino, how many people can do it? Lee Yuxin laughed. What's more, I will play against your Manchester United in 2 days. How can I not relax? After all, I am facing Manchester United. Cristiano Ronaldo shrugged his shoulders, then turned over the card handed by the dealer. It was a 10, and then Cristiano Ronaldo shook his head and threw away the cards in his hand, indicating that he had burst. After this round, Lee Yuxin had some gains. He sorted out the chips and then invited Cristiano Ronaldo. How about, Mr. Cristiano Ronaldo, let's find a place to play a few rounds alone? Even if we have to compete on the court in 2 days, we can still be friends in private. After all, we are both Jorge's players. No problem. Cristiano Ronaldo smiled slightly. I'm happy to bet with you. What to play? Let's try something complicated. Baccarat, roulette and blackjack are too simple. How about Texas Hold'em? It just so happens that we both make a living by our brains. Lee Yuxin said with a smile. Texas Hold'em is about observation and calculation, and requires a high level of thinking. Lee Yuxin also wanted to see how outstanding Cristiano Ronaldo's memory and instant judgment ability are. Cristiano Ronaldo frowned slightly, then nodded. Okay. Let's find a table. Cristiano Ronaldo seemed to be a frequent visitor, and knew that casinos like this also have a service for customers to gamble against each other, as long as they pay the money. The two Lee Yuxin stood up at the same time, and then Lee Yuxin glanced at a person in the hall. If Lee Yuxin hadn't paid special attention, he wouldn't have noticed it, but that person was too inconspicuous, 1.69 meters tall, dark skin. If he hadn't had long hair now, he would probably be more eye-catching. This guy is here too. Lee Yuxin muttered, and what he saw was the new core of Barcelona that had just been established, Yuxin. More than that, look at that table. Cristiano Ronaldo whispered. Lee Yuxin turned his head and looked, and then saw two big guys playing Baymojiel there. One looked a little sad, and the other looked expressionless. Really, there are too many acquaintances. Lee Yuxin said speechlessly. Are the players having a big party in the casino? At this time, the tall Messi spotted them at a glance, so he walked over and said, I didn't expect to meet the protagonist 2 days later here. What a coincidence. We will become opponents in the new season. Lee Yuxin smiled and shook hands with Messi. Cristiano Ronaldo's expression was still grim, but he still stretched out his hand and shook hands with Messi. Lee Yuxin smiled secretly in his heart. He knew the struggle between these two in the future. Players are always easy to become opponents. Those two are already my opponents. Lee Yuxin pointed at Xavi and Casillas, who were also coming over after finishing their poker game. He didn't know how these two enemies got together to play baccarat. 5 European first-team players stood together, which soon attracted the attention of many people. There were also many players playing in the hall. Lee Yuxin saw many familiar faces in a blink of an eye, such as Ronaldinho, who had just arrived, AC Milan's captain Gattuso, Chelsea's captain Terry, Deco, who transferred to Chelsea. Of course, there were also Arsenal players. Obviously, they also attracted the attention of the casino. Soon, a person in charge came out to ask them what they wanted to do next, and said that they could provide a box for free so that the players could have more fun. Cristiano and I. Lee Yuxin coughed at this point, and then continued, we are going to play some Texas Hold'em. Are you interested? The more people play Texas Hold'em, the more fun it is. To say that a game like Texas Hold'em that requires a lot of brain power is not very suitable for these players to play. Although they usually play with their brains, observing the status of the entire team, observing the status of the opponent, and arranging detailed tactics are all in the scope of using their brains, but when they want to relax in their spare time, this complex game is too unsuitable for them to relax. Lee Yuxin shook it off, not very suitable for these players to play. Although they usually play with their brains, observing the status of the entire team, observing the status of the opponent, and arranging detailed tactics are all in the scope of using their brains, but when they want to relax in their spare time, this complex game is too unsuitable for them to relax. However, these 5 people are all captains who will lead their teams to participate in the Champions League. They are also the new generation of young coaches in European football. If nothing unexpected happens, these people will play against each other in the next few years. Naturally, they don't want to show weakness in front of their opponents. Messi nodded first, followed by Xavi and Casillas. Almost all the regulars of the Champions League in Europe are here, except for the Bayern players. Lee Yuxin smiled slightly in his heart. It is a good opportunity to play against these guys at the gambling table. However, in this way, he probably won't be able to observe Cristiano Ronaldo carefully. You know, a person's habits and characteristics are easily revealed at the gambling table. Even if a person who is usually very calm becomes very unrestrained at the gambling table, it can't be said that his personality is inconsistent. It can only be said that he usually hides his nature very well. After getting everyone's approval, the casino manager led the players to an unused private room. Lee Yuxin was the first to exchange chips for 10,000 euros. None of these players were poor. If they were poor, Harvey might be poorer now, but they could still afford the money. Lee Yuxin played Texas Hold'em very casually. Playing Texas Hold'em with several people was actually a very boring thing. Most of the time, they were just discarding cards, which could easily make people drowsy. However, playing cards was not the purpose of Lee Yuxin, and he didn't care about winning or losing. He was more concerned about the performance of his opponents at the table. Cristiano Ronaldo's eyes were bright and bright. He was a man obsessed with winning. He would not tolerate losing even in gambling. Casillas rarely spoke, but he was always calculating the details. Xavi was similar to Casillas. He was also a person who paid attention to details and the overall situation. He did not place many bets in the first half hour. He just observed the characteristics of his opponent to see if he was unrestrained or cautious. Messi played more naturally and rarely took risks. He was a person who liked to be safe. Li Yuxin played very relaxed and was closer to Messi. In fact, his playing style was different from others. He paid more attention to the collection of intelligence and was used to winning before the game started. Therefore, it was difficult to see his style at the gambling table. A table full of intrigues. Fortunately, the reporters could not follow in, otherwise there would be something to write about in tomorrow's newspapers. Chapter 277 Finale and Drawing Lots. Li Yuxin narrowed his eyes and looked at the three public cards in the middle of the table. Now he had a diamond king and a club queen in his hand. The three public cards on the table were club ace, diamond 10 and diamond 9. This was very favorable for him. If a jack appeared next, he could basically win the game by forming a straight. Cristiano Ronaldo raised the bet decisively. From the beginning of the game, he seemed to be a free-spirited player. He faithfully adhered to truth, that is, when you get an ace and a king, there is only one thing you have to do, that is, raise, and raise again. This guy probably has an ace in his hand again. Li Yuxin thought to himself. Xavi looked at his own cards and followed a bet calmly. Casillas hesitated for a moment and followed suit. Messi turned over the chips in front of him and followed a bet with a sad face. Everyone followed. It seems that everyone's cards are good. Li Yuxin said with a smile, and then chose to follow the bet, and then signaled to the dealer that he could deal the cards. The dealer also found it a little funny, because the bets of these people were not really big for the private room, but these people looked cautious, but his professionalism still prevented him from smiling. Instead he discarded a card and turned over the fourth turn card. It was a diamond jack. 3 diamonds, followed by 9, 10, and jack. This was a very interesting situation. Casillas shook his head and threw away the cards in his hand. Cristiano Ronaldo cast his eyes on Li Yuxin. Now it was Li Yuxin's turn to call the bet. Li Yuxin folded the chips in his hand. He didn't have many chips on hand now, about 7,000 or 8,000. The most was Cristiano Ronaldo, with nearly 20,000, while Casillas, who had the least, had already folded his cards. Xavi and Messi had about the same chips as Li Yuxin. After thinking for a while, Li Yuxin threw out a stack of chips worth about 500 euros. After thinking for a while, he threw out another 500. Are you trying to scare me off, Mr. Yuxin Li? Below Li Yuxin was Cristiano Ronaldo, who laughed grimly. I'll bet 1,000, and keep betting 1,000 more. You don't have to be so fierce, do you? Li Yuxin laughed bitterly. Cristiano Ronaldo shrugged his shoulders and looked at Xavi below him. Xavi still had a dead look on his face, and calmly pushed out a stack of 2,000 euros in chips, and then pushed out another 1,000. Messi seemed to be even more gloomy. He sighed and flipped over his chips, hesitating to call, and seemed to want to throw his cards away, but finally called with 3,000 euros in chips. So much? It's almost half of my entire fortune. Li Yuxin shrugged his shoulders, and then he looked at his watch, but it's already late. This is the last one. I'm all in. Li Yuxin pushed out all the remaining 7,000 chips on his hand in one breath, which meant that Cristiano Ronaldo would have to call with 6,000, and Xavi and Messi would have to call with 5,000. In fact, Li Yuxin is also quite risky now. Although he has got the biggest straight of 10 to a straight is not as big as a flush. Now there are 3 flushes on the table. If the last card is not a flush and someone has 2 diamonds, then he will definitely be the final winner. I'll follow. Cristiano Ronaldo uttered a phrase, and then he laughed. Anyway, even if I lose this time, I won't lose money. I followed so much, I can't not follow. Anyway, it's the last hand. Xavi muttered, and then pushed all his chips out. I don't want to follow. Messi said very frankly, but I can't bear to part with the 3,000 chips. After saying this, Messi also pushed all his chips out. At this time, Casillas, who was watching the fight from the mountain, whistled. It's really exciting. It was an ace of hearts. I have the biggest 3 aces. Now it depends on whether you have a straight, a flush or even a full house. Xavi revealed his whole cards, which were an ace of diamonds and a king of spades. I lost. Messi smiled bitterly and turned over 2 9s. I got 3 9s when the 3 public cards were dealt, but unfortunately I lost to the 2 cards behind. I have a straight. Cristiano Ronaldo turned over a club queen and a club 8. You bet so big with these cards. Lee Yuxin asked in surprise. I had a straight when the turn came. Cristiano Ronaldo smiled slightly. Then he saw Lee Yuxin shaking his head. Sorry, I also have a straight, but it's a little bigger because I have a king. You have better luck. Cristiano Ronaldo shook his head. Xavi and Messi looked at each other and sighed at the same time. At the end, Xavi and Messi lost everything in the last round. Casillas, who retired early, kept his remaining 5,000 chips. Although Cristiano Ronaldo lost the last round, he still won a small profit of 2,000. Lee Yuxin became the big winner with the help of the last round. I'm lucky today. Lee Yuxin laughed and gave the dealer a tip of 1,000 euros. How about going for a drink? I'll treat you. It's too late, I have to go back. Cristiano Ronaldo stood up. I stipulated that the players must return to the hotel before 11 o'clock. Now the time is almost up, I have to go back too. The doctor told me not to stay up late. Messi said directly. I have to go back and rest too. Casillas said. Xavi shrugged his shoulders directly. Since the other 3 people were not going, there was no need for him to go. He didn't have much friendship with Lee Yuxin. Then I can only say goodbye. Lee Yuxin said regretfully, and then shook hands with them one by one. It can be seen that although they only gambled for 2 hours in the casino this time, the coaches were even more tired. It was all Lee Yuxin's fault for suggesting playing this extremely brain-consuming game. After the other bosses left with their younger brothers, Lee Yuxin continued to play in the casino for a while to relax his nerves. Then he went to the game room to find Ramsey, who was having a great time, and asked him to find the other few people. Guys, it's almost done, now we have to go back to the hotel. Lee Yuxin said to the young players with a smile. Lost Diarra nodded with some reluctance. It seems that he had a lot of fun. Although Wilshere looked like he was having a lot of fun, he nodded immediately without any nostalgia. From this point, we can see the personalities of these players. Lost Diarra is more playful, and Ramsey and Wilshere are also easily infected by the frenzy of the casino. However, they leave as soon as they say they will, without any hesitation. At the gambling table, sometimes a person's nature can be best seen, both for players and coaches. Cristiano Ronaldo's tough character was fully revealed at the gambling table. In fact, such life-threatening situations were common in his later career. Casillas lacked decisiveness, while Xavi and Messi liked to calculate details and play the pig to eat the tiger. These things were similar to their personalities in the future, as Lee Yuxin knew. My future opponents will basically be these few, plus a few old and strong ones. Lee Yuxin was still thinking about this problem until he returned to the hotel. Close contact with these elites in the future Champions League teams also gave Lee Yuxin a lot to think about. Tomorrow, the draw ceremony for the Champions League and the UEFA Cup, and the day after tomorrow, the European Super Cup, are all tests for Lee Yuxin. It must be said that the gambling game that night still consumed a lot of Lee Yuxin's energy, so that when he got up the next day, he still felt very tired. He seemed very silent on the training ground, but today was just an ordinary recovery training. With his body, it didn't matter even if he just stood there. Arsenal was not the main player in this draw. In the end, Real Madrid, the dominant team in La Liga, met Juventus, the giant team in Serie A, and Liverpool, the giant team in the Premier League, formed a death group with PSV Eindhoven, Marseille and Atletico Madrid. Going home became the keyword in the group stage. Tony, go home often. Bayern and Fiorentina met in Group F, which means Tony's dream of going home often will come true. Tony was once the striker of Fiorentina. In the 2 years he played for Fiorentina, he scored 47 goals in the league for the Violet Lilies. In the summer of 2007, he transferred from Serie A Fiorentina to the Bundesliga Giants for 11 million euros. Facing his old club this time, I believe Tony must be eager to try. Last season, Tony said that he would return to Serie A one day to complete his personal wish of scoring 100 goals in the Italian league. Unexpectedly, the goal of going home has been achieved so quickly, but he has to represent Bayern to play against his old club. Torres, Atletico welcomes me after the Champions League group draw. Torres and Atletico, where he played for 7 years, are reunited. After a year away from the Vicente Calderon Stadium, he will step on the lawn where he once shed tears and sweat. But this time, he will be the enemy of the home team. My feelings are very complicated, but I will definitely accept such a result with pleasure. After the draw, Torres wrote on his official website. I hope that the Atletico fans will welcome me back to my hometown. After all, Atletico has given me so much and I have contributed so much to Atletico. For me, it is exciting to be able to return to the Calderon Stadium, where I can see old friends and old partners who have not seen each other for a long time. But in fact, Group E, where Liverpool is located, can be said to be the most dangerous group. It can even be said that this is the group with the strongest overall strength among all 8 groups. Liverpool, Marseilles, PSV Eindhoven and Atletico are not easy to mess with. Champions League grouping, Group A, Chelsea, Roma, Bordeaux, Cluj. Group B, Inter Milan, Bremen, Panathinaikos, and Northosis. Group C, Barcelona, Sporting Lisbon, Basel, Shakhtar Donetsk. Group E, Liverpool, PSV Eindhoven, Marseilles, Atletico Madrid. Group E, Manchester United, Villarreal, Celtic, Aalborg. Group F, Lyon, Bayern, Steaua Bucharest, Fiorentina. Group G, Arsenal, Porto, Fenerbahce, Dynamo Kiev. Group H, Real Madrid, Juventus, Zenit, Boris. Were for this result, Lee Yuxin can still accept it. Porto, Fenerbahce, Dynamo Kiev are still opponents that can be dealt with. Don't gamble randomly, gambling is not a good thing. Chapter 278 Super Cup. After the draw, the coaches and players of other clubs went home, but Arsenal and Porto would not leave because they would participate in the European Super Cup at 8:45 tomorrow night. The Stade Louis II can only accommodate 18,000 fans, so there are only 5,000 tickets for both teams. There are definitely more than 10,000 fans from both teams in Monaco. Therefore, in addition to the fans entering the stadium, the fans from Arsenal and Manchester United occupied both sides of the square around the stadium. They will watch the live broadcast of the game on the big screen. English fans are famous for their extreme fanaticism. The 450 public security policemen in Monaco are not enough. However, every time the European Super Cup is held, according to convention, the French police will come to support. Otherwise, just maintaining the public security of the Stade Louis II is enough to make the local police overwhelmed, not to mention that they also have to maintain the public security of the casino and residential areas. When the Arsenal bus drove into the Stade Louis II, the onlookers cheered loudly. This was the 3rd time in the club's history that they participated in the European Super Cup. However, in the previous 2 times, they lost to AC Milan and Sevilla in the Super Cup. This time, Arsenal fans firmly believe that under the leadership of Wenger and Yuxin, they would definitely win the first European Super Cup in history. Arsenal now only has 1 European Super Cup and 1 Club World Cup left to win the Grand Slam. Of course, they no longer have the chance to win the Toyota Cup. There is nothing they can do about it. Among these honors, except for the European Cup Winners' Cup, which was won by Graham, all other European championships were won by Wenger, the UEFA Cup, the Champions League. For this team, which was established for more than 80 years, their glory began intermittently. They only began to truly feel the glory after Chapman took office, and Wenger's sudden appearance made them start to enjoy everything they had never enjoyed before. The same was true in the history when Lee Yuxin was reborn. After the glory of the Wenger era, many Arsenal fans quickly returned to their previous calm mentality of watching games. They went to watch games and supported the team as much as possible. They were happy when they won, but they cursed when they lost. Arsenal Club has always been so half-dead and basically managed to compete for the top 4 every year. The finances have never been abundant, and they are extremely calm. But now, it is different from the past. Because of the appearance of Lee Yuxin, Arsenal has maintained the good momentum of the late 1990s and is getting better and better. Sometimes the difference between ordinary teams and strong teams lies here. If they can hold on, they will be reborn. If they can't hold on, the best case scenario is to return to the original state, and the worst case scenario is probably that they will never recover. Now Arsenal is currently moving towards the best situation. After explaining the basic situation of the opponent in detail, Wenger waved his hand. To put it bluntly, our playing style in this game is to be careful of their direct passes behind us when defending, and pay attention to the opponent's long shots in front of the penalty area. Don't worry too much about the wingers, and crosses won't be a big problem for us. When attacking, focus on attacking their left side and use speed to deal with their central defenders. Our strength must be no worse than theirs. As long as we can play it, then the victory of this game will definitely belong to us. Don't be anxious. Manchester United's offense is mainly based on the wing, so we can't rush to attack. We must be fast when counterattacking and when returning to defense. When they besiege us, be patient. They must be anxious. That's it. Now, let's go and win our first European Super Cup championship. Let's go, guys. Don't forget that we won everything last season. Lee Yuxin shouted, and then walked out of the locker room door first. When the players of both sides were waiting in the players' tunnel, Wenger had already walked out of the players' tunnel first. When he appeared in everyone's sight, Arsenal fans cheered loudly. Then he saw Ferguson. Ferguson came up to shake his hand, gave him a meaningful look, and then returned to his seat. Wenger smiled and walked to his seat. Ferguson's Manchester United and Wenger's Arsenal. Two representatives of European football's old coaches, two Godfather-level coaches, are about to compete in this game. Who will win the European Super Cup this time? Let's wait and see. At this time, Lee Yuxin also looked at Ferguson. He remembered Ferguson's autobiography, "People are completely different on the battlefield and in the church." Outside the stadium, Arsene Wenger is a very cool guy. He can be a good friend, and we can talk about everything. We will talk about red wine and various trivial things in life. At the UEFA meeting, he did his best to help other coaches. In the football circle, everyone recognizes Wenger as a diligent, serious, and meticulous good man. However, once it comes to his team, such as on match day, it is completely different. He will become a completely different creature. I think I can understand Arsene. After all, I am the same kind of person. If there is any similarity in our personalities, it is the extreme aversion to failure. But later Arsene and I became good friends. We persisted in the Premier League for many years together, and we admired each other's pursuit of beautiful football. However, we did have hostile years in the past. The conflict was caused by his slander that I was dissatisfied with his schedule, which was a complaint about complaining. I immediately hit back with a well-crafted teasing, "What can a person who just came back from Japan understand?" This was true. In the next 2 years, it was Arsene's turn to complain about the tight schedule. A foreign coach came to the Premier League and thought that he could lead the team to play 55 league games without rotating. This is simply a joke. So modern football requires you to rotate players frequently to distribute the pressure and reduce the burden. Soon after, Arsene understood the culture of the Premier League. He overcame the surprise when he first came, playing on Saturday, playing on Wednesday, and playing again next Saturday. When Wenger led the team to Old Trafford for the first time, he came to visit me in my office after the game. At first, our relationship was pretty good. The problem came after his Arsenal lost to them. He had a hard time admitting his team made a mistake and would often lash out at his opponents. He had a hard time accepting physical contact and could not understand opponents using rough tactics against his players. His definition of roughness even extended to tackles, and he thought in his mind that no one should tackle his boys. However, I also get excited when I watch Arsenal's good games, and I actually always like watching Arsene's teams play. Before playing against them, I spend hours thinking about how to deal with them, and they always pose a special challenge. I always feel that I need to examine every aspect of Arsenal. They can threaten in every aspect of the pitch. Chelsea's trouble is another matter. We have to face experienced old birds who can use all the tricks they can think of. Arsenal is different. They play the right way. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, Arsenal was our main rival. No one else could compete with them. Liverpool and Newcastle United had briefly broken through. Blackburn had won the championship. Chelsea was the king of cup competitions, but it was hard to make a difference in the Premier League. Before Mourinho came to Chelsea, no one else could challenge our dominance on a sustained basis except Arsenal. Although there have been many rich players in the Premier League for more than 20 years, experience has taught me that I only need to deal with the traditional giants who have won the trophy repeatedly. The reason why Arsenal and Manchester United have been fighting each other for so long is partly because of the strong characteristics of the Gunners and partly because of the continuity of the team's history. Therefore, I have never stopped being wary of the fierce competition brought by Arsenal. We have the history, and the same is true for them. They also have the right manager in Wenger, who has never tried to leave since he took over Arsenal. Sometimes there are indeed rumors that he will go to Real Madrid one day. I never thought Arsene would leave Arsenal, never. I would often say to myself, we need to keep dealing with this opponent. Later, the Pizzagate incident at Old Trafford happened. My memory of this legendary story is this: Ruud van Nistelrooy had just walked back to the dressing room and complained to me that Wenger had scolded him when he left the field. I immediately rushed out and said to Arsene, "Stay away from my players." He was provoking me because we ended his team's 49-game unbeaten streak. This defeat must have made Arsene's brain go wrong. I told him to take care of his players. At that time, his face was livid and his fists were clenched. I knew Arsene had a grudge against Ruud van Nistelrooy. He had the opportunity to sign Ruud van Nistelrooy, but at that time they thought Ruud van Nistelrooy was not good enough to play for Arsenal. I admit that Ruud van Nistelrooy was not a great player, but he was an amazing shooter. But after speaking to Wenger, I found that I was covered with pizza. Usually we provide all kinds of food in the visiting team's dressing room after the game: pizza, chicken nuggets, etc. Some people said that Fabregas did it, but to this day, I don't know who the culprit was. The corridor outside the dressing room was immediately engulfed in a brawl. What happened that day undoubtedly made us strangers. The friction was not eased until the 2009 Champions League semi-final. Arsene invited us to his office after the game and congratulated us. 2 weeks later, we played against each other at Old Trafford. Arsene and his assistant Pat came together after the game. These stories that happened on the stadium are like trivial things in life. Sometimes, for a small matter, your wife is determined to break up with you. "Fuck, what did I do today?" But you will ask her diligently, "How was your day?" "It's okay," she muttered in reply. After that, the unhappiness between you two may disappear and return to normal. Football is like this. I really hate Arsene for this incident. He was silent for so long and ignored me, which almost made our relationship irreparable. In my last few years, the players Arsene bought for the club reflected his inherent weakness. Nasri wanted to leave the team, and Arsene sold him directly. Rosicki wanted to join, so he bought him without hesitation, and indeed Rosicki was his type. When Arshavin could come later, he would take him all. But you bought so many complete players, they were just clones of each other. Arsene and I both wanted to find and develop young players under our influence, but we had different ways. Before we played Arsenal one time, Aaron Ramsey said that he chose to join Arsenal instead of Manchester United because the former had developed more players than Manchester United. Is he mentally retarded? I think someone must have forced him to say that. If he had rejected Manchester United, I would have had no problem with it. It is true that he would have faced more competition to squeeze into the first team with us, but I still have to say that I think his choice was wrong. Arsenal did not develop many of their own players, they just developed players, which is completely different. The only player I can think of who they trained in their youth is Jack Wilshere. Look at us: Giggs, Neville Brothers, Scholes, Fletcher, O'Shea, Brown, Welbeck, all of them were trained by me. Oh, my old problem comes back again, but I just can't control myself to compete with him everywhere. I have to show who is better. This big fool has been my opponent for 17 years. But at this time Rooney and Cristiano Ronaldo also walked up to Lee Yuxin to shake hands. Lee Yuxin came back to his senses and smiled and said, "Guys, whoever loses, whoever buys dinner." Both of them answered, "Okay, Lee, okay, we are waiting for your meal. Bring little Nana too, I will give him a red envelope." Chapter 279, Taking the Lead. Manchester United is also a team with tradition and heritage. The glory of the 1990s was after Ferguson took office. They immediately won the league championship after many years and won the 1999 Triple Crown. At the same time, after the Golden Four midfielders had almost left, Ferguson rebuilt a top team. Most of the players in this Manchester United team will be the backbone of national teams in various countries in the future. After the game started, Manchester United immediately launched a fierce fight with Arsenal in the midfield. Ferguson knew that Arsenal's excellence lies in their offense, and most of their offense is initiated by the midfield. If you want to suppress Arsenal, you have to suppress them in the midfield. After Hweb and Flamini left, Arsenal's midfield control has obviously declined a lot compared with last season, and Ferguson will naturally make a fuss about this. Ferguson knew that Lee Yuxin was a very scary shooter. His goal rate of more than 1 goal per game at Arsenal made Arsenal still competitive in this dormant period. During this period, the English league was basically a competition between two super shooters, Lee Yuxin of Arsenal and Cristiano Ronaldo of Manchester United. However, Cristiano Ronaldo was not as good as Lee Yuxin in terms of goal-scoring ability, but Manchester United also suppressed Arsenal. Thinking of this, Ferguson looked at Lee Yuxin meaningfully. Since that season, Wenger began to transform Lee Yuxin into Arsenal's first-choice centre, completely following Henry's path. After Henry left, Lee Yuxin became Arsenal's center player. And the transformation was quite good. Lee Yuxin is fast, has a good physique, strong shooting ability, and strong heading ability. After being built according to Henry's model, he can shoot from a distance, can solve the counter-attack alone, and can head the ball in the penalty area. In the first season, he scored 32 goals for Arsenal in various competitions, and became Arsenal's top scorer from Gascoigne's successor. He doesn't have a super center forward like Lee Yuxin, but he has a stronger Manchester United. There is no player with superstar potential except Cristiano Ronaldo, but Cristiano Ronaldo can make the whole team stronger. Haleb left, Flamini left, Diaby was injured, and the only Arsenal midfielder who could control the midfield was Fabregas, but Fabregas is still very young. Nasri is very good, but he is not a controlling midfielder. He is a modern attacking midfielder, not a classic attacking midfielder. The characteristics of Manchester United players are that they run a lot and have strong control. Evra and Fletcher are such players, while Korean Park Ji-sung changed from attacking midfielder to defensive midfielder. His skills are also excellent. Manchester United's midfield does not have a strictly defensive player, but they are all players with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Such a balanced midfielder is naturally easier to control in the midfield. However, Ferguson seems to have underestimated Arsenal and Wenger. Arsenal's midfield control is indeed much lower than before. After all, Lost Diarra, a professional soldier, can't help much in organization. However, Arsenal's two crazy assisting wingers have injected technology, strength and speed into Arsenal's midfield. At the same time, Van Persie's continuous retreat also gave Arsenal's midfield an extra point to receive the ball. Nasri may not be good enough to get rid of the ball in a narrow place, but Van Persie can make up for this well. Because Lost Diarra is specifically guarding Deco, Fabregas can also focus more on organization. Although Park Ji-sung is constantly interfering with him, Fabregas can still complete the organization by passing the ball. Because Nasri and Bale on the two wings are constantly attacking, Fabregas has more routes to pass the ball. He can pass it to Deckett to cooperate with him, can pass it to the two wings, and can pass it directly to the front court. With more choices, it is naturally more difficult to defend. In the 7th minute, Fabregas made a large transfer to Bell on the right. Bell dribbled the ball and broke through. Evra came to defend him. Bell quickly passed a ball to Van Persie in the middle, then he inserted himself. Van Persie passed a ball back, Bell made a fake move after receiving the ball, and then broke through to the bottom line with the ball. Fletcher's reaction was a bit slower. When he turned around, Bell had already rushed past him with the ball, and then immediately kicked the ball into the penalty area with his right foot. Lee Yuxin, who followed up in the middle, jumped high and overpowered Ferdinand to head the ball. However, although Ferdinand was suppressed by Lee Yuxin, he kept interfering with Lee Yuxin, so that Lee Yuxin's header could not get too much power. Van der Sar jumped up and tried his best to lift the ball out of the bottom line. Manchester United's defense is really good. Wenger thought with his chin in his hand on the sidelines. The characteristic of Ferguson's team is that he will definitely organize a top-notch defense line. Although Manchester United is not the starting point of his glory, this characteristic has not changed. Ferdinand and Vidic are now famous and are standard power players. Ferdinand will be a very good central defender in the next 10 years. Vidic has always performed well. In the past few seasons, he has been one of the top central defenders in the Premier League. He is brave and courageous. Although Van der Sar is old, he is still one of the best goalkeepers in the world. With a combination of midfielders in front of the defense line, it is not difficult to break through their defense line. However, Wenger is not worried. In any case, Manchester United's defense line is not the most complete. At least without Neville, their left defense is a soft rib, which is an irreparable soft rib. If you play against their soft ribs, you will definitely gain something. Famous coaches like to do this. When the opponent has an obvious flaw, they will seize the opponent's obvious flaw and pursue it relentlessly. Even if the opponent tries desperately to make up for it, it will inevitably leave more gaps in other places. At that time, it depends on how other players take advantage of it. This approach is shameless, but very effective. Arsenal's attack is concentrated on the right side. In addition to Bale, Nasri and Van Persie also take turns to attack this side. They don't necessarily have to form a breakthrough. With Lee Yuxin as the center forward in the middle, if there is a good cross, the lethality is still very large. Fletcher is a defensive midfielder after all. He is not as familiar with defending on the wing as he is in the middle. What's more, Arsenal is still chasing him on this side. Under the impact of Bale, Van Persie and Nasri, even if Roy Keane is still there, he may not be able to resist, let alone him. The other players of Manchester United would not sit idly by and watch their teammates being bullied. Fletcher began to make up for the position on the right side, but they could not focus all their defensive attention on the right side, not to mention that the players on this side of Arsenal were all good at passing. In the 13th minute, when Nasri received a pass from Bale on the right, he suddenly broke out. Facing Fletcher's immediate pressing, Nasri, who rarely played any tricks on the court, played a beautiful trick. When Fletcher poked the ball under his feet, Nasri pulled the ball back with his right foot, then knocked the ball from the heel of his left foot, dodged Fletcher's interception, and then accelerated to break through the middle, as if he was going to cut across and then directly kick a long shot. Nasri's long shot is now well known in the European arena. Seeing him cut across to shoot a long shot, in addition to ever quickly coming from the side to intercept him, Fletcher also rushed over from the right to block Nasri's long shot. However, at this moment, Nasri quickly knocked the ball to the sideline again, and suddenly made a big change of direction, and then quickly broke through Fletcher, who was caught off guard. This time, Nasri completely got rid of Fletcher's defense and was unguarded on the right. After completing the breakthrough, Nasri looked up and observed the situation in the penalty area, and then decisively kicked the ball to the middle. This time he passed a close ball. Lee Yuxin's action at the front point attracted two central defenders of Manchester United, but Nasri's pass slipped in front of them and flew directly to the back point. Van Persie, who was ambushing at the back point, rushed up from the back row. In the contest of speed, Van Persie left Vidic behind. Because he was already in the penalty area, Vidic did not dare to foul. Van Persie threw his whole body out before he completed the defensive action, and fell to the ground to shoot. The ball shoveled by Van Persie flew up diagonally, flew over the hands of Van der Sar, who rushed over, and then plunged into the goal. After scoring the goal, Van Persie got up from the grass, ran to Nasri, and hugged him, who was laughing. Nasri assisted Van Persie to score. After Huub Flamini left, people once doubted Arsenal's midfield creativity and breakthrough ability. However, Nasri, who has been hidden under the light of Fabregas this season, stood up. His breakthrough may not be as gorgeous as Fabregas, but it is more concise and more effective. This goal is entirely due to his destruction of Manchester United's defense on the right. Wenger waved his fist vigorously on the sidelines. This cannot be completely regarded as his victory. If Neville had not been injured, perhaps Manchester United's left would not be so easily penetrated, but who made Neville injured? This is also a manifestation of strength. You know, now Arsenal has one or two main players injured and suspended, and Wenger can also find a good replacement. This is also a manifestation of his ability. Ferguson frowned. He could see that Arsenal was attacking the left wing, but he didn't have a good solution. Fletcher had already filled in, but he couldn't stabilize Manchester United's left wing. He couldn't just defend the left wing, otherwise other positions would be even weaker. You know, Arsenal's center and left wing attacks are also quite good. They are not a team that only relies on one side to score goals. Beat them back, don't let them suppress them. Ferguson made a change to attack instead of defend, reducing the competition between the midfield and Arsenal, and trying to attack the opponent's half to reduce the pressure on the back line. Ferguson's personality is not lacking in crazy offensive factors. He is not a coach who only relies on defense. Wenger made a gesture to the field. Be steady and lure them out. Wenger didn't mind playing a defensive counter-attack with Manchester United. Although Arsenal's midfield creativity and control have improved this year, their defense has been strengthened a lot. The three defensive midfielders can provide enough protection. At the same time, Luis Diarra's bravery and flexibility are better than Diaby, and he and Fabregas complement each other. Now, let's see how you deal with my defense. Wenger smiled in his heart. Although Ferguson's later generations mainly kept up with the times, he also played defense in an orderly manner, whether it was the tactics of the Golden Four midfielders, the quick coordination of offensive tactics by several people in the front court during the Trident period, or the Manchester United of Robson who kept up with the times was completely different from the '92 generation. Van Nistelrooy's 442 was different from Ronaldo's 433, and Rooney plus Van Persie's 4,231 had a unique flavor, which was enough to reflect his attainments in offense. It just so happened that this could also be used to test how outstanding Arsenal's defense is now. Cristiano. Ferguson yelled loudly. He knew that if he yelled at his top player like that, the media would definitely take a picture of him, and then hype it up as evidence of the two people's discord, saying that Ronaldo was going to Real Madrid. However, he didn't care about those words. What he cared about was the win or loss of this game. Play well, play with all your strength. Don't forget how you won the Champions League final. If you sink again, you will be nothing. Try your best, run hard. Don't lose this game no matter what. After Arsenal scored, Manchester United immediately began to adjust. Ferguson was very angry because Van Persie's goal was somewhat demonstrative. But as an old coach, no matter how angry he was, he would not lose his mind because of anger. After being angry, he thought about how to win, not how to retaliate. He immediately began to adjust his formation. He pulled Park Ji-sung to the left, and then let Berbatov and Rooney play together in the middle, turning the lineup into a 442 mode to play. This idea is very good. The biggest reason why Manchester United was pushed to the backcourt by Arsenal is that Rooney can't hold up in the front court alone. Therefore, it is a good choice to transfer Berbatov to the middle to help him and form a double center-forward mode. At least, Ferguson saw it clearly and couldn't let Rooney play as a single center-forward. Manchester United's three-headed monster is the core idea of their play. Almost all of their three midfielders are defensive midfielders. Every advancement is completed by the fullback Evra, and after the advancement is completed, it is the three-headed monster that completes the goal. Among these three people, Rooney is the weakest. This player has a little bit of everything, but he is not good at anything. He has comprehensive skills, but he has no special skills. As an Englishman, his footwork is not fine enough. As a player less than 180 centimeters tall, his body is not strong enough. As a striker, his shooting skills can't keep up. As a front midfielder, his passing level is not up to standard. He can have a position in the front court largely because of his versatility and hard running. Such characteristics make it difficult to perform against strong teams. Wenger arranged the team to defend against him because he knew that Rooney could not withstand the pressure. As long as he put pressure on him, his team would be able to gain something. Chapter 280 The differences between the two old marshals. Manchester United attacked for more than 20 minutes, but only this one shot made people feel depressed and failed. This made Ferguson's expression become serious. Ferguson, who thinks highly of himself, aims to defend the Champions League this season. Last season, he led the team to win the Champions League again. He has accumulated enough experience to keep moving forward in this cup competition. At the same time, in Ferguson's view, Manchester United is very good now, that is, it has a group of excellent players and has the strength to defend the title. In this case, as long as they are a little luckier, they are likely to create miracles. In Ferguson's mind, their biggest opponent in the Champions League is Barcelona. As for Arsenal this season, Ferguson does not think they are invincible. After all, Arsenal's offense last season was unrivaled in Europe. No Premier League team could match their number of goals throughout the season. However, their defense is not outstanding and can even be said to be average. They lost a lot of goals in both the league and the Champions League. With Manchester United's characteristics, using defensive counterattacks to fight against Arsenal, the possibility of victory is quite large. However, Ferguson now realizes that he underestimated Arsenal's defense, or rather, underestimated Wenger's defensive coaching ability. You know, Jose won the Premier League double championship with excellent defensive counterattacks. Last season, the risky tactics that focused on offense were adopted because there were many problems in the backline that could not be solved directly, such as the central defenders were not fast, the fullbacks on both wings were better at attacking, and there were not enough defensive midfielders. Through the adjustments made this summer, Arsenal's protection of the front of the penalty area and the speed of returning to defense on both wings have been greatly improved. With the presence of Lost Diarra, the defensive midfielder, their defense has become indestructible again. A good coach will not use only one tactic. At this time, someone in the stands was commenting on the game for Shuo and the others. Many people say that Arsenal's rise is due to the vision of Coach Wenger, who knows how to recruit players from lower leagues, but if you look closely at Arsenal's key signings, you will find that this is not the case at all. During the match between Arsenal and Manchester United, they had their own defense line, the top 5 defenders in the Premier League. And their 3 most important signings, Bergkamp, Henry, and Vieira were not introduced from minor leagues. These three people happened to be introduced one by one from the three northern powers. In the late 1990s, Serie A was in its heyday, and the three northern powers were in high spirits. Some players in their teams could not play in the game. The rise of Wenger's Arsenal was achieved by buying players from then heyday Serie A. Many people say that Arsenal bought players who did not perform well in Serie A. At that time, they were bought by Arsenal because they could not play in Serie A. But if you look closely at these transactions, you will find that this is not the case. I especially found the newspapers at that time and looked carefully at the reasons for the transfers of the three people. When Vieira was in Milan, it was before the Bosman Act. Only 3 foreign players could be on the field per game, and Milan had 6 foreign players at the time. Dazzling, Wetter and Savicevic were the main players, and the first substitute was Boban. Vieira was a young man. His opportunities were similar to Forder's. They were both rotated, but he was unlucky. He was allowed to play in the Italian Cup, but it happened to be against Juventus. He was asked to mark Zidane in the late 1990s. Naturally, he was completely blown away throughout the game. From then on, he lost the opportunity and went to Arsenal. He was not disappointed in Serie A, but he looked very bad because of the unlucky foreign aid regulations and meeting people he shouldn't have met. The same goes for Henry. Many people say that Henry didn't play well in Serie A, so he went to the Premier League. But in fact, Henry scored consecutive goals in his last 2 games for Juventus, and the media reported at the time that he was a rising star. Arsenal bought him at a record price, not a bargain price. And Bergkamp didn't want to play counter-attacking football at Inter Milan. At that time, Inter Milan was in chaos and he was even asked to play as a defensive midfielder. In addition, he had a disagreement with Ruben Souza, whom he thought was too sticky to the ball. This was the main reason. He also didn't like the Italian media. He thought the Italian media didn't care enough about him. The most ridiculous thing he said was that his wife was ignored by the media and no media interviewed his wife, so he went to England. Even Anelka, we now say that Wenger discovered Anelka, but Paris Saint-Germain at the time was a French Ligue 1 powerhouse. They played in the Cup Winners' Cup final with us, reached the Champions League semi-finals, and had super players like Weah. At that time, French Ligue 1 was the second league. Saying that this was poaching people from minor leagues is like Real Madrid buying Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United now, and claiming to have a unique vision. What's so unique about this? In summary, what did Arsenal rely on for its rise? It relied on the tireless introduction of good players who were overlooked from more outstanding leagues. The Premier League in the 1990s was a backward area. Many players who didn't play well in Serie A could play well there. Zola and others did it, and Arsenal also rose in this way. Moreover, Wenger likes to poach fellow countrymen. In the late 1990s, the strength of the French team was firmly in the top 3 in the world. Except for Brazil, other teams could not compare with France. French players, even if they were not the main players of the national team, were also very strong. At that time, poaching some down-and-out French stars would naturally succeed. But now France's youth training has gone the wrong way, only focusing on physical fitness. Where can France recruit talents? If Wenger recruits his fellow countrymen again, something bad will happen. Wenger has a good vision and has picked many good players, but where did the players of that Arsenal team, Ashley Cole, Henry, Vieira, Pires, and Campbell come from? They are not from minor leagues. He was able to recruit Pires, Ljungberg, and Touré, which is good, but it does not mean that Arsenal can always bet right. He is not me. After a series of successful purchases, he was too conceited about his vision and wanted to recruit those potential kids from minor leagues and train them, so that Arsenal could win the championship with less money. However, he forgot that the players he bought at the beginning were not new stars in the minor leagues, but frustrated players in the big teams. There is a big difference between the two. It is not that difficult to train frustrated stars. Players in the minor leagues must have various shortcomings. From the playing environment, training conditions, habits, and diet, the youth training of the minor leagues and the major leagues are incomparable. Wenger trusted his children too much? His arrogance had a great impact on his own team. Mr. Wenger has no choice. Who made him catch up with the team building a stadium? Building a stadium costs a lot. No matter what, it is difficult to guarantee that the team will have money to spend. Shuo ignored his boasting. This is not about having no money, the mysterious man did not say it. It is okay to talk about people's football philosophy behind their backs, but it is too disrespectful to Wenger to say it again. If it is because of no money and not buying players, it is nothing. However, because of no money, when the team players renewed their contracts, they forced Ashley Cole to turn against them because of the difference of £5,000 in weekly salary. This is somewhat inhumane. Every coach has his own philosophy when coaching a team. In his opinion, Wenger's one-year contract for all players over 30 and strict control of weekly salary are a bit paranoid. Times have changed, and the salary levels of players have increased. If you don't increase the salary of players, how can you retain talents? One-year contract for players over 30 is also a bit too rigid. This is also the case for Arsenal. How much work is required to renew contracts every year? The mysterious man continued to say that overall, Arsenal played quite smoothly in the 2006-2007 season. They had a very good lineup. On the forward line, the combination of Henry and Lee was quite outstanding. The midfield was Rossi, Fabregas, Gilberto Silva and Haleb, a midfield combination that Arsenal fans talked about with relish. On the defensive line, there were 4 defenders, Clichy, Gallas, Toure and Ebao, and the goalkeeper was the veteran Lehmann. Firstly, their defense is still very good compared to the future. Although they are not as good as Campbell and Ashley Cole before, they are not so bad that they will be laughed at by the whole Europe in the future. Secondly, their midfield 4 cooperates very smoothly, and they are missed by Arsenal fans for a long time. And their forwards, Henry and Lee, are both very strong and not easy to deal with. Moreover, the youth army has always been praised by people. Since Alan Hansen ridiculed Ferguson in 1994, but Ferguson won the championship, many people think that it is not impossible for the youth army to win the championship. Young people have a promising future, low wages, and can be sold for money if they are worth more. Many teams in major leagues have people thinking about getting youth troops, and youth troops emerge from time to time. However, many people ignore that the use of youth troops must be led by veterans. In 1994, Manchester United did have a lot of young people, but only Neville and Giggs were barely considered as the main rotation players at that time. Beckham and others were still substitutes. Cantona, Keane, Kanchelskis, Irwin, Bruce, and Schmeichel were the main players who ensured Manchester United's championship at that time. In fact, has any of the praised young players achieved results that are worthy of the world's attention? No. People's requirements for young players can always be lowered. As long as they get the top 4 or top 5, they can be considered to have a promising future, but often, the future of young players is a portrayal of being young, but not necessarily good when they grow up. Ferguson and other head coaches have always taken steady steps in employing people. Young players need to be trained, but it does not mean that they can sacrifice results for this. Old players lead young players to walk, which is the heritage of Manchester United, and Capello and others are more performance-oriented. Lippi has a reputation for promoting players, but he will not mess around with any young guards. Ferguson's team had problems twice. One was when Cantona suddenly announced his retirement, catching him off guard, and he lost the championship because of it. The other time was when class of '92 was transforming and he was thinking about continentalization. However, English football had been weak for a long time and Ferguson also took a detour. This time the price was even greater. He lost 4 league titles in 5 years, and the only one he won was won by relying on Arsenal's collapse and reversal at the end of the season. Chapter 281, Old Horse in the Stable. Wenger did not do well in this aspect of inheritance. His trust in young players is unmatched, but sometimes his excessive use of young players has caused his team to encounter some problems. Henry was a good player at the beginning, but he was not a good leader. It is difficult for a gentle person to lead the team, not to mention that Fabregas, Van Persie and others under him are all like Wenger's godsons. How can a gentle elder brother manage his favored younger brothers? This is not easy at all. If this goes on, it will only breed the self-pride of the younger brothers. However, Lee Yuxin is different now. Lee Yuxin was standing on the court at this time, and his mind kept turning. He has always been proud of his ability. He is very familiar with various tactical changes. He also turned his mind and thought of various offensive and defensive methods. However, no matter which method he used, there is a prerequisite, that is, he must be able to open the situation from the middle. Now suppressed by Manchester United's attack, Arsenal must fight back. Facing Manchester United, 1-0 is never safe, and they can't keep shrinking back. At this time, Arsenal got a corner kick. The ball goes in. Goal. Lee. Lee. He grabbed the first point in front of the goal. Arsenal leads 2-0. Question mark. Thunderous applause rang out in the stands. All Arsenal people were applauding their king. Manchester United fans were dejected. Their team fell behind again. In the remaining time, can they continue to equalize the score? Looking at the score, Ferguson on the sidelines chewed the gum in his mouth vigorously. Although he still looked calm, he had already set off a huge wave in his heart. After so many years, Manchester United's transformation is still a temporary solution. Although he has used his years of hard work to turn the current team into a strong team, Ferguson realized that the problem of English football is too big. His approach is to inject Latin atmosphere into British football, but it cannot change the long-standing weak situation of British football. However, after seeing this goal, Ferguson seemed to have put down a stone in his heart. He originally thought that he had completed the transformation of English football and could make English football and continental football on a par, but now, he also knew that he still had a long way to go. This broke all the fluke mentality that he had hoped for. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. It's just a loss, what's the big deal? There's still a long way to go in the future, so just walk slowly. I'm only 69 years old, and I'm not unable to command. What am I afraid of? Now I don't want to be like those. What I have to consider now is this game. Although I lost in the overall tactical situation, Manchester United cannot lose in the details. Now is the time to go all out. Even if my team is at a disadvantage in tactics, as long as there is a sharp knife like Ronaldo, I have to poke a hole in Arsenal's defense. Even if Manchester United is targeted everywhere, it can't lose cowardly. After losing the second goal, Ferguson actually mustered up his courage. Arsenal was indeed beyond his expectations, but that didn't mean he would give up. If you want to take advantage of Manchester United, you have to be prepared to lose your teeth. Arsenal scored the second goal, and they are already 2 goals ahead of their opponents. Manchester United has been blown up by Arsenal on both offense and defense in this game. Now it seems that they have completely lost all their ability to turn the tide. Sir Ferguson didn't seem to have made any good arrangements. Manchester United's situation is already very difficult. Can we only hope that the situation in 1999 will reappear? Why is it so troublesome? Lineker was not very satisfied with the situation on the court. After 0-1, Ferguson failed to make adjustments in time, but let Manchester United continue to attack. Then Arsenal cut off the midfield and forced them to shrink their defense. As a result, they were scored again. This series of games was basically the rhythm of Manchester United being led by Arsenal. On both offense and defense, Manchester United did not show any outstanding performance. Now they were in a state of being completely suppressed by their opponents. This kind of play was not like Manchester United. On the court, the players were also somewhat dissatisfied. Ronaldo yelled loudly at the back line. It was the second goal in a row. If this continued, Manchester United would really be unable to play. Facing his yelling, Ferdinand, as the captain, did not speak. The eyes of the Manchester United players were still looking at the coaching seats. At this time, what they hoped in their hearts was for Ferguson to speak. Ferguson, who had been silent on the sidelines, finally stretched out his arm at this time, waving his hand at the court, and asked the Manchester United players to start attacking again. Ferguson's hairdryer is blowing. Let's see if Manchester United can make any changes. Although Lineker thought so, Manchester United did not find any opportunities until the end of the first half. However, Arsenal was a little too excited and did not form an effective offensive. Both sides did not score any goals until the end of the first half. However, after the second half, the situation immediately changed. Manchester United's counter-attack began, and their attack was quite sharp. In the second half, Manchester United's style of play had changed. Ronaldo began to move more to the middle, while Rooney moved to the left. Relying on Rooney's position change and Ronaldo's position change, Manchester United resumed the offensive. Manchester United's attack is more like that. They should have played like this a long time ago. Sir Alex Ferguson's changes are too slow. When Manchester United usually plays, the positions of the 3 players in the front court are quite flexible. Generally speaking, their players will change their positions a lot when they play. Like in this game, Carrick's pass was restricted, so he should try to pass the ball to different routes. Ferguson was a little absent-minded in the first half of the game, But he couldn't have been confused after the halftime break. He made the team change positions in order to better form an attack. Although Carrick's passing ability is average, it is not a problem for him to pass the ball to someone, but he can't make a through ball. Even if Ronaldo is switched to midfield, it is still difficult for him to kick a good ball. However, there is another problem here. Ferguson can't make Carrick stronger immediately, but he can still help Manchester United find the opponent's weaknesses. Just now, when we were on the wing and counterattacked, the main defender was Loss Diarra, but now, the main defender is Senderos. Although Loss Diarra could not play in Chelsea and was sold to Arsenal, he is still very strong and it is difficult for him to have any problems defending Ronaldo. Now, the main defender is Senderos, and it is still very difficult for Senderos to defend Ronaldo. His strength is the weakest link in Arsenal's defense line. As the first point to defend Ronaldo, it is not very suitable. What's more, Ferguson also let Rooney and Berbatov help Ronaldo to form an offensive. In this way, it is even more difficult for him to stop Ronaldo. This is the flaw that Ferguson saw, and he wants to use this flaw to forcibly reverse the game. See, Ronaldo got the ball and quickly attacked the front court. Senderos immediately blocked his position, while Loss Diarra also ran over quickly. See, Ronaldo pushed the ball to the right with his right foot, pretending to break through. Then, when Loss Diarra rushed to grab the ball, he suddenly pulled the ball back with one foot, and passed the ball to Berbatov through the gap between the two with his left foot. Berbatov received the ball, turned around, and just lightly pushed the ball back with his heel, and then sent it to Ronaldo's feet again. With Berbatov's move, Ronaldo got rid of the defense and ran to the backcourt. Although Adder blocked him immediately, he still went to the side and passed the ball to Scholes, who was inserted. Scholes came up from the backcourt. He is now more of an organizer, but in his early years, he was also the best inside forward in the Premier League. Even after completing the transition from Lampard to Pirlo, his shooting skills have not been abandoned. He swung his thigh and immediately shot a violent shot, but the ball hit the door frame and failed to score. It's a pity that Manchester United didn't score a goal, but at least now they have an offensive momentum again. I believe it is not impossible for them to score. With this shot, Manchester United's momentum also returned a little, which also made Lee Yuxin look back in surprise. Lee Yuxin looked at Ferguson and didn't know what to say. He thought that after seeing his shortcomings in this game, Ferguson would be very uncomfortable and might even consider retiring early. However, now Lee Yuxin found that he did not put his ambitions back, but aroused his ambitions. This is different from his memory when he lost to Barcelona. However, it is not 2011 now, and Ferguson is not yet 72 years old. More importantly, the current Manchester United players are still Cristiano Ronaldo, Rooney, and Berbatov, not Ashley Young, Nani, and Valencia. With that kind of Manchester United, it would be a miracle to reach the Champions League final, but with the current Manchester United, it would be a failure if they didn't reach the Champions League final. Ferguson is not a person who likes to retreat easily, especially now that he has such a team. He has the capital and confidence to make a comeback. What he wants is not to stop, but to start over. What if the tactics are not enough? With so many good players, who says I can change? Retreat? That's not Ferguson. Weak? That's not Ferguson either. Manchester United has lost tactically over the years. Juventus, Arsenal, Bayern, and Chelsea have all left Ferguson speechless in tactics. However, Manchester United has never admitted defeat over the years. No matter how many times they fall, they can stand up. Ferguson has never been a person who will be discouraged by failure. On the contrary, failure is just the best motivation for him, which will only make him more motivated. The oldest coach, this is true, but this oldest coach, after winning the Champions League at the age of 60, in order to make the team go further, he personally dismantled his own team and took the European road. As a coach, he has never been an old, decadent and inflexible person. On the contrary, even at the age of 70, he is still tirelessly thirsting for tactical issues and is still on the road. Life never stops, fighting never stops. Manchester United's Red Devil spirit is best embodied in this old man. Even if you are knocked down 100 times, you will never admit defeat. The spirit of just starting over is the unique glory of Manchester United. Great coach, Lee Yuxin glanced at Ferguson with some admiration and pride. You are a coach worthy of respect. As a tribute to you, I will also defeat you. Chapter 282 Super Cup Champion. The camera swept across the stands, faithfully conveying the scene of the fans' jubilant celebration. When sweeping across an inconspicuous corner, the director's eyes suddenly lit up. Stop, go back. Go back. C5 area. C5 area. Scan again. The camera swept over the area, just swept again, and soon, the face of a middle-aged man appeared in the camera. This man was buried in his notebook and writing something. When he looked up, he could recognize who this man was: Jose Mourinho. Former Chelsea head coach, now Inter Milan's crazy coach, Jose Mourinho. Soon, Mourinho's figure appeared on the big screen and TV in the stadium. Mourinho didn't know that he had been discovered. He was happy that other celebrities had shared his attention with him before, and now he was buried in his notebook writing something. Not only did his small skills improve, his reaction speed was fast, and his ability to grab points was outstanding. Accurate positioning, running without sparing physical effort, and a positive attitude towards the game. This is his evaluation of Lee Yuxin. Mourinho, he's here too, Lineker, the commentator, shouted. What is he doing here? Is there anything worth his attention? This man, who is currently unemployed at home, actually had the leisure to watch a UEFA Cup semi-final. It seems that only a Champions League semi-final can attract the attention of crazy people. I do have some guesses, said Andy Gray. Mourinho has decided to end his vacation and start a new job. Maybe he came here to observe the players, and there might be players on the field that he wants to bring to his new club Inter Milan. Since leaving Stamford Bridge in September last year, Mourinho has been unemployed at home, which has made many fans and media reporters who like him feel very disappointed. However, Mourinho said in an interview recently that he is ready to accept new challenges. On June 2nd, after nearly a year of rest, Mourinho officially replaced Mancini as the new head coach of Inter Milan, a Serie A giant. The two sides signed a 3-year contract with an annual salary of €9 million. Mourinho became the highest paid and the only foreign coach in Serie A history. What else can he do? Lineker asked unhappily. If there is gold at home, people will always think of it. If Mourinho has decided to take over the position of head coach of a club, then he came here to observe the players. The madman is likely to ask the new club to buy this player in the summer transfer market. It is also common for the head coach to ask the new club to buy stars according to his own preferences and choices when he takes office. The reason why Lineker's attitude is a little unhappy is that among the 22 players on both sides of the field, the most popular and the most sought after in the transfer market is naturally Lee Yuxin. In other words, Mourinho's trip is likely to be aimed at Yang Fan. It's not a good feeling to have the hometown team's sole star coveted by others. When the fans of the two teams in the stands saw Mourinho, some of them applauded. This crazy coach still has many fans in England. In addition, fans may also feel that it is an honor to attract such a famous coach as Mourinho to watch the European Super Cup final. Arsenal didn't know that Mourinho came for the team's young captain. It's the 80th minute. Manchester United has no strength to fight back. Ferguson also made a substitution at this time. He asked Anderson to replace Scholes, who is exhausted. However, such a substitution has no effect. Now they are just barely trying not to lose the ball again. It's hard to make any improvement. The score of 3-0 has been maintained for a long time. The sign of the game's extra time has been raised. With 3 minutes of extra time, Manchester United cannot complete the counterattack. Manchester United was completely defeated by Arsenal. In the Champions League final, they lost to their opponents. However, Ferguson looked at the score in front of him, and his expression did not change. On the contrary, his expression became more determined. Your team played a good game. Ferguson stretched out his hand to Wenger. He had decided to return to the locker room early, but before going back, he walked towards Wenger. Arsene, you are too cruel. All my efforts over the years have been ruined by you. Wenger was a little embarrassed by this. Although he could say something else, what else could he say to a 69-year-old man? Calculating the other party is because they are opponents, but you can't disrespect the elderly. Your team played well. Wenger said politely. Don't lie to me, my team was completely defeated. There are too many tactical problems, and Arsene's assistant is very powerful this time. Ferguson interrupted him unceremoniously. Wenger smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. I heard that you don't plan to recruit players this season. After Ferguson said this, he didn't see any dissatisfaction just now. When he spoke again, he had asked a new question. Wenger looked at the players on the field and nodded imperceptibly. Remember to come to me when you return to England, Ferguson said. I think we will have a lot to talk about. I will teach your new consultant how to live in England, and you can tell me his tactical experience. Since he knows how to deal with English teams, he can also make changes to British football. We can have a good talk about this issue. Maybe you can give me a lot of inspiration. Sir, do you mean that you still want to reorganize Manchester United again? Wenger was a little surprised. Why not? I'm only 69 years old now. I can still work for a few years. My team is still at its peak. Why can't I start over? I'm not old yet. We will have a good talk next season. You are already 69 years old, and you still don't admit that you are old? Wenger also smiled helplessly. What if we lose this year? Manchester United will only be stronger if we start over again next year. It seems that he has done something remarkable. Not only did he not defeat Ferguson, but he made him more ambitious. This season, I'm afraid he will also be in trouble. However, those are all things of this season, but the first appearance of the new tactical consultant is indeed impressive. Now, Lee Yuxin wants to think about only one thing. The final whistle on the field has been blown, and the players have already huddled together to celebrate crazily. Now, it is time for Arsenal to celebrate the championship. The whistle has blown, Arsenal won, they are the champions of the 2008-09 European Super Cup. Arsenal won the European Super Cup. As we all know, Wenger's on-the-spot tactical ability has always been criticized. As a world-class coach, Wenger's on-the-spot arrangement ability is not as good as Ferguson and Mourinho's, and Wenger is too idealistic. Looking at Wenger's reaction, the man in the stands also sighed. Arsenal players are good, but they are too young. Young people always feel that they can still improve and can still count on the future. Next year will always be better than this year, and there is a future to count on. If in other teams, young people at this age are waiting for promotion, they will naturally fight for themselves, but Wenger has great trust in young people. If there is no hope of playing, the championship can wait until next year. With such a mentality, how can they play well? Wenger always puts his hopes on the future, lacking some bachelor's temper of risking his life. For some players who don't perform well, he always hopes that they will have a better future. He still has a long time to suffer this. On the court, Lee Yuxin and Fabregas, who were both born in 1987, definitely have different mindsets. Even if Fabregas loses, it's just a game that he didn't play well. If he goes back and plays 2 good games, he will still be the future world's #1 midfielder. Lee Yuxin is the captain of Arsenal and a time traveler. If he doesn't have a good game, what can he do to win the championship and complete the task? Different mindsets lead to different levels of struggle. Wenger gave the players enough opportunities, but excessive doubting is sometimes not very conducive to the growth of players. For example, if Fabregas has the ball on the field now, but he can never find any particularly good opportunities. He has always been treated quite well under Wenger. Wenger set up tactics for him, let him play well, try to make him play a role, show his strength, the media pampered him, his teammates praised him, and because he is handsome, he can get a lot of support from fans. Even if he is seriously injured, he can get a chance immediately after recovery. If he plays badly, he can find a reason. If he plays well, he will be praised to the sky. No matter what he does, people will follow him. If the accusations of Adebayor and others in his memory are true, then when Arsenal loses, he can even insult and vent his anger at players who are not on the roster at all. In this situation, he naturally feels that his future is promising and does not care about the moment. If a team wants to reach the top, there must be something to pursue. Lee Yuxin remembered that after Barcelona had reached the top several times in the future, after losing the Champions League, the whole team sat in the locker room lamenting and crying. No one would think that if this year was not good, there would be next year. We are the cosmic team anyway, what are we afraid of? That was Barcelona, they could do that, and now Arsenal always pins their hopes on the future, but how can the future be so easily controlled? Players will get injured, get sick, and have off-field problems. These things make it impossible for them to always look forward to the future. What's more, when they really play well, the players begin to have dreams, ambitions, love their hometowns, and are unwilling to struggle in small teams. Football is not FM. The iron law of interests can always be implemented better here. Loyalty is automatically maxed, playing hard, never injured, ambitious and loyal. There are too few players like that. Wenger worked hard to train Arsenal, but in the end, I am afraid he got nothing. It was like this in my memory, and it is still the same now. Arsenal's problems cannot be solved by buying more good players or playing more good games. Now there is an opportunity to change, but the reason why Wenger is because he has his unique football philosophy and personal charm. It is also because of this that Arsenal, which has been without a championship for 8 years, still has fans who stick with him. If Wenger changes, how can he still be Wenger? And, more importantly, how can Wenger change? Tactical thinking and football philosophy are like a lifetime pursuit and values for a coach. Other things can be changed, but this thing cannot be changed. The protagonists of many coaching books are time travelers themselves, and they all have their own tactical ideas that cannot be shaken, let alone Wenger. For a coach, a championship is good, but if this championship deviates from his own tactical thinking and is won by destroying his own values, what is the point? He has his own ideas, and Wenger also has his ideas. There is no way for others to make him correct them. Chapter 283 Exposed. The mysterious man in the stands was Wenger's tactical consultant, Dong. He was discovered by Wenger recently. Time goes back to a year ago. In the restaurant of Carney Youth Training Camp, an Inter Milan youth training coach slapped the newspaper in his hand. Isn't it just a few draws? Is it necessary to make it like the end of the world? Which team doesn't have lows? There were other people sitting in the restaurant eating together. They were all Carney youth training coaches. Many of them came for Wenger. Many of them learned from Wenger and benefited a lot. Therefore, after reading some comments in the newspaper, they all got furious. Reporters are like this. Otherwise, how could Lee have had such a big fight with this group of guys 2 years ago? Exclamation mark. Everyone was talking. Hey, Dong. One of the youth training coaches saw a cool guy eating in the corner. He was a little cold and never spoke. What do you think is our problem now? The guy named Dong raised his head. His mouth was full of rice, and there were even rice grains on his cheeks. He looked like a starving ghost. Seeing that his colleagues were all looking at him, he shook his head and bent down to eat. Haven't you been going to the first team base to watch training recently? Did you find anything? The colleague who asked the question came over. After finally chewing the food into his stomach, the guy named Dong nodded and spoke in pure English. Yes, I found something. What? Everyone came up curiously. For this group of coaches in the King G team, the first team is a very mysterious place, especially Arsenal led by Wenger, which is full of mysterious magic. Everything is normal. Dong answered seriously. Go. Everyone booed. Danley explained seriously, everything is normal means that the team's situation is as expected. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. You mean, the professor expected us to lose consecutive games? No. After a pause, he continued to explain, but every team has its own regularity, such as the ups and downs of form, the impact of player injuries on technical and tactical skills and so on. I looked at the latest statistical data. Our injuries this season are twice as many as last season. Now Gilberto Silva is old and gone. Everyone seemed to be convinced by Dong. After hearing his words, they all listened attentively. Gilberto Silva is not an impressive player. Even in the first team full of stars, his effect is not obvious. Many people think he is not important, which gives Arsenal's offense width. They are all youth training coaches, although they are all low level, but everyone present knows the importance of a team's offensive width. An offense without width will often be blocked at once. I have studied the data. In this season when Gilberto Silva was absent, the professor used a total of 4 players, Diaby, Flamini, Fabregas and Los Diarra, to replace Gilberto Silva's role. But except Diaby who won his trust, no one else could do it. Unfortunately, Diaby has many injuries and no sustainability. Does it have to be Gilberto Silva? A coach asked in confusion. Dong Tuo raised his eyelids, smiled mysteriously, nodded and said, yes, in the tactics formulated by the professor, Gilberto Silva must be there. I have studied some data of the first team, and I found a very interesting data. Our Arsenal claims to have the strongest defense in Europe, but our average number of steals per game, ranked among all European clubs, I am afraid we can't even make it into the top 30. This is impossible. Someone at the scene immediately shook his head in denial. Yes, how is that possible? Without steals, we will definitely lose more goals. Dong was questioned, but he was not angry. He smiled gently. This is exactly the secret of Arsenal's defense, that's interception. Everyone was stunned. From France to Arsenal, The professor never believed in brutal tackles and steals, he believed more here. Dong pointed to his brain, indicating that it was IQ. Just think about it, when he first came to Kearney, what was his definition of a so-called unified technical and tactical style? People move, the ball moves, and they are coordinated. People move first, then the ball moves. In other words, the initiative of the game lies with people. This requires players to take the initiative to create and explore. This applies not only to offense, but also to defense. The reason why Arsenal can play a hardy football is that their defense does not rely on tackles and steals, but on collective running, encirclement and sense of position. These two elements ultimately converge on one data, that is, interception. We have the most interceptions per game among all the teams in the Premier League. Everyone couldn't help but realize with worry, so this is how Arsenal's defense comes from. But what does this have to do with Gilberto Silva? Dong smiled slightly. I always think that when attacking, Gilberto Silva's role is to give full play to the role of the midfield slipper, supporting Fabregas and Lost Diarra in front, and after receiving the return pass from the midfield, he digested the ball himself and sent it to the two flanks, and then launched an attack from the flanks. On defense, his biggest role is to hold his position, and his sense of position is very good, but he is not a transfer defender. The professor uses tactics to play to his advantage and let him take on the task of protecting the backline, and he almost never steals the ball, just intercepts. Nowadays, the real decision of offense and defense in football is in the 30-meter area in front of the goal. In these two areas, both sides are no longer pursuing leisurely control of the ball as before, but are constantly increasing the speed. The emergence of defensive midfielders such as Guardiola and Redondo is to speed up the rhythm of offense and defense. But now, the single defensive midfielder has gradually become insufficient, but in the professor's tactics, defense is the role of the whole team. The role of the defensive midfielder is to stand firmly in front of the defense line in his own 30-meter area, intercept and protect. Remember, it is interception, not tackling or stealing. Everyone who has played football knows that tackles and steals have risks, and there may be free kicks and fouls at any time. Therefore, the professor does not need to do this. He will intercept. Once he finds that he cannot intercept, he will first block the position and protect the defense line. He will not tackle or steal until he has no choice, because tackles and steals have great risks, and they will definitely gain possession of the ball. Interception is different. A successful interception of the opponent's pass directly transforms from defense to offense. Therefore, all opponents who play against Arsenal will have a headache and feel that the Cheyenne team may counterattack anytime and anywhere. That's because every time they complete an interception, they get a chance to counterattack. Compared to the ferocity and bloodiness of tackles and steals, interception looks like a gentle beauty. It has not attracted enough attention. Even the PTA data company does not provide interception data services. However, our professor has used this set of tactics from the undefeated season to now. When he said this, a smile spread across Dong's cold face, and his eyes were full of admiration for Wenger. He stayed in Colney just to have the opportunity to study Wenger's tactics more deeply, and every time he studied it more deeply, he admired the idealization of Wenger's tactics more. The so-called strongest offense and the strongest defense, this is Wenger's secret. Of course, Wenger has many treasures to create Arsenal's tactical secrets, and there are even many deeper things that Benitez does not quite understand, but he is full of interest and curiosity about Wenger's tactics. So you mean to say that our recent draws are due to Gilberto Silva's absence? Asked a coach. There are factors in this regard, because although the combination of Fabregas and Lost Diarra is very creative, they cannot provide protection to the defense in the day area. Without enough protection, the defense is under great pressure, and Lucio does not provide vertical threats and assists like usual. In addition, the width of the attack is affected. Arsenal's overall attack is no longer as sharp as before. Arsenal's tactics are linked together. If there is a problem in one link, it will naturally affect other links. But this situation is definitely only temporary. The professor is constantly trying to change, even without changing the formation, but all of these take time and cost some price, and the team's recent state is indeed not very good, but I believe that once Gilberto Silva recovers and returns to the team, he will definitely use his strongest weapon again. Dong had no doubt that in Wenger's mind, the strongest midfield combination must be Nedved, Fabregas, Lost Diarra and Gilberto Silva. This combination is both offensive and defensive, and is definitely a nightmare for all opponents. However, Gilberto Silva has been out for a long time this season, and he finally returned, but his condition has been affected. As a result, many of Wenger's ideas have not been realized, and the team's performance has also been affected. It can be said that Arsenal's unbeaten record that season is actually a reflection of the team's overall strength and the crystallization of the players' mutual understanding. Wenger's tactical role is because he has never gotten the strongest lineup he wanted most. Without Gilberto Silva, Arsenal's tactics had loopholes. Ferguson and Mourinho both saw this loophole, and I believe many opponents also saw it. By that time, Dong, look at your analysis, what on earth were you before? A coach put his arm around Dong's shoulder in admiration. The latter shook his head, a football player. You should be the head coach, you must be very popular. Everyone praised Dong as the most outstanding one among Kearney's many coaches. The team of that age group he led wins almost every game, which makes him a little famous in Milan. Even the nearby Como invited him to coach, but he was rejected. No, Dong's expression was a little bitter. I shouldn't be a qualified head coach. His background is not to be underestimated. With this background, he soon got the opportunity to coach independently, and it was an opportunity again and again, but unfortunately, he never proved his ability well. He was even a little discouraged about this. But he loves football, he loves this sport so much, so he can't leave football. For this reason, he decided to travel around and increase his knowledge of football, so he came to Europe, to London, and lived here. Up to now, it has been more than 2 years, and he has witnessed Arsenal become the European champion and a European powerhouse, and he has also worked out Wenger's tactical system by himself through more than a year of exploration. If Wenger knew that there was such a talent in his youth training camp, he would be very surprised. But unfortunately, Dong is a low-key person. Apart from football, he has hardly communicated with anyone. The only thing that everyone is familiar with about this low-key young man is that he is Chinese, married, and has a lovely daughter, that's all. But I'm afraid even Dong himself doesn't know that his long speech this time happened to be heard by Feng Shuo, who came to the restaurant for dinner. There is a saying that is very true, having talent is like being pregnant, after a long time, it will be exposed. This person will have a great relationship with the protagonist later, and he is not just a bystander. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284: The Origin of Tactical Consultant. What did you say? When Wenger was in his office and heard that someone was analyzing his tactics at Colney, he couldn't help but be amused. To be honest, 9 out of 10 times they are right, so that's what surprised me. Feng Shuo was very impressed by the guy named Dong, especially his tactical qualities. Is he really that outstanding? Pat raised his eyebrows. Feng Shuo softened a little when he saw the look in the eyes of the Northern Irishman. I don't know, anyway, in my opinion, he is really great. Everyone laughed at once. You don't have much tactics to speak of. Another coach couldn't help but hit him. Feng Shuo really wanted to fight this guy, but he had to admit that he was best at technical training and the polishing of offensive techniques. As for the team's tactical system construction, he could only be regarded as sloppy. But Feng said he was great, so it should be about the same. Pat thought so. Wenger, didn't you intend to hire a tactical assistant before? Pat's tactical literacy is very high, but targeted tactics are not his strong point. In this regard, he can't help Wenger much, so Wenger wants to hire another tactical consultant to join his team to share his headaches and troubles in this regard. To be honest, the longer Wenger works as the head coach, the more he feels that his brain is not enough. There are countless opponents, and each opponent has different tactical characteristics and advantages and disadvantages. Wenger has to undertake a lot of work every day, which is really tiring for him. Therefore, he decided to recruit more assistants to share his workload with the attitude that money is better than life. Looking at the whole of Europe, Wenger's coaching team is also huge. Wenger's behind-the-scenes team is really full of talents. Every one of these people is a talent that other head coaches dream of. But even so, he still feels it is not enough. Leave it alone for now, I'll find a chance to talk to him again. Wenger answered casually. No one paid much attention to it. The role of tactical consultant is not something that anyone can play, especially for a top coach like Wenger. Being able to become his tactical consultant means becoming famous in one fell swoop, which is of great benefit for future studies. Just imagine, if anyone goes looking for a job with a halo of a famous coach's staff, wouldn't the teams in the top European leagues flock to him? If nothing else, just look at how popular Ferguson's group of staff are. But because it is important, Wenger will not make a decision casually. After hearing about it, Lee Yuxin found this mysterious man. It was so strange. Lee Yuxin knew the ability of this kind of talent very well. If he had known that there was such a talent in the youth training camp, he would have dug it out long ago. How could he let him continue to be buried? However, there was a surprise as soon as they met. "Hi, Zhang Ke, listen to my story." After stretching for a long time, Jidong rubbed his eyes and got up. "Huh? Did I sleep on the table?" Jidong opened his eyes and looked around. This was a spacious and luxurious bedroom. At least it was not his ordinary little nest. It is said that people always feel nervous and uncomfortable when they arrive in an unfamiliar environment, and Jidong is the same. However, after reading too many online novels, he felt that this was unlikely to be a kidnapping. Who would kidnap a poor boy? But it was unlikely to be a prank by his friends. The most outrageous thing is to travel through time or enter an infinite flow space. Jidong, who was daydreaming, complained about the TV in the room. Such a small TV. There is not even a computer. However, in order to collect information, he turned on the TV with a pout. The old-fashioned looking TV made a sound after a few squeaks and flickers, although there was still some noise. But what surprised Jidong was not the noise of the TV, but the content of the words. "Hello, Jidong. How is it in the new environment?" What? Jidong was stunned. Could it be a kidnapper? Damn. I don't have much money. Brother, you see, I am also a small, and kidnapping me won't make much money. You should find a tall, handsome and rich man, right? Do you know the Golden Building nearby? They are all rich people, one of them is worth 100 of me. Jidong cleverly began to beg for mercy, lowering his head and looking for a possible escape route with a corner of his eyes. Bullshit kidnapping. An exasperated voice came from the TV. Don't you dream of traveling through time? You still don't believe it now that it has come true. What? Traveling through time? Jidong really couldn't believe it. After all, such things only happened in online novels. Who has seen them in real life? That's right. It's time traveling. Perhaps the TV noticed Jidong's astonishment and began to explain. It turned out that this was a magical system. It can also be said that it was born from the wishes of countless Arsenal fans. On countless nights, many Arsenal fans were entangled and depressed because of selling their captain and declining performance. The common desire of the huge number of Arsenal fans to make changes in the team formed a huge wish power, and this magical system was born. The soul of nothingness has godlike power. After sensing Jidong's wish, the system decided to help him. Anyway, this is its mission, and it doesn't matter who it finds. Here he wants to help Zhang Ke, who has traveled through time, to make up for Wenger's shortcomings in tactical ability. Now is the time for Jidong to prepare. Jidong showed a flattering expression and asked, "Can you send me back? The impact is too great, I can't stand it." Although he knew that he had the opportunity to be a coach for a wealthy club, he still had his own relatives and friends in the original world, and goals to strive for. With his own efforts, he might not be unable to fight for a place in the original world. Okay. The TV gave a straightforward answer. Before Jidong could be happy, he added, "But my energy is limited. It's hard to guarantee that you are still alive after sending you back to your original world." Damn it. Jidong looked at the TV with disdain and resigned himself to his fate. What do you have to complain about if you have the opportunity to be Wenger's tactical advisor? I can't do anything. Jidong, who knew that he was just an ordinary person now, couldn't help but complain. So the goal of letting you come here is to let Arsenal win more championships and become an unquestionable real giant. Listening to the sound from the TV, Jidong, who was getting excited, waved his hands and said, "Done. I don't know anything now. Although I have played Ps and FM. But in fact, I am not as good as Donkiri." Jidong said that the task was difficult, and he had never been a coach. Would he be exposed if he didn't go to the team for a few days? The complacent voice on the TV told Jidong that with a super system, everything would be fine. Although Jidong was a rookie in the early stage, with the help of the system, Jidong would at least get through the rookie stage smoothly. Besides, who said that those who play FM can't become head coaches? In Ji-dong's original time and space, the 22-year-old Swedish guy, Yuxin, really became a team head coach by playing FM, which can be regarded as the ultimate case of the majority of FM players. Yuxin is currently the head coach of the Azerbaijan FC Baku team and the youngest head coach in professional football. Before taking up the position, he had no real football experience, but had only played FM for 9 years. Will there be a super system to help in the future? Ji-dong thought that if he couldn't do it even with a cheat, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. You wish. The TV snorted. This extremely anthropomorphic behavior made Ji-dong extremely depressed. You, a broken TV, dare to look down on me? The system will give you a template. What is it? You will know when the task is released. Tisk. Ji-dong, the voice in the TV suddenly became serious. The system will not let you work hard in vain. Think about it, if the team's results are good, as an assistant coach, you will also be successful, with fame, money, and beautiful women. But the system will not let you be lazy and eat nothing. The system will give you some help in the novice stage. If you want more help from the system, you can only complete the task and get rewards. If you fail to achieve the ultimate goal, that is, Arsenal does not become a world giant and get rid of Wu Guan for many years, or you are fired halfway, it will be regarded as a final mission failure. What will happen if you fail? Hearing this, Ji-dong was a little scared. Death, with the help of your life energy, I will find another gun fan to complete this task. Ji-dong had no doubt that this was a real death threat. I will no longer be a gun fan in the next life? No. I will not watch football in the next life? Ji-dong was so depressed that the threat of death would come true at any time. Ji-dong, who confirmed again that he could not give up the mission and go home, had to accept his fate. Then how can I communicate with you in the future? Do you want me to hold this TV every day? Looking at the TV in front of him, Ji-dong secretly complained about the aesthetics of the system. Although my family also had this kind of TV when I was a child, it had long been replaced with an ultra-thin LCD one. This kind of TV should have been thrown into the garbage dump of history long ago. Don't be silly and think that I can only communicate with you in this TV. In fact, I can manipulate any kind of electronic product through electromagnetic waves. In the future, you can just wear an electronic watch or plug in a headset. Anyway, if you want to find me, just say it out loud. Electronic products are to make it convenient for me to talk to you. The system explained. Brother, can we make a virtual screen or something? Or communicate directly in the brain consciousness? You made me talk to myself, and others thought I was crazy. The system may be upgraded, and with the upgrade, the functions will be richer. The current system level is not enough, and everything will be solved when it is upgraded to a high level in the future. The TV used a standard charlatan tone to fool people. There will be bread and milk. Ji-dong, who felt that he had complained enough, began to ask himself the most important question: what is his current identity? According to the system, Ji-dong in this world has been an orphan since childhood. In the 1970s, when China and Britain established diplomatic relations, it was the honeymoon period when Ji-dong was adopted by a British couple who could not have children, and was named Ji-dong. And that couple was also Arsenal fans. After Ji-dong was confirmed to have no talent as a professional player when he was a child, he began to study coaching courses. And he just passed the international coaching certificate at the youngest age in record time. There are two cheap parents in this world. Ji-dong lamented that these parents he had never met put too much pressure on him. However, the system immediately reassured him. Due to the low level of the system, it could not support Ji-dong to build enough relationships in the world in the early stage. Therefore, the cheap parents have been set to die in a car accident, and the insurance company's compensation will be used as Ji-dong's personal funds, which is about £500,000. In addition, the two-story apartment he lives in not far from Highbury is left by his cheap parents. You know, the housing prices in London are higher than those in Beijing. Okay, the basic introduction is complete, and now we will start the novice guidance task. Hurry up and accept it, there will be rewards. Benitez template. What task? It must be the easiest at the beginning, accept it. There are still 3 months before you officially go to Arsenal, so your task during this time is to systematically learn coaching knowledge. Don't underestimate these basic knowledge. Without a solid foundation, high-rise buildings will not rise from the ground. Okay, I'll learn. I didn't expect that I would have to learn after crossing. Ji Dong lamented. Live and learn. The concepts and tactics of football are constantly innovating and changing. How can you not learn? Ignoring Ji Dong's complaints, the TV displayed several modules. The screen looks quite like Windows 8. Complaining cannot reduce the workload. Ji Dong studied coaching knowledge day and night and watched Arsenal's game videos. When he was hungry, he asked the system to order takeout. When he was sleepy, he took a break and was woken up by the bilibili sound on the TV to continue studying. In this way, a month passed quickly. After passing the exam set by the system, Ji Dong slept well for a day. However, the next day, the voice of bilibili woke Ji Dong up again. Go report. A row of big words appeared. Don't worry, we will cover you from behind. You think you are Bodhi Patriarch. Ji Dong jumped and shouted, and then there was a flash on the TV screen and disappeared from his eyes. Damn it. You can't be so deceiving. Ji Dong screamed. In other words, you now have Benitez's tactical ability. Yes. As a very outstanding head coach in Lee Yuxin's previous life and this life, Benitez is best at targeting tactics. A set of football tactics, from the most basic point of view, is divided into two aspects. First, how to play to one's own advantages, and second, how to limit the opponent's advantages. If it is based on the first, it is offensive football, and the second is a more conservative football tactic. Of course, it cannot be generalized, and there is no need to say more, because if you want to talk about it, it can definitely be written into a football thesis. Wenger's own tactical concept is based on the first one, because he can always figure out the strongest tactics according to the characteristics of the players, and can also introduce the most suitable players according to his own tactical needs to play the most enhanced tactics. He is considered to be the best in the first tactic. As for the second point, Mourinho, Capello, Lippi, Hitzfeld and others are undoubtedly the strongest. Even in this aspect, Wenger is inferior, but he can always use his advantage in the first point to take the initiative and suppress his opponents. But targeted tactics are also very important, especially in some key matches, such as the two knockout matches against Manchester United in the season before last. Wenger did not do a good job in targeted tactics. Therefore, Wenger has always wanted to have a tactical consultant, a staff member, to give him advice. Pat has a wealth of tactical knowledge, but he is not sharp enough to find flaws in the opponent's tactics, so he is not very useful in this regard. He is best at building a defensive system under teamwork and hosting training. However, on the second point, Benitez is definitely one of the strongest in Europe. Even the word one of can be removed. He is the tactical master who knows how to limit the opponent's performance. I caught a cold again. I will try to keep updating. It's cold, so take care of yourself. Take care. Chapter 285: A New Beginning and a New Opponent. As for why he is always a tragedy in coaching, a very important reason lies in his idealist complex, as well as his stubbornness and inflexibility. When a team goes from weak to strong, their role is also changing from limiter to restricted. The former undoubtedly needs more targeted tactics to limit the opponent, but the latter needs to play to their own advantages to break the opponent's restrictions. This is the biggest difference between mid and lower level teams and giant teams. It is also the threshold for countless head coaches. All those head coaches who are awesome when coaching small and medium-sized teams and terrible when coaching giants often fall on this threshold, and Benitez is no exception. Well, that's right, so I can design tactics. My current ability is only stronger than Benitez. Ji Dong said confidently, his eyes full of confidence. That's great, Lee Yuxin is very happy, but the system, why didn't you strengthen me? At this time, the system rang in Ji Dong's mobile phone, because you are already a physical enhancer, and you are an old fan. Since Wuguan has been broken by you, you will not get anything from me. In fact, if there was no reinforcement at the beginning, you would have been defeated by injuries long ago. Now the system hopes that Arsenal will have a better future, so in this difficult period, you must work together. In this way, Ji Dong became Wenger's tactical consultant. Back to the present, Arsenal then defeated Manchester United again in the Community Shield. Due to the Super Cup, the Premier League schedule was postponed, and Arsenal also started well. However, due to the increase in injuries, by November Arsenal was only ranked third in the Premier League, behind Manchester United and Liverpool. After slaughtering Arsenal 4-0, Arsenal ushered in their old enemy Chelsea, but now the head coach is Scolari. This season he has brought Chelsea back to the old road of 433. In this game, Except for Essien, who was injured in the knee, who was replaced by Michael, all other Chelsea main players also appeared. Goalkeeper Sek, defenders Bisingwa, Terry, Carvalho and Cole, midfielders Michael, Lampard, Ballack, forwards Kalou, Drogba, Anelka, compared with Moreno's 4-3-3, Scolari's 3 forwards have better personal abilities. Kalou and Anelka are both players who can play in the middle and on the wing, but they are slightly worse in large-scale transfers and midfield forward insertions. After all, neither of them is a pure winger. At the beginning, it seemed a little calm. The two sides were more entangled in the midfield. In terms of physical strength, the midfielders of both sides were very good. Although Van Persie is old, he is also a midfielder who is not afraid of confrontation. The two sides started to confront each other back and forth in the midfield and continued to strangle. Playing against Chelsea, strangulation in the midfield is indispensable. Jidong is also prepared for this. The two fullbacks enter the midfield more to help with the confrontation, and the defense of the opponent's forwards is also quite strict. It was not until the 5th minute that the first shot was taken. Bale passed a ball to the other side. Nasri followed up and forced a breakthrough to create an opening and shot. The ball slightly missed the far post. After this shot, the two sides fell into a relatively calm situation. Arsenal's attack was more concentrated on the wing. Bale's breakthrough led the team's attack, while Chelsea's attack was more concentrated in the middle. Barton did not play. Arsenal's defense in the middle seemed to be weaker. They also took a fancy to this. Ballack passed the ball to Anelka. Anelka did not pass the ball, but broke through from the middle. His speed and skills were beyond doubt. After breaking through Fabregas' defense, Bale knocked Anelka to the ground. Chelsea won a direct free kick at the front of the penalty area, only 21 meters away from the goal. Lampard, Drogba and Kalou stood in front of the ball at the same time. Lampard's free kicks were known for their power, and Drogba's free kicks were also good, with good angles and power, while Kalou's free kicks were also good, more agile. These three people standing in front of the ball also brought great pressure to Fabianski. After the referee blew the whistle to take the penalty, Lampard kicked a heavy shot under the cover of Drogba. The ball bypassed a wall and flew into the Arsenal goal along the right post. Although Fabianski made a save, he was unable to save the ball in the face of such a free kick. The ball goes in. A beautiful free kick. Lampard scored this season, and in such a crucial game. This free kick is really wonderful, a theoretical blind spot. Chelsea is leading away from home. Facing the situation of falling behind at the beginning, Wenger did not show much emotion. In such a game, it is normal to lose the ball first. It's just a free kick. Chelsea is not so impeccable. In the previous back-and-forth tug-of-war, Arsenal also began to create some opportunities. Next, it depends on whether they can seize the opportunity. The period after the opponent scored first will be an opportunity for us to score. As long as we seize it well, it will be fine. After the restart, Arsenal launched an attack again under the command of Jidong. Under the passing of Van Persie, they began to pass the ball back and forth more to create opportunities, and Chelsea began to defend their own half, intending to survive this period of fierce attack by Arsenal. Although Scolari was still not quite used to the club's way of teaming up, which was the biggest reason why he was dismissed after 1 year of coaching, he was still very good at commanding a single game. After all, he had rich experience in the national team and had dealt with various opponents. He also had a good understanding of Wenger and Jidong's idea of seizing this period of time. After resisting this attack, the next game would enter a stalemate again. At that time, Chelsea, who was leading, would be able to play more calmly. A few minutes passed quickly. Under Chelsea's solid defense, Arsenal did not get too many scoring opportunities. Just when Scolari was satisfied, Touré passed a ball to Bale, and then Bale forced a breakthrough on the left. His cross hit Bisingwa, who was blocking, and bounced out of the bottom line, a corner kick. Jidong waved his hand off the court, and then Arsenal's players began to pour into Chelsea's penalty area. Two centre forwards, Lost Diarra in the midfield, Kolo Touré and Bale in the backline. Seeing this, Scolari was startled at first, and then he felt relieved. It was just a corner kick. Chelsea's high-altitude defense ability was also very good. Not to mention the two central defenders, Michael and Ballack, also had outstanding height and bounce. Chelsea was not very afraid of corner kicks. However, Chelsea lost the ball in the set piece. Van Persie took a corner kick. Kolo Touré beat Carvalho at a back point and headed the ball. Cole, who was guarding the goal, blocked it with his body, but the ball fell right in front of Bale in the penalty area. He kicked the ball into Chelsea's goal at the first time. 1-1. Also relying on a set piece, Arsenal equalized the score 5 minutes after losing the ball. Ji-dong waved his fist in satisfaction. In such a game, it is often easier to form a stalemate in the first half. Being able to score a goal through a set piece is already a good choice. Now that the ball has been lost, the defense is definitely not as tight as in the previous games. At this time, it is time to compete for goals. Scolari, no matter how rich your experience is, it is only at the national team level. You have been coaching the national team before the 2002 World Cup. The experience of the national team and the club cannot coexist to a large extent. Now I will show you what level the top club coaches are at. After seeing this goal, Scolari waved his hands in annoyance. He just thought that Chelsea would not be bad at defending high-altitude balls, but Arsenal still seized the opportunity, which made Scolari very annoyed. Attack. Keep putting pressure on them. Scolari shouted at the court. Since Arsenal was able to seize a little mistake after Chelsea took the lead and equalized the score, then his team can also seize the change in mentality after the opponent scored a goal and score again. Start blocking them from the midfield. Tell Cesc and Loss to be careful with their two wingers and don't let them break into the penalty area. Force them to cut inside and reduce the threat posed by their midfielders' forward advance. Do you understand? Ji-dong called Van Persie on the sidelines and said a few words to him in succession. Van Persie nodded and quickly conveyed Ji-dong's awareness to all the players on the field. This Chelsea lineup is actually very good, but there is a problem that neither Kalou nor Anelka are the kind of players who can be content to stay on the wing. This will definitely squeeze the space for Lampard and Ballack to advance. If they can seize this point, the defense will naturally become easier. In fact, in Ji-dong's opinion, with Drogba just recovering from injury, sending Malouda and pushing Anelka to the middle is tactically better. Chelsea launched a fierce offensive away from home, with Kalou and Anelka constantly dribbling the ball from the wing and then cutting across to launch an attack from the middle. On the football field, the threat in the middle is naturally the greatest. After all, it is closer to the goal, but with this approach, it also makes it easier for Arsenal to defend, especially with the two of them frequently moving towards the middle, which invisibly compresses the space for Lampard, Ballack and even Drogba to move around, making Arsenal's defense more targeted. After withstanding Chelsea's fierce attack for more than 10 minutes, Arsenal began to counterattack. Their counterattack was relatively simple. Ribéry was the bridgehead of their attack, and others supported them in the middle and back. Although he had just played 2 games for the national team, Ribéry seemed to be in quite good shape. He kept attacking from the left, suppressing Basingwa and preventing him from using his assist ability. When the game reached the 37th minute, the situation that made Arsenal fans cheer again appeared. Ribéry received the ball from Deco on the wing and broke through Basingwa's defense like lightning, then passed the ball to the middle. Lee Yuxin received the ball, paused for a while, and then quickly passed a ball to Nasri, who was inserted on the wing. Lee Yuxin's pass was quite beautiful. Cole was attracted by Alves, who was assisting. Nasri took the ball at the front of the penalty area. There was only one defensive player left in front of him, Chelsea's captain Terry. When Terry came up, Nasri quickly made a bicycle kick fake move, and when Terry's center of gravity was slightly shifted, he immediately dribbled the ball in the direction and rushed over. Oh! Nasri broke through Terry's defense. He broke into the penalty area and faced Cech directly. Amid the commentators' exclamation and the crazy shouts of Arsenal fans, relying on an unexpected fake move, Nasri dodged Terry's defense, and after breaking into the penalty area, facing the attacking Cech, he decisively kicked the ball at the first time. The ball flew to the near corner of the goal. Cech fell to the ground, but was still a step slower. The ball rolled under his armpit and then flew into the Chelsea goal. Goal. It's in. Nasri. Nasri. This is his first official goal for Arsenal. The young Nasri showed his ability when facing Chelsea. This goal is so beautiful. Lee Yuxin's timely pass allowed him to face Terry directly, and then Nasri broke through Terry's defense with a beautiful breakthrough and scored this goal. When Wenger bought Nasri for £12 million, many people thought that the price he paid was too high, but from now on, this price is not high. At least in such a game, Nasri proved his strength with a goal. Nasri rushed to the stands with his arms open, then waved his fists at the stands, and the Arsenal fans in the stands also shouted his name loudly and cheered for his goal. Wenger waved his fist. Compared with Chelsea's attack, Arsenal's performance in this goal was much more flexible. They combined the wing and the middle, and pulled back and forth. The opponent's defense could not complement each other. In a one-on-one situation, the defender always suffers. Even a top defender like Terry can hardly defend against an offensive player of the same level in a one-on-one situation. This has nothing to do with strength, because the possibility of attack is diverse, and the defense will pay more. Nasri's goal allowed Arsenal to enter the second half with a leading advantage. After losing a goal first, Arsenal completed the reversal before the end of the first half, which greatly improved their confidence. After all, when facing Chelsea, there are only a few teams that can quickly complete the reversal when they are behind. Scolari seemed very annoyed when he returned to the locker room. He ordered Kalou and Anelka to move more on the two wings, and let Drogba retreat and pull, so that Lampard and Balop could get more opportunities to advance. Wenger only asked them to continue doing the same thing in the second half, strengthen the defense in the middle, and prevent them from cutting into the penalty area from the wing. For players like Kalou and Anelka, their crosses were far less threatening than the breakthroughs. Scolari's adjustment in the locker room did play a certain role. Shortly after the start of the second half, they completed the attack through a beautiful combination of wing and center and back row insertion. Michael and Balop passed the ball continuously. Lampard received the ball and passed it to the wing. Anelka took the ball and knocked it back to the middle again. Drogba attracted Touré away. Lampard took the ball and dribbled into the penalty area. Facing Gala's defense, he dribbled the ball to avoid a shooting gap, and then quickly shot the ball into the lower corner of the goal with his right foot in the penalty area. Fabianski made a desperate save but failed to catch the ball. Chelsea equalized the score shortly after the start of the second half. After scoring the goal, Lampard pointed to the sky with both hands. The other Chelsea players rushed forward and surrounded Lampard to celebrate the goal. "Sorry, my head is still not feeling well." Another update today. Chapter 286 Victory and the Devil's Schedule. After this goal, the two sides returned to the same starting line again. For the fans at the scene, this game has been very exciting so far. However, if there is no winner, no matter which side it is, it will be a pity. In such a stranglehold, Arsenal began to rely more on counterattacks to launch attacks, while Chelsea took the initiative to launch a repressive attack away from home. For Scolari, he thought that the current situation was very favorable for them. As long as they continued to attack, they would be able to win the game in one go. However, he overlooked one point. Chelsea's defense line was not very fast, especially when the two fullbacks kept attacking forward. Under the pressure of Los Diarra and Fabregas, Michael made a mistake. His back pass was not able to be passed to the position where it should be, but was intercepted by Yuxin in the middle. After the interception, Yuxin basically formed a single knife. He quickly passed a ball forward and was about to break through. Terry, the last line of defense, rushed over from the side. With no other choice, he used his hands and feet to knock down Yuxin. Naturally, he received the punishment he deserved. The referee showed him a red card and Terry was sent off. In the 70th minute of the game, Chelsea started to play with 10 players. Having already used up one substitution quota, Malouda replaced Drogba, who had just recovered from injury, and let Anelka play as a center forward. Scolari was forced to make a second substitution. Brazilian defender Alex came on and replaced Anelka. Anelka seemed very dissatisfied with his substitution. After all, his performance in this game was not bad, but he became the object of sacrifice at this time. Not to mention that Anelka himself has a weird temper. Even a person with a normal temper would not be able to stand it. After Anelka left the court, he walked directly into the players' tunnel. He did this more than once or twice. Scolari didn't care about Anelka's mood, but continued to pay attention to the game on the field. Wenger smiled slightly when he saw this scene. Scolari was still a little petty after all. In fact, in such a situation, it was normal to replace a striker. Malouda had just come on the court and should not be replaced. Between Anelka and Kalou should be replaced, even though he had just scored a goal, because Anelka's impact and the position of center forward were more outstanding. However, Scolari replaced Anelka. In addition to seeing Kalou scored a goal, another factor was probably old Kalou, while Anelka transferred to Chelsea last season. Such a small thought naturally seemed a little chicken-hearted. You must know that the relationship in the club's locker room is much more complicated than that of the national team. At least in the national team, if you are dissatisfied with a player, You cannot recruit him, and the impact will not be great. However, in the club, even if you don't use any players, he still has a contract with the club. Complaints will affect the atmosphere in the entire locker room. For this point, Scolari probably didn't think so deeply. Now with the advantage of numbers, the whole situation was reversed immediately. Arsenal began to press Chelsea into their own half. Chelsea, who was one man short, no longer had the power to counterattack. Drogba and Anelka, two players who could rely on their personal abilities to attack at the front, left the field one after another. Malouda could only roam on the wing. Even if Kalou had excellent skills, he could not pose much threat to Arsenal's offense because of his weak body. Under such circumstances, Arsenal's offense began to become more unscrupulous. It's a simple thing. If your counterattack makes the opponent feel nothing, then the opponent's offense will become more fierce and more confident, making your defense more difficult. No matter how good Chelsea's defense is, it can't withstand such a fierce attack, especially after Terry left the field. Their defense also lost a core force. Arsenal continued to break through the opponent's defense on both wings. Wenger even replaced Walcott with Van Persie to strengthen the impact of the two wings and the ability to grab points in the middle. Under such an attack, Chelsea's defense is 100 times better, but there is still a gap. When the game reached the 83rd minute, Arsenal took the lead for the second time in this game, which was also a goal that laid the foundation for victory. This goal itself is very simple. Arsenal's best offensive partner teamed up to complete this goal. Ribéry, who switched to the right, used a series of feints and speed to get rid of Cole's defense, and then passed the ball into the penalty area. Lee Yuxin rushed to Alex to clear the ball and shot the ball into the goal guarded by Sek. However, the reason for such an easy goal was that Arsenal's attack had already exposed a huge flaw in Chelsea's defense. Amid the cheers of Arsenal fans, Wenger stood up and waved his arms, while on the other side, Scolari kept his mouth shut and said nothing. He lost the game despite a beautiful start. Wenger, who was much more experienced than him, taught him a lesson, and Scolari, who was not developing well, began to feel that there is indeed a big difference between the club and the national team. Arsenal, who won the game with all their main players, began their celebration and rest. In December, Arsenal will face the test of the Christmas schedule, and they will suffer heavy losses in the future. Arsenal's situation this season is not very good. Although they have not suffered too many personnel losses this season, although Halep joined Barcelona, they also poached young player Nasri from Marseilles, and although Gilberto Silva and Flamini transferred away at the same time, they also promoted young midfielder Ramsey. On paper, there was no loss. However, with Van Persie's injury, they were greatly affected at the beginning of this season. Although they had defeated Manchester United before, they quickly lost to Aston Villa. From the beginning of this season to now, they have lost many games, and they have also lost to weak teams such as Fulham, Hull City, and Stoke City. They have not played any strong teams yet. If this continues, their situation will not be good. Fortunately, this time they have all the personnel to destroy Chelsea. The continuous departure of key players made their losses seem huge. There were too many young players in the team and no veterans who could hold the team in place, so naturally, there were fluctuations. If it weren't for Lee Yuxin's poor performance this season, he would have scored 32 goals so far, making Arsenal's performance stable and at a normal level. In fact, Arsenal is not without good players this season, such as Van Persie and Nasri, who all had outstanding performances. Nasri even scored twice in the match against Manchester United, shining brightly. However, they did not have much continuity, and they were involved in too much energy in the Champions League, so it was natural that their performance declined. Fabregas was injured and unable to play, which made Arsenal's starting lineup for the League Cup and the following rounds of the league seem so bland. Except for goalkeeper Almunia and veteran defender Silvestre, the other players were basically young players under the age of 25. The backline composed of Hoyt, Giroud, Silvestre and Clichy, the midfield of Song, Diaby, Denison and Nasri, the forward line of Lee Yuxin and Van Persie. Such a lineup looked really shabby. Even if there were many talented young players among them, no team could achieve outstanding results relying on a group of young players. They are considered the '92 generation of Manchester United. They have Schmeichel, Pallister, Keane and Cantona as their backbones, and they have grown up quickly. Wenger has sold too many veterans in recent years. Only 4 years have passed since the unbeaten season of the 2003-2004 season, and the unbeaten main lineup has been gone. Goalkeeper Lehman retired, Lauren Campbell was sold off on the backline, Toure was injured, Cole was poached, midfielder Silva, Pires and Ljungberg were sold off, Vieira was poached, striker Henry was poached, and Bergkamp retired. No giant club that has reached the top will be split up so quickly and so thoroughly. Under such circumstances, Wenger can still keep Arsenal in the top four. This is his ability. However, such an Arsenal actually has no hope of hitting the top championship. Just an unstable performance is enough to make Arsenal always fall short at the last minute. Facing such an Arsenal team that was obviously too young, the opponents were all wretchedly defending, making it difficult for Arsenal to move forward. Without Fabregas, Arsenal's midfield organization completely dropped a level. Although Nasri was talented, he and Fabregas were two different types of players. He was better at breaking through than organizing the attack. Arsenal's attack was still fast, but it lacked some rules. They relied more on Lee Yuxin's offensive organization, but Lee Yuxin caught a cold. Cough cough cough. Arsene, what's wrong? Pat looked at Wenger coughing non-stop and asked Wenger. It was too unlucky. Wenger caught a cold after directing the game in the heavy rain. Wenger should have been accustomed to the weather in England. But it rained too hard that day and the weather was very cold. Wenger caught a cold. Wenger's body cannot be compared with those athletes. Wenger also tried to be a professional football player. Unfortunately, Wenger's body was a little worse, so he changed his career to become a coach. After catching a cold, Wenger had already caught a cold when he returned home. Wenger felt weak all day yesterday. Fortunately, the team had a holiday yesterday, and Wenger also had a good rest at home. Today he is much better. But he just came back from the hospital. His head doesn't hurt as much as yesterday, but he is always groggy. And he keeps coughing. If there was no training today, Wenger really wanted to rest at home. The important thing is that the Premier League will be played soon, and Wenger, as the head coach, can't miss training. Even so, Wenger was late today. Normally, Wenger would arrive earlier than the players. But when Wenger arrived today, the players had already started training. It's okay. Wenger waved his hand. It's so unlucky. I caught a cold after it rained once. How are the players? Wenger was wearing thick clothes in that game, but he caught a cold. Wenger was very worried about the players' condition. The players ran a game, and they were all soaked by the heavy rain that day. Running, sweating, getting wet in the rain, and having a cold wind, it is easy to get sick. There is really one unlucky guy. I have asked him to go back. Who? Arsenal is already very short of players. After entering January, there are many injuries. Fabregas, who is highly regarded by Wenger in the midfield, has more and more injuries. Fabregas alone has more injuries than Wenger imagined. And Van Persie's condition is getting worse and worse. Nasri is constantly suffering from minor injuries. So now Wenger is very careful. He is afraid of injuries and reductions in players. Once the players are reduced, Arsenal will be really stretched. The feeling of joy at the beginning of the season is completely gone. A person you can't even imagine. It should be said that it is a person that no one can imagine. Pat said with a wry smile. Wenger was stunned. What does it mean to be a person that no one can imagine? So he looked at the players on the training ground. Looking at the familiar players on the field, he didn't see his beloved disciple Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin? Wenger looked at Pat in disbelief. Pat nodded. He will also catch a cold. Wenger asked his question in surprise. Wenger saw Lee Yuxin for the first time in 1996. It has been more than 10 years now. In all these years in the Premier League, Lee Yuxin has missed many games. But those games he missed were not deliberately thrown on the bench by Wenger. Basically, they were caused by red and yellow card suspensions. Only once did Lee Yuxin miss a game because of injury. As for catching a cold? Lee Yuxin will catch a cold? Lee Yuxin, that bastard, has a body as good as a bull. In all kinds of fierce collisions on the court, he has never been found to be injured. In the Premier League, and with Lee Yuxin's playing style, the probability of injury is very high. But except for being injured by a tackle in his rookie season, he has never been seen injured in the past few seasons. Not to mention catching a cold. Wenger's first reaction was impossible. The second reaction was incredible. The third reaction was how could the sun come out from the west? It was fucking bullshit. This kid can also get sick? Pat saw Wenger's reaction and smiled bitterly. Because Pat's first reaction at the time was the same. Lee Yuxin can also get sick? Yet, it's still a bad cold. I've asked the team doctor to check it out. I'll let Lee go home and rest." Wenger didn't know what to say. And according to the team doctor, it's probably difficult for Lee to catch up with Arsenal's game. Wenger shrugged. Arsenal has a Premier League game on the 13th. More importantly, the opponent this time is Liverpool. Arsenal will challenge Liverpool away. What will happen if they are playing against a strong team like Liverpool without Lee Yuxin? Wenger thought about it. It's just a cold. It shouldn't affect the game. Wenger had some fantasies. Because there are many players who will play when they have a cold. Even Wenger has had such players during the years he coached. It's just a cold. Although the performance is not as good as when they are healthy, it will not delay the game. With Lee Yuxin's physique, a small cold should not delay his playing. The team doctor said that Lee is in good health and doesn't have any minor injuries or illnesses. But this cold is a serious cold. It will probably take a lot of time to adjust before he can recover. Wenger heard Pat's explanation and remembered a sentence. Normally, he is fine, but when he is sick, it is a serious illness. Damn, Lee Yuxin is probably this type. He didn't know what a cold was for several years, but when he caught a cold, it was a big deal. And why did it happen at such an important moment? How can I deal with Arsenal? Arsenal's strength cannot be underestimated. And in recent games, Arsenal's performance is getting better and better. At this important moment, Lee Yuxin can't play because of a cold? It's really outrageous. Angry. What's wrong with you, kid? Wenger really suspected that the sickly person in front of him was his beloved disciple Lee Yuxin. Every time I saw Lee Yuxin, although he had a dead face, he was cool. He was in great shape. When have I ever seen Lee Yuxin with such a character? Lying on the bed. His eyes were blurred. I can't see the Lee Yuxin of the past at all. Teacher, it's okay. Lee Yuxin shook his head. This is the player who is hailed as the king. Even Wenger has caught a cold countless times since he was a child. He is not as virtuous as him. Chapter 287 Cold. Take good care of yourself. Stay at home these few days, don't go out and let people see you like this. Look at you, it's just a cold. I don't want to see you like this on the court. Wenger patted Lee Yuxin with a smile. Then he just walked out and saw Lee Yuxin's father. Coach Wenger. You came here in person. It's just a few steps away. I was just a little curious that Lee, who is in such a good body, would catch such a bad cold. So I came to see him. Hearing Wenger's words, Li Yang also laughed. It has been like this since he was a child. He usually doesn't get sick, but once he gets sick, he is very fierce. But he is in good health and should be able to recover soon. Catching a cold, what a common thing. Players catching a cold is even more common. But this has become the headline of the media. Do you think this is a joke? No. It is definitely not a joke. Arsenal and Liverpool are now ranked 3rd and 4th in the Premier League. The performances of both teams are very good, and now the meeting has attracted a lot of media attention. But before the game started, Arsenal broke the news that Lee Yuxin couldn't play because of a cold. At first, many people thought it was a joke. Some people even laughed at Wenger online. How dare they release such a clumsy smoke bomb? Lee Yuxin couldn't play because of a cold? This must be the biggest joke in English football since the 21st century. Does Wenger think Benitez will be fooled? If Benitez is fooled, then Benitez is the biggest fool in the world. It was not until Wenger himself confirmed it. And when he said that Lee Yuxin caught a cold in the rain during the game against Middlesbrough, not only would he miss the Arsenal game, but he would even miss the second game of the League Cup semi-final. People were speechless. Did Lee Yuxin really catch a cold? Would he miss the game? Even the Daily Telegraph wrote a big greeting in their football section. And there were 3 question marks. It was really surprising. Lee Yuxin caught a cold? This season, Lee Yuxin not only played 32 games for Arsenal in various competitions, but also played 5 games for the national team. It's only been half a season. Lee Yuxin has played 37 games and scored 33 goals. He started all 36 games and was never substituted early. He is the real Iron Man in the English football world. Apart from injuries, I have never heard of Lee Yuxin missing a game due to any reason other than injuries. In an instant, the news that Lee Yuxin was absent due to cold became the biggest topic in major newspapers. The same was true on the internet. It was quite funny. It was really funny. The Chinese media was also quite funny. They borrowed Zonjan's words from the previous game and began to tease Lee Yuxin. The Calabash brothers will also catch a cold. This sentence quickly became a popular phrase on the Chinese internet. Cold? Or choked? Is the eighth Calabash brother born? A Calabash brother who catches a cold. Li's cold actually attracted more attention than the game that was about to take place. The game between Liverpool and Arsenal was not as good as the news that Lee Yuxin caught a cold. This is probably the first funny thing that happened in the English football world after the start of the Premier League. Even the next opponent, Liverpool's head coach Benitez, made a joke. Lee? I've been wanting to contact the Academy of Sciences. Should I have Lee go to the academy for a thorough checkup? What is his body structure like? I even wonder if Lee has been transformed by aliens. But when I saw that he caught a cold and got sick this time, I realized that I was wrong. He is a normal human being. Benitez made a joke, and so did everyone else. Many media outlets said that Lee Yuxin was also a normal human being. Lee Yuxin really didn't play. So much so that Martin Taylor, who was commentating on the game, kept teasing Lee Yuxin at the beginning. Is it because Lee's been in too much form recently, so we want to give him a rest? A cold? Lee, this Iron Man, was defeated by a cold. So, everyone should never underestimate a cold. A cold is a serious illness. Ha ha ha. Arsenal, which was short of players, defeated Liverpool 3-1. At this moment, Lee Yuxin, who was staying at home, was drinking the ginger soup prepared by Shuo and watching the game. He was confident that he could lead the team to teach Liverpool a lesson again. However, what he didn't expect was that after a day or two, his cold not only didn't get better, but seemed to become more serious. After seeing a doctor, the doctor concluded that he should stay in bed for 2 days. He was very dissatisfied with this diagnosis. However, after knowing the news, Old Hill directly ordered him to rest for 2 days and not to worry about the next round of the league. Wenger knew that Lee Yuxin was very important to Arsenal now. It didn't matter if he was absent for a league game, but if he didn't rest well and his condition was serious and he had to rest for a month or two, while Arsenal's games would be paralyzed. Seeing that his boss had spoken, and thinking that it was not appropriate for him to sneeze one after another on the bench, Lee Yuxin could only accept the decision helplessly. He stayed in bed at home for the next 2 days. Before that, he had arranged the tactics and told Bale and Walcott to follow them. Wenger, who was in charge of the on-the-spot command, let Bale and Walcott play freely. This was the maximum preparation that Lee Yuxin could make. After a day of rest, Lee Yuxin's spirits improved a little. In fact, it was Lee Yuxin's own fault that the cold became more serious this time. He thought he could get through it, and then he didn't even take medicine. Facts have proved that taking medicine after a cold not only plays a role psychologically, but also has a huge effect physiologically. Lee Yuxin watched Arsenal's first game before Christmas in front of the TV. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Although Bale scored the first goal for Arsenal in the first half, the tactical changes of Bale and Walcott in the second half were obviously not as good as the opponent's coach. Torres' goal extended the Spaniards' goal record in the Premier League and ended Arsenal's 4-game winning streak. Lee Yuxin sighed and turned off the TV. It was a pity to lose this game. With a player's state, they should have won. It's just that the opponent played well at home, and Bale and Walcott missed several chances in the second half. They watched the team lose miserably. Lee Yuxin didn't mean to blame Bale and Walcott, but felt that he was sick at the wrong time. Damn it, wait until I get better, and then I will slowly deal with you. Lee Yuxin said in bed with gritted teeth. When Arsenal returned to London from Liverpool, Lee Yuxin's cold had already recovered. He didn't have any serious illness in the first place. He was just a little overworked recently, which led to a decline in physical fitness. He stayed in bed for 2 days and took medicine, so his cold naturally recovered quickly. Everyone, take care of yourself. Chapter 288 Christmas. However, after the league on the 21st, Arsenal had no games before Christmas, so Lee Yuxin had time to recuperate. Christmas was coming on the 25th, and Chang Wen also came to Lee Yuxin's family Christmas party at his invitation. Before the party at his home, Lee Yuxin visited the players who stayed in London and gave Christmas wishes to his teammates. Chang Wen, who stayed in London to report, was invited by Lee Yuxin to celebrate the holiday because she did not return to China for work. She also wrote a wonderful Christmas report. Living in the UK, I slowly integrated into the British society. This was not intentional, but I had to do it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. As the ancients said, when you are in Rome, follow their customs and obey their orders. We can't be idle when others are celebrating festivals. Why don't we celebrate them? We can't just watch other people's family reunions and a lively appearance. Whether it is real or fake, we celebrate the festival just for the atmosphere. With the atmosphere, there is no lack of popularity, so over the years, I have followed the crowd and pretended to celebrate Christmas once a year. Chinese people celebrate Christmas just like they celebrate other festivals, just for the sake of excitement. I remember someone said that it was originally a Western thing, a foreign festival, but when it came to China, it was sinicized and became a Chinese-style Christmas. If the Christmas celebrated by the Chinese is not original, then how do the British celebrate Christmas? I have to explain that the Poles say that the British Christmas is not traditional. So how do the British celebrate Christmas? Next is a timetable. The British Christmas timetable. 7:55 a.m. Wake up. 8:19 a.m. Open gifts. 8:39 a.m. Eat chocolate. 9:02 a.m. Eat breakfast. 9:57 a.m. Family members quarrel for the first time. 11:07 a.m. Scold the children for the first time. 11:48 a.m. Drink for the first time. 3:24 a.m. Christmas dinner. 4:58 a.m. The first family member takes a nap. 5:46 p.m. Table game time. 11:39 p.m. Go to bed. People who don't understand how other people celebrate holidays can understand the content by just looking at the timetable. I need to explain the details one by one. Why do we open gifts? Why do we quarrel? And what is in the Christmas dinner? If you don't mind, let me tell you in detail. 7:55 a.m. Wake up. This schedule is a questionnaire from a British survey company. The specific time for British people to wake up on Christmas Day is not certain, but at least it is like this in Lee Yuxin's family. For example, I will get up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, on this day, children who don't like to get up on weekdays must get up early. In the morning, they rush to the Christmas tree to find their gifts, and even the older child Yang Yang is no exception. 8:19 a.m. Open gifts. After a busy day, everyone, regardless of family age or value, generally will get a gift. The UK has a special day called Boxing Day, the second day of Christmas, which is December 26th every year, also known as Gift Opening Day. It is to give gifts during Christmas and regarded as very important. Of course, Christmas cards are indispensable. Even if you don't get a gift, you must get a Christmas card. The importance of a card in the UK often exceeds the gift itself. 8:39 a.m. Eat chocolate. This is the time to eat Christmas candy. After finding your own gift, sit down and drink some tea or drinks. Eating chocolate and candy is the opening ceremony of Christmas. 9:02 a.m. Breakfast. The British breakfast is the most famous and my favorite. To be honest, if all the food and traditional food in the UK are considered junk food, a traditional English breakfast is acceptable. And it tastes pretty good. 9:57 a.m. The first quarrel among family members. Some people say that foreigners are not humane and have no family concept. In fact, this is a serious misunderstanding, or it is a serious mistake. On the contrary, in my understanding, the family concept and traditional family atmosphere of the British are much stronger than we think. In fact, it is only better than us, not worse than us. Since I said so, why do family quarrels become the main part of the British Christmas during this period? Don't worry, don't worry. I still have something to say. Christmas is different from our going out to celebrate. Christmas in the UK is a day for family members to reunite. This is a bit like our New Year's Eve, which is called going home for the New Year whether you have money or not. The British live more independently. After children become adults, they rarely rely on their parents, and children rarely go home to visit. It's Christmas. Parents have to prepare Christmas dinner, which is a lot of annoying preparations. Children are busy outside for a year and finally come home once. Parents have too high expectations for their children on this important holiday. If you think too much about perfection, problems will arise. Inadvertent quarrels are inevitable. Besides, the nature of British people is not likely to do things that are not in line with their hearts and want to save face. If you have something to say, you say it. If you have something to say, you fart. It is inevitable that the usual resentment will explode. This time, Lee Yuxin quarreled with his wife again and argued with his father. 11:07 a.m. Scolding children for the first time. When there is a quarrel, there is an opportunity for parents to exercise their unique rights, to blame their children. It should be said that this is the commonality of parents in the world. Children with good tempers will tolerate it, and children with bad tempers will cause family wars. I also have a friend named Claire. I asked her how she spent Christmas. She said that she didn't like Christmas. There were too many quarrels in British families during Christmas. I asked her why. She got both. Anything. Anything. It is true in Li Yuxin's family, but as a Chinese, I still understand this. Haha 11:48 a.m. First time drinking no matter what, whether it is a quarrel or a dispute. Or, maybe not all British families will quarrel. However, it should be said that quarreling is a common feature of British Christmas. But in the end, everyone always has to sit at the same table to eat. Drink a little wine before dinner as a lead. Take the opportunity to chat a few words, which is also the prelude before the Christmas dinner. Then, the Christmas dinner begins. Special tips: there are two kinds of wine. Eggnog was invented by the British in the 17th century. It can be said that it is the most Christmas-flavored drink. Because the production of eggnog requires fresh milk and brandy to mix, but there was no refrigerator to freeze and preserve it in that era. Only farmers and rich people could buy fresh milk to mix eggnog, so eggnog was once only a holiday drink for people above the middle class in the UK. In addition to using brandy as the base, other strong liquors can also be used as the base of eggnog according to different people's tastes. In the United States, in order to please girls, many people like to use rum as the base, so American eggnog will be sweeter. Speaking of this, I will recall the past. I thought eggnog tasted similar to pudding at that time. I tried it excitedly, but found that it was still very strong. So I want to remind everyone that because it is mixed with brandy or other strong liquor, the after effect is still quite strong, so don't think that it looks like yogurt and drink it in one gulp. Girls who can't drink can just try it, but don't be greedy. There is also mulled wine. Mulled wine, is a very traditional hot drink in Europe. It first spread from Germany and was drunk by people around Christmas. This kind of wine is not only sold at Christmas markets, but many Europeans also make it at home. Women who can make wine are the most beautiful, right? A few friends get together, drink mulled wine at home and talk about what happened this year. It is definitely a very warm thing. The soft aroma and slightly sweet taste of wine blend into the mouth, and the more you taste it, the stronger it becomes. The first time I came into contact with this wine was at the Christmas market. Seeing the foreigners walking towards me holding a cup with a satisfied look on their faces, I thought it was cranberry juice when I was young and ignorant at that time, and immediately clamored for a drink. I was a little disappointed at the first sip, but later it became more and more delicious. Even if the London wind hit me, I didn't feel cold. The method of making mulled wine is very simple, and everyone can make it at home. 3:24 p.m. Christmas dinner. Next is the dinner: Christmas turkey and roast goose, Christmas vegetables, broccoli, blue, cauliflower, white, carrots cooked together, Christmas pudding, Christmas cake. It seems that none of them should be missing. Drinking is not just for fun, but to liven up the atmosphere and thinking. Why are there chickens and geese? In British tradition, the main dish of Christmas must be a roasted poultry. Long ago, the British people ate roast goose for Christmas. However, in the 16th century, turkey was introduced to Britain and successfully replaced goose as a must-eat food for every household at Christmas. Usually, the British stuff onions and sage into the belly of the roast turkey, so that the roasted turkey smells fragrant and you will never forget it. If a Christmas dinner does not have roast turkey, then for many people it is not considered Christmas, which shows the status of roast turkey in their hearts. The British often choose roast potatoes or mashed potatoes, as expected, the favorite of the British people, as a side dish for this dish, and sometimes carrots are also used. In addition to these, buttered sprouts with chestnuts and bacon is also a very popular side dish. Sprout is the spherical cabbage we often see in supermarkets, coated with fresh butter and paired with bacon. It tastes great. Cranberry sauce is also one of the good partners for the Christmas main course. Many people know that North America has a tradition of eating cranberry sauce during Thanksgiving. In fact, in the British tradition, it is one of the must-have side dishes for Christmas recipes. In addition to the different times of eating, the taste of cranberry sauce in these two regions is also slightly different. The American style is sweeter, while the British style is sweet and sour. However, no matter which one, it can set off the festive atmosphere of Christmas and is deeply loved by everyone. And I also learned why British people wear paper hats on Christmas. On Christmas Day, families all over the UK will sit at the dining table and eat a traditional Christmas dinner, with roast turkey stuffed with various stuffings. Regardless of age, everyone will wear a paper hat made of colored paper on their heads. It is said that even Queen Elizabeth wears a paper hat. So why is there this weird tradition? Where does the tradition of wearing paper hats come from? The answer lies in another Christmas traditional activity: Christmas crackers. Christmas crackers are paper tubes made of cardboard, wrapped with colorful colored paper on the outside, and tightened at both ends. There is a firecracker inside the cracker. When two people pull the two ends of the cracker, the two impregnated papers in the cracker will rub against each other, making a bang sound. The cracker will contain a paper crown, a famous saying or joke written on paper, and some small gifts. The history of Christmas crackers becoming a British tradition can be traced back to the Victorian period. Around the early 1850s, Tom Smith, a candy merchant in London, put pieces of paper with famous sayings in the packaging of the candies he sold. The packaging method was to tighten the two ends with paper on the outside of the candy. In the early 20th century, paper hats were also put into Christmas crackers. Soon, crackers became a traditional custom for British people to celebrate Christmas. Now, all British families will prepare at least one box of crackers to set off at Christmas. 4:58 p.m. The first family member takes a nap. Someone went home and couldn't stand the continuous festive climax. It was inevitable that the family members would take a nap. We call this a nap. In preparation for the next show, I also took a nap with them. 5:46 p.m. table game time. What to play depends on personal preference. Anyway, they don't play Three Kingdoms, but some people play this game during Christmas in the UK. It's not someone else but me. I don't have much time on weekdays, so this time I sat down with Lee Yuxin's family to play and chat. Three Kingdoms is a good game, but it takes time and energy. First, the four of us were playing Three Kingdoms. Haha, look at me. I'm so happy that I don't miss Shu, and I'm so exhausted that I can't even afford to eat. That was Lee Yuxin's victory laugh. He got the lucky cards in his hand, and his teeth were exposed from time to time. Then the four of us were playing Three Kingdoms again. Lee Yuxin's luck exploded, and the cards in his hand made the rest of us retreat again and again, sighing. It was my turn. I immediately used Peach to restore my health and immediately equipped Rattan armor to prevent any emergency. I used the equipment Red Rabbit so that they could not hit me. When I was about to dismantle Lee Yuxin's protective gear Bagua formation by crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, I saw him smile slightly and leisurely took out an invulnerable card in his hand, which made my crossing the river and demolishing the bridge a blank sheet of paper, which was useless to him. I had no cards in my hand, so I could only sigh. But fortunately, I was huge lying and activated the skill Empty City. Kill and Duel were ineffective against me. The other two immediately restored their health, used Offense as defense, and guarded against Lee Yuxin's fierce attack. Lee Yuxin first looked at it, smiled, and immediately played out of nothingness. Then he drew two more cards, and he actually touched Huge Lion Yu. He could play any kill card. Lee Yuxin laughed and said, "I am destined by heaven." Although I was not afraid, the other two were sweating on the back of their heads, checking whether the flash in their hands could withstand the damage. Lee Yuxin attacked fiercely, causing the other two to die. I was also stunned by the scene. It was only me versus Lee Yuxin. It was my turn. I immediately used Happy and Unforgettable and Bingley and Control and Lightning. I hoped that Lee Yuxin would not be unable to play or draw cards in the next game. As expected, Lee Yuxin was furious. As a result, he was hit by lightning and died. Ha ha ha. I won. Lee Yuxin had to sigh. 11:39 p.m. Going to bed after a busy day. Someone has to go to bed at midnight. Going to bed means that the Christmas program is over and the Christmas celebration ends. After explaining the timetable of how the British celebrate Christmas, we have to say a few words. In addition to Lee Yuxin's family, this timetable for British Christmas is the result of a survey of more than 4,000 British families by a British research institute. Therefore, this timetable should have the common characteristics of British Christmas. However, if you look closely, you will find that in addition to the main family reunion, the other side of the British Christmas is that quarreling is one of the main programs of the British Christmas, and it is the highlight. Why? I don't know, you have to ask the British. I asked several of my British friends, and they all said that they quarreled about everything. They didn't want to talk about the specific details, and I didn't ask more. I think this matter is the same all over the world, and it remains the same in the end. Family trivialities. Isn't our spring festival like this? Sorry, another update today. The smog in Beijing today hit me hard again. Chapter 289. Improving strength depends on everyone. In the next two consecutive league games, Arsenal will play against Villa and Portsmouth. In the first game, Yuxin did not start, and Bale played as a centre forward. Arsenal's lineup today is very interesting. Lee did not appear in the starting lineup on the front line of Arsenal. It was not Walcott who played in the front line before, but Bale, who is in the hottest state of Arsenal this season, who appeared in the centre position. The commentator was very surprised after seeing the position of Arsenal in the game. Bale? Bale is very outstanding and is another big gain for Arsenal this season. He has scored 14 goals for Arsenal in various competitions this season, but after all, Bale plays more as a left winger in Arsenal. Occasionally, he plays as a right winger and a second striker. Bale's performance in these positions is phenomenal. Even the English media has considered Bale to be the third winger after Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, and the successor to Giggs. This is already a high evaluation. Wenger has also considered Bale playing as a centre forward. Bale has many advantages as a centre forward. For example, Bale's running position is very good. Although Bale is moving from the wing to the centre, his running position ability is absolutely unique. Moreover, Bale is very fast and has excellent shooting. Of course, Bale is more outstanding in his basic football skills. Bale's foundation is very solid. Basic actions such as stopping the ball and passing the ball rarely make mistakes. These things are very important for a centre forward. However, Bale also has huge shortcomings. He takes the ball with his back to the goal. After all, Bale is not a striker. When playing as a single striker, taking the ball with his back to the goal is his biggest weakness. Bale is still very uncomfortable with taking the ball with his back to the goal. Therefore, Mancini also made some arrangements for this. If it is a counter-attack, Bale is very powerful as a striker. But in positional warfare, Bale's disadvantages are very obvious. With this in mind, Yuxin became a teacher and taught him skills. At the beginning of the game, Bale actively attacked. After the game started, he immediately entangled with the opposing centre-back. Then he looked at the position of his teammates. At this time, Bale's weakness also came out. After all, this is the first time for Bale to be a centre forward. In many aspects, he is not as good as a real centre forward. Especially in terms of taking the ball with his back to the goal, Bale is still not used to it. He was entangled with the opposing centre-back, but he had no upper hand at all. The opposing centre-back's positioning and interception were very good. Bale was almost at a loss in front of the opposing centre-back. Yuxin smiled unconsciously when he saw Bale's choice. It was indeed his first time as a centre forward, and he was quite poor in many aspects. He didn't know how to be a centre forward in the front court. Moreover, Bale was not a strong centre forward like Drogba. Bale was more suitable to be a technical centre forward. At this time, in the 31st minute, Fabregas took the ball. Fabregas pass. Fabregas and Bale cooperated well. Although Bale played the centre forward position for the first time today, it was not a problem for Fabregas. He had already thought of how Bale would choose. Of course, the same was true for Bale. The moment Fabregas took the ball, Bale had already retreated 2 steps and brought out the opposing defender. Arsenal only had Bale as a centre forward, so of course the opposing defender followed him out. However, Bale only retreated 2 steps, brought the opposing defender out of his position, and suddenly accelerated and ran to the side of the other defender. Fabregas's direct pass also found Bale immediately. Bale's run this time is very smart. Bale certainly didn't really run to the other defender, but made a diagonal run. He suddenly made a diagonal run from the other defender's side to the other defender's side. This way, there will be no offside. He can also get rid of the opponent's defender. And as long as he speeds up, Bale will have a way to break through the other defender. In a static state, breaking through the opponent head-on is not Bale's strong point. But breaking through the opponent while running at high speed is Bale's forte. Bale dribbles the ball. Bale accelerates. Bale breaks through from the other defender's side. Bale's running position and Fabregas's wonderful pass are quite good in an instant. When the other defender wants to intercept Bale, Bale's speed has already risen completely. Bale did not face the other defender directly, but accelerated from the other defender's side. The explosive power of the other defender decreased a lot, and Bale had a shooting angle in an instant. This is really the effect of speed. Bale has almost nothing to do when facing the other defender. He just uses speed to get rid of the other defender. He ran past the other defender, but because of his speed, he immediately had the angle to shoot. Bale shoots. Bale did not hesitate. When the shooting opportunity appeared, he shot directly. Goal. Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale. Gareth Bale. This is Bale's first time as a center forward, and he is still unfamiliar with many aspects. But Bale's positioning ability is really excellent. He took 2 steps back, not only to bring out the opponent's defender, but also to prevent himself from being offside. Then he suddenly cut diagonally to the side of the other defender and hit the other defender's point. The idea is too good. This positioning ability is as good as those experienced center forwards. 1-0, Arsenal led Villa 1-0 in the game. Wenger's pre-match arrangement was very effective. No one expected to put Bale in the center position. But Bale gave everyone a satisfactory answer. And Bale's excellent speed also made Villa's defense dare not move forward at will, suppressing them. Very good idea, very good change. It's really effective. Wenger's move was very unexpected, and the effect was unexpectedly good. In fact, Bale's performance so far in this game has not been very good. Bale's biggest threat on the court is deterrence. Because of Bale's explosiveness and speed, Villa's defense line cannot be too forward. Just this. The real effect is not very big. But this world judges heroes by success or failure. No matter how good Bale's performance was before, after scoring a goal, the praise for Bale will not decrease. Arsena, you bet right. Bale talked to Wenger with a smile. Wenger also smiled slightly and said, Gareth has many advantages. It has not been fully developed yet. I can't say exactly how much potential he has. But I know that he will be able to adapt to the center position. Once he can adapt to the center position, he will definitely become the best center player in world football. The best center forward. Bale didn't know. Bale now only knew to celebrate. It was not easy for him to score a goal as a center forward. But this goal was not bad. So Bale turned around immediately, and it happened that the fans in the goal stands on Villa's side were Arsenal fans. So Jin Ming pointed to the number behind him. Gareth. 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 Lee Yuxin also applauded on the sidelines. He recalled the scenes of teaching Bale in the past few days. As mentioned earlier, Bale was considered a rare Welsh talent at the age of 16, comparable to Giggs. After the training in Southampton, although he is only 17 years old now, his reputation is not small. Manchester City was able to win him last season. In addition to strong financial resources, it was also related to Bale's own ideas. What he wants now is to play games, not to be a substitute in a giant club. But now he is still a substitute, and his mentality is inevitably problematic. Moreover, he has been playing as a fullback since his debut. Arsenal has already asked him to play as a winger. If he suddenly plays as a center forward and does not perform well, you must know that this will make the player feel that he is not valued and dissatisfied. If his performance in this game is not very good, it is normal for the young Welshman to be depressed at this time. If he is still ignored at this time, then when he becomes extremely dissatisfied, it will be difficult to make him obedient. So as a qualified boss, Lee Yuxin certainly noticed this. Bale would practice 50 to 100 free kicks every day after training. This is one of his specialties. In the future, he will be able to play his own role as a winger. It is through such hard training that he can make a name for himself as a winger. He is similar to Cristiano Ronaldo. Their innate potential is not particularly good, but they relied on hard training to make up for their weaknesses and found the most correct position. It can be called an inspirational classic. Ronaldo successfully transformed from a winger who likes to show off his footwork into a top attacker, while Bale has transformed from a potential fullback into a top winger with strong attacking power. Diligence is a necessary catalyst for them. In recent days, Lee Yuxin began to teach Bale the skills of a center forward. On the first day, Lee Yuxin first said, Gareth, it is best to practice center forward according to your physical characteristics. If you have played football games, you will find that good players are basically those with strong resistance plus dribbling accuracy plus shooting power plus shooting accuracy. Of course, dribbling accuracy, shooting power, and shooting accuracy require training with a ball. When you don't have the ball, you should train your strength, including the body's confrontational strength. If you are not naturally strong, you can also train less strength and work more on flexibility and balance. For example, if you are fast in short distances, you can practice more sprinting, short-distance explosive power and physical confrontation. If you are average in speed, you can practice endurance. When you have the ball, you should practice more stopping the ball, stopping the ball and shooting, stopping the ball and turning, stopping the ball and turning and shooting. If you look at the world's top centers, they are basically top level in strength, can pass directly when stopping the ball, and then shoot. But there are also technical centers and speed type centers. For speed type shooters, their specialty is to use amazing speed to force a breakthrough in a space of 7 or 8 meters. Speed type shooters usually have excellent skills, but their speed is terrifying. When it comes to speed, the first person that comes to mind is Owen, who is known as the wind-chasing boy. In the 2 consecutive World Cups in 1998 and 2002, Owen's lightning speed troubled the Argentine defenders and won England a valuable penalty. Argentina's Messi and Francis Cisse have amazing speed, light and chic style, often running and reacting at lightning speed to break through the opponent's defense line. And they can shoot from various angles and distances, accurately and efficiently. And willing to cooperate with teammates. Statistical analysis of the special technical indicators of the outstanding forwards of world professional football in England versus Brazil in this cup. In the 39 games, Owen's goal that took advantage of the opponent's defender's mistake fully demonstrated his style characteristics. But their bodies are generally not very strong and are easily injured in confrontations. The goals are mainly concentrated on the feet, and the header ability is average. This kind of speed forward generally appears in countries that pay attention to fast and smooth play in developed football areas in Europe and South America, such as England and Portugal, while countries like Italy and Spain that pay attention to ball control and have a relatively slow rhythm often lack such forwards. And you are a good speed type. After the theory, it is the actual confrontation. In fact, the requirements for the center are very simple. He can stand in the penalty area, not lose the ball, be good at supporting, be able to counter-grab on the spot, and be able to seize the opportunity to attack the goal. He can play all kinds of high-altitude balls and ground balls. That's okay. In the past few days, this conversation with Bale did not change Bale's situation. In the following time, Bale did not do much different from usual: training, extra practice, silence. Until today's game, Aston Villa has always been an important force in the Premier League. Although their performance is not very good, they are basically not in danger of relegation every season, and occasionally they can impact the European arena. They are a team with no ambitions. It is just right for Bale to get started. Before the game, Gareth, after playing, you can pull the side to break through more on the left, but you should give the ball to the middle to let them break through, and you should also appear more in the middle because you are now a center forward. If there is a free kick in a good position, you take the penalty. Do you understand? Do it as you did during the team's tactical training: let Cesc cover you, and try to score the ball for me. Listening to Wenger's words, Bale nodded vigorously. During this period, he began to learn to be a center forward according to the training plan. Although he has not found too much feeling, he has been practicing free kicks since he was a child. He doesn't think his free kicks are worse than anyone else. In the 40th minute, the ball was passed to Van Persie, who came to the middle. Van Persie dribbled forward but was brought down by the opponent's defender, resulting in a free kick. Van Persie and Bale stood next to the ball at the same time. No one thought that the young Bale would be the penalty taker. After all, he was just a substitute before. However, the next moment, Bale once again proved his excellence with his left foot. A perfect arc ball, the ball passed over the heads of the wall in the air, and then dived into the blind corner of the goal. Beautiful free kick. The 20-year-old Gareth Bale once again showed his free kick skills. Arsenal expanded the score. It has to be said that Bale's debut at the center position was perfect. Although it was only 20 minutes, he contributed 3 breakthroughs and 2 goals. One update today, and double updates tomorrow. Chapter 290 Derby again. In the past few games, Bale's performance has made the media more hype, but Arsenal is still trying to catch up with Manchester United and Liverpool, the top 2 in the league, with 2 consecutive wins. At the same time, they have successfully reached the semi-finals in the League Cup. The opponent in the semi-finals is Tottenham, the century-old rival. Whether Lee Yuxin will play has become the focus of everyone's attention. Lee? He is still recovering from training. I don't know whether he can play or not. I can't say for sure, Wenger said ambiguously. In fact, it is just a smokescreen. Because Lee Yuxin's cold has long been cured, he has started to train with the first team. He even participated in the reserve team game, but he only played for 20 minutes. In the internal training, Lee Yuxin is already full of energy. Holding back a breath, Lee Yuxin now only wants to win the championship. Wenger also asked Lee Yuxin and told Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin will definitely start in this game. But outsiders don't know. Especially Redknapp. Arsenal's opponent in the League Cup semi-final is Redknapp's Tottenham. Redknapp is having a headache now because he can only compete for the League Cup this season. Tottenham is not Arsenal. They invested so much money, and what they want is the Cup Championship and the Champions League, but they have been suppressed by their city rivals. They can't afford to lose the North London derby. The more important the game, the more nervous he is. Lee Yuxin? This is the fastest rising star in European football in recent seasons. He can be said to be a big killer in Arsenal and shines in the Champions League. So much so that after the 2007 Champions League final, many people said that if Lee Yuxin had not been suspended, Liverpool might not be able to beat Arsenal. This is the highest praise for Lee Yuxin. Redknapp can't ignore Lee Yuxin. Whether Lee Yuxin can play or not has a great impact on Redknapp. After all, Arsenal's offensive power is completely different with and without Lee Yuxin. Once Lee Yuxin plays, Redknapp will have to make some arrangements to defend against Lee Yuxin. Similarly, if Lee Yuxin does not play, then there is another set of methods. Therefore, Redknapp looked at the newspapers and didn't know who to believe. Some newspapers wrote that Lee Yuxin had recovered and was ready to play. Some newspapers wrote that Lee Yuxin's injury had not healed, and even if he played, he would be a substitute. Redknapp certainly didn't believe what the newspaper said. But the news from Tottenham was the same. There was no clear news. Lee Yuxin has started training, that's for sure. But since Lee Yuxin recovered, he has not appeared in regular games. He just did recovery training, and even played in the reserve team game for only 10 minutes. Will he start? Redknapp really had a headache. Brian, what do you mean by Coach Wenger? Can Lee Yuxin play or not? Pre-match preparation is not easy. Therefore, Redknapp could only ask his assistant coach Brian. Brian. Kidd also shrugged and said with a smile, who knows? But it must be to create a smokescreen for us. Lee Yuxin had a fractured rib at the beginning. If he recovers faster, then it is time for him to return. But it is really hard to say whether he can start the game. And he has not played a game for a month, and his condition cannot be guaranteed. Redknapp frowned and smiled bitterly. Who cares? Make two plans, one when he plays, and one when he does not play. That's the only way. Brian. Kidd nodded. But soon said, but Harry, Lee can play on the left, the right, the center and the shadow. Mainly defend the center, and make some arrangements for the shadow. Wing? He has not played on the wing since he played as a center at Arsenal, and Arsenal has Walcott on the right and Bale on the left, so they will not let Lee go to the wing. Okay. January 7th, League Cup semi-final, White Hart Lane. When Redknapp got the starting list, he couldn't help but smile. Wenger, no matter how cunning you are, you can't hide it from my eyes. Lee Yuxin really played, and he guessed the starting lineup basically without any problems. This is much easier. Coach. In the arrangement of the starting lineup, whoever can guess the opponent's cards will have the first mover advantage. Because he can make targeted arrangements based on the opponent's starting lineup. Although Wenger played a trick and threw a smoke bomb on the issue of Lee Yuxin. But Redknapp still guessed it. In such an important game, Lee Yuxin will definitely play. His series of arrangements will come in handy. If there are some problems, it is that Van Persie will be on the bench. But Redknapp is not afraid. He has also considered Lee Yuxin playing as a center forward. Lee Yuxin has many advantages as a center forward. For example, Lee Wuxin's running position, physical condition and technique are excellent. Although Lee Wuxin moves from the wing to the middle, this does not mean that Lee Wuxin has no weaknesses. Due to Lee Wuxin's status, Arsenal's attack will revolve around him when he plays. So all they need to do is cut off Arsenal's midfield. Of course, it is difficult to prevent Lee Wuxin from threatening them with his strength, but they can minimize it. Thinking of this, Mancini is very confident. Both players have entered the stadium. There is no problem with the starting lineup, which is not much different from what everyone guessed. The only thing everyone guessed is whether Lee Wuxin can play. But we see that Lee Wuxin is in the starting lineup. I believe Arsenal supporters will be very happy. Because Lee Wuxin has finally returned to the field after a month of absence. Let Arsenal's attack power rise to a higher level. Mortensen said very accurately. When Lee Wuxin appeared on the scene, Arsenal fans were very happy. Lee. They all shouted Li Wuxin's name. And Li Wuxin has always been a very outstanding player in the strong dialogue, and he is their king. Arsenal fans now see Li Yuxin appear. Of course, they cheered. Huh? Li Yuxin looked at the field and breathed a long sigh of relief. Half a month made Li Yuxin feel suffocated, and now he finally returned to the field. Li Yuxin did not go to the center position as everyone imagined, but went directly to the right. Arsenal's formation today is interesting. Let's take a look at the positions of Arsenal players. Walcott appeared on the front line and played the center position. Fabregas and Ramsey formed a defensive midfielder combination, and Rosicki played the front midfielder. Bale went to the left and Lee went to the right. Yes, Li Yuxin did not play on the left side, which he was most familiar with, nor did he play the center position. Instead, he played on the right. Mortensen was very surprised, and Redknapp was even more stunned. Among all the possibilities he had imagined, there was no situation where Li Yuxin played on the right. In his opinion, Wenger should have arranged Li Yuxin to play as a center forward, and Bale and Walcott to play on the wing. How did it become like this now? Although Li Yuxin played on the right side in the youth team, it was only a few times. After joining the Arsenal adult team, he rarely played on the right side. He just occasionally switched positions with the right wing players during the game. I didn't expect to go directly to the right side today. Beep, 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 the referee blew the whistle to start the game. The semi-final of the 2008-2009 English League Cup officially began at the Emirates Stadium. The two teams in the game are Arsenal and Tottenham, a pair of enemies. I believe it will be an exciting game. Before the 1996-1997 season, Arsenal and Tottenham's record was 53 wins, 29 draws and 48 losses. The Gunners only had a slight advantage with 5 more wins. In October 1996, Wenger officially took over Arsenal. Since then, Arsenal, whose style of play has changed from traditional British to gorgeous ground defence, has completely dominated the North London derby. In the following 14 years and 34 derby battles, Arsenal has suffocated Tottenham with 16 wins, 15 draws and 3 losses, and the only 3 victories were all achieved at White Hart Lane. This means that Wenger's Arsenal remained unbeaten against Tottenham at home, and after Lee's rise, he successfully achieved a league double kill against Tottenham from the 04/05 season to now. We can see the suppression of Tottenham by the Professor and Lee. Tottenham starting lineup: 4-4-1-1. 1 Gomez/32 Hector, 2 Houghton, 3 Bale, 39 Woodgate/22 Joel Lucas, 6 Huddlestone, 8 Aines, 5 Bentley/14 Modric/9 Pavlyuchenko. Arsenal starting lineup: 4-3-3. 1 Almunia/3 Sania, 10 Guerra, 18 Sylvester, 22 Clichy/14 Walcott, 4 Fabregas, 15 P. Denison, 8 Nasri, 3 Bale, 9 Li Yuxin. At the beginning of the game, Redknapp was still very bloody. Facing a strong team like Arsenal, they are ready to fight to the death. Tottenham is ruthless, but Arsenal is not to be trifled with. Tottenham kicked off first. Modric passed a ball to Bentley. Bentley passed a ball to Pavlyuchenko. Pavlyuchenko, Bale came to defend. Pavlyuchenko passed the ball. Fabregas intercepted the ball. Tottenham was really awesome today. They were not afraid of Arsenal at all. After the game started, they did not stabilize first. Instead, they started to attack directly. However, no one let go, and Fabregas intercepted the ball immediately. Fabregas passed the ball to Lee, who retreated to receive the ball. Lee made a long pass. This ball was passed very accurately and directly to Bale. It was true. Li Yuxin's ability in this regard was also unique. He did not even look behind to see Bale's position, and just turned half a turn to pass the ball, and the ball was passed to Bale. Bale looked at Li Yuxin's pass and also observed Woodgate and Joel Lucas. Wenger's decision to let Li Yuxin play on the right was not without purpose. It was not to surprise Tottenham. Wenger is not that kind of coach. Wenger prefers to keep things constant in the face of change. But today Wenger let Bale play on the right because of his expectations for Bale and his hope to catch Tottenham's 2 high defenders off guard with Bale's speed and to use Li Yuxin's impact to defeat Tottenham's left wing. He will switch positions later, and of course Jidong will help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Beating Tottenham. Joao Luca is fast, fierce in defense, and sharp in attack. But he also has many problems. That is, he is easy to lose his position, his defensive actions are too fierce, and he is easy to be easily passed by others. Although Bale's small skills cannot be compared with those of South American players, his action frequency is very high, his explosive power is very strong, and his sprint speed is fast. Players like Joao Luca will not be afraid of ordinary technical players. Because he has strong explosive power and fast speed, he can react in a short time. But if he encounters a player who is more explosive, faster, and more technical than him, he will be completely stupid. He is even worse than those defenders with mediocre abilities. Because Joao Luca has always relied on his explosive power and body. Bale stopped the ball with his right foot and directly passed Joao Luca. Joao Luca ran too hard. Joao Luca reacted quickly, he rushed over again. Bale led the ball with his left foot, and passed Joao Luca again. Bale was very calm. First, he saw Joao Luca coming over, and stopped the ball beautifully with his right foot, and directly shook off Joao Luca who came over. But Bale did not take the next step immediately. Instead, he saw that Joao Luca, who had been dribbled past, came over again, led the ball forward with his left foot again, and dribbled past Joao Luca again. Both times were simple dribbles, but Joao Luca was easily dribbled past. This also completely exposed Joao Luca's shortcomings. The defense is very fierce, but it is easy to overdo it. He was panicked and dizzy by Bale's simple two dribbles. Bale is speeding up. After dribbling past Joao Luca for the second time, Bale immediately accelerated. Because Bale had completely shaken off Joao Luca could no longer defend himself. Therefore, Bale ran directly into the penalty area. Bale would come over to defend Bale passes back. Bale shoots. Goal. 1-0. 1-0. 1-0. The game started only 53 seconds ago, and Arsenal took the lead. Bale's goal put Arsenal 1-0 ahead of Tottenham. Half of the contribution to this goal should belong to Lee. Lee was so calm that he was able to pass the ball to Bale, who was advancing in his own half. The field of vision was very wide and the passing power was very moderate. Lee Yuxin excitedly ran to high-five Bale. Gareth, the League Cup championship is inevitable. It's ours. Yes, I always believed so. The two were already leading by 1 goal at the beginning of the game, and they were very happy. The goal came too fast. This goal will definitely disrupt the pre-match deployment of both sides. I believe no one thought that the ball would come so fast. I don't know what choice the two sides will make at this time. Yes, neither side thought of it. But Arsenal, who scored the goal at this time, was more at ease. After all, Arsenal was leading and had more choices. After Wenger came to Arsenal, Arsenal's style of play has changed many times. But in the final analysis, as mentioned earlier, the team's overall style of play has only changed twice. Now that they are leading, Arsenal has many options. Lee Yuxin, Walcott, and Bale. They are all players with amazing speed. Therefore, Arsenal slowly play defensive counterattacks again. Of course, Arsenal's defensive counterattacks are somewhat different from Mourinho's. After all, Wenger is a coach who wants to stick to the technical flow. Even if it is a defensive counterattack, he wants to play something more elegant. But Lee Yuxin didn't think so much, he just wanted to teach Tottenham a lesson. Therefore, after Arsenal slowly retreated to defend, Lee Yuxin also ran desperately in the front court to defend. For Lee Yuxin, who has good physical strength, as long as Lee Yuxin uses his speed and body, even if he is not a dedicated defensive player, he will bring damage to Tottenham's offense. After all, Lee Yuxin's explosive power is too strong, his speed is too fast, and his body is strong. If the opponent is not careful, Lee Yuxin will be next to him. Lee Yuxin works so hard, it is not easy for others to watch. After all, Lee Yuxin is now Arsenal's top player. Even Lee Yuxin is so desperate, who else in Arsenal wants to be the boss? Therefore, Walcott and Denilson followed Lee Yuxin to run actively, and the midfielders Bale and Fabregas were the same. At this time, some shortcomings of Tottenham were also seen. The front court is very strong in attack, but they are all small players. They are all well-known players in European football, but they are not Messi after all. Although Arsenal's offense is very strong, its defense is much weaker. But after all, Arsenal is also a strong team. When it really needs to defend, there is not much running space and passing space left for Tottenham. Tottenham does not have an air tyrant in the penalty area, but they are all small players. Since they are small players, they must use their breakthroughs and passes to enter Arsenal's dangerous area. But the problem now is that Tottenham can never get into Arsenal's penalty area. Tottenham is getting more and more anxious. This season, they have nothing in the four majors. If they don't win the League Cup again this time, then this season is really a failure, and they lost to Arsenal, their mortal enemy. Modric, Bale tackles. Tottenham players were anxious, and the players controlled the ball more in a hurry. Nasri was like this. Nasri was a bit sticky to the ball, and now he was in a hurry. His problem of sticking to the ball was even worse. He didn't pass the ball directly when he dribbled the ball. Instead, he dribbled a little more and let Bale go up and make a tackle. Bale can run. Bale's defensive ability is not very strong, but because he can run and his physical fitness is not bad. Therefore, this time the tackle was very accurate, and he tackled both the player and the ball. The ball was poked by Bale and rolled to Fabregas' feet. Fabregas, take the ball. Seeing Fabregas take the ball, Lee Yuxin suddenly ran from the right to the middle. Fabregas, back heel. Lee Yuxin passes the ball. Fabregas went to the left, but Touré stared at him firmly. Fabregas couldn't get rid of at all. But Fabregas saw Lee Yuxin running from the corner of his eye. So with a light back heel, he passed the ball to Lee Yuxin, who was coming in from behind. This was the case this time. Yuxin saw Fabregas pass and Lee Yuxin's run. He reacted very quickly and came to defend Lee Yuxin immediately. He didn't let Lee Yuxin have a chance to counterattack. But Yuxin reacted quickly, and Lee Yuxin reacted even faster. Lee Yuxin saw Yuxin when he got the ball. So Lee Yuxin kicked the ball to the left a moment Yuxin came forward, and then he immediately ran from the right. Lee Yuxin's kick was not very powerful, but because Yuxin was accelerating to defend, he rushed a little fiercely. Then Lee Yuxin accelerated from the right. In just a moment, Lee Yuxin had already easily separated the ball and shook off Yuxin, who came to defend. Yuxin rushed too fiercely at this time, and it was too late to defend Lee Yuxin. He could only watch Lee Yuxin run past him. After shaking off Yuxin, Lee Yuxin's speed continued to increase. Counterattack. Speed is required when counterattacking. At this time, Tottenham was in an offensive state, so after Lee Yuxin got rid of Yuxin, Tottenham's midfield had been completely penetrated. Lee Yuxin was facing Tottenham's defense line directly at this time. After Lee Yuxin passed Yuxin, Tottenham's left-back Bayer ran back desperately. Because Bayer is an assist-type full-back, he just ran forward to participate in the attack. At this time, seeing Lee Yuxin, of course he ran back desperately. His position is now empty. Lee Yuxin also saw it. So Lee Yuxin immediately went to the right. Joao Luca saw Lee Yuxin's running and immediately came to fill Bayer's position to prevent Lee Yuxin from breaking through from the right. But just as he moved, Lee Yuxin, who seemed to be going to the right, immediately kicked the ball to the middle of Woodgate and Joao Luca with his left foot. Then Lee Yuxin also ran to the middle of Woodgate and Joao Luca. Joao Luca immediately realized that he was fooled. Lee Yuxin was not going to go to the side, but was clearly going straight to the middle. It's just that Woodgate and Joao Luca's defensive distance was not far, so it was not so easy for Lee Yuxin to break through. Therefore, Lee Yuxin played a fake move, a sleight of hand, to transfer Joao Luca over. Joao Luca is still too young. Joao Luca is only 23 years old now, and he was born in 1986. Attacking players at the age of 23 can play to their heart's content. But if a defensive player is 23 years old, unless he is a genius like Nesta, he must have a lot of problems. Lack of experience is a very big problem for defenders. If Lee Yuxin's choice just now was made by an experienced defender, he would not care whether Lee Yuxin went to the wing or not. He and Woodgate could have retreated to the middle, protected the position of the inside line, and prevented Lee Yuxin from easily entering the penalty area. Then wait for other defensive players to come to help, instead of going over to fill the position himself. Because in this way, the space in the middle is too large. He was transferred by Lee Yuxin this time and was completely fooled by Lee Yuxin. When he and Woodgett discovered Lee Yuxin's idea, they immediately wanted to close the door, but unfortunately they had lost the best opportunity. Because Lee Yuxin didn't give them this chance. Lee Yuxin was too fast. He broke through before they closed the door. After breaking through Woodgett and Joaluka, there was a flat field in front of Lee Yuxin. Woodgett and Joaluka tried their best but couldn't catch up with Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin, Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin broke through Woodgett and Joaluka, and Lee Yuxin has entered the penalty area. Lee, dunk with your left foot. Lee dribbled past Gomez, and there is an empty goal in front of Lee Yuxin. It's an empty goal. Lee shoots. Goal. Chapter 292 Hope Ahead. In this way, this North London derby turned into a massacre. After Lee Yuxin returned to the centre position in the second half, Arsenal opened fire. The firepower of the Arsenal was not in vain. The final result was 6-0. Arsenal made Tottenham lose hope of the final in just one round. At the press conference after the game, Wenger also boasted of winning the championship. After finally ending the press conference, Wenger shook hands with Redknapp and wished each other good luck. Wenger left the press conference hall. But just as he walked out of the hall, he saw a staff member of the club waiting anxiously there. "Oh no, Professor, Gareth vomited blood." "What? Bale vomited blood?" For Wenger, this was like a bolt from the blue. He immediately suppressed all the winning games, championships, and other messy things, because he knew better than anyone how much Arsenal would lose in terms of combat effectiveness after losing Bale. What's going on? Why is he vomiting blood? Wenger rushed to the locker room anxiously. The staff member followed closely behind. "I don't know either." Just after the celebration, he returned to the locker room and started coughing violently. He coughed up blood, which scared us all to death. The team doctor and Mr. Fryer are treating him, and then they asked me to come and inform you as soon as possible. Wenger was very anxious and asked questions, but his steps were getting bigger and bigger. He knew that the staff member was just here to send a message and didn't know anything, so it was best to rush to the locker room as soon as possible. With a bang, Wenger said that he pushed the door open, but it would be better to say that he broke the door open and came in, which scared everyone inside. "What's going on? How is Gareth?" Wenger asked with a concerned face. Everyone at the scene could feel Wenger's concern. He always cared about his players. He would be anxious if anyone was injured. Moreover, before training every day, he would first understand the team's injuries and the physical condition of the players. This was his long-term habit. So at this moment, everyone would only feel that Wenger's concern was from the heart, not fake. Wenger looked around and came directly to the side of Fryer and others, looking at Bale. The Welshman didn't look like a big deal. His face was normal, everything was the same as usual, except that he looked a little tired. "How is it?" Wenger asked with concern. Chris, who was squatting to treat Bale, stood up and shook his head and said, "Nothing serious. Nothing serious." Wenger's expression was full of shock. "You can say nothing serious even if you vomit blood." Chris shook his head and laughed, patting Wenger on the shoulder. "Professor, vomiting blood doesn't mean it's a big problem." Wenger still trusted Chris very much. After all, everyone had cooperated for so many years, and he felt relieved. "Then tell me, what is the problem? What treatment do you need?" Bale watched from the side, and his heart was warm. Not to mention him, even other players felt warm when they saw it, because Wenger cared about them from the bottom of his heart, instead of blindly treating players as cold pawns and tools of the game like some head coaches. "No big problem, just need to rest." Our initial judgment is that his problem should be that after a long period of running, his body temperature rises, his capillaries expand, and his blood vessel walls become thin. After the game, he celebrated wildly and then suddenly stopped exercising. After a pause, Chris shook his head and laughed. "You can guess, such a large amount of exercise, the body can't bear it." Wenger was relieved after hearing this. Since Chris can explain all these tricks, it should be fine. "I was scared to death. I thought this guy was going to rest." Everyone laughed immediately. "But no matter what, Chris, go to the hospital with him for a detailed physical examination. Also, give me a detailed physical report of every player in the team tomorrow," Wenger explained seriously. Chris nodded heavily and called Bell. The two walked out of the locker room one after the other, preparing to go to the hospital for a detailed physical examination, which would also be more reassuring. After sending the two away, Wenger glanced at the group of guys, then looked at the clothes full of grass clippings and stains in the distance, and shook his head angrily. You all be careful, boys, there is a league in 3 days. The unexpected episode gave Arsenal players a false alarm, but the big victory made Arsenal fans ecstatic, but Tottenham fans were going crazy. According to the British Daily Mail, a Tottenham fan who was serving a sentence in prison was very angry when he learned that Arsenal had bloodbathed Tottenham. He made a scene in the prison and knocked over 12 policemen to vent his anger. The Tottenham fan is Charles Bronson, 61 years old. In 1974, he broke into a post office and took hostages armed. He was sent to prison at the age of 22. Because of his constant participation in prison fights, Bronson had to be transferred to prison more than 150 times. As a result, his sentence was repeatedly extended to the current life imprisonment. He is now serving his sentence in a prison in Yorkshire. Although Bronson has been in prison for 40 years, he is an out-and-out Tottenham fan. Like other Tottenham fans, he hates his arch-rival Arsenal. When Arsenal beat Tottenham 6-0, Bronson was furious. He smeared butter all over himself and started to make a scene in the prison. As many as 12 police officers were knocked down by Bronson, and the police finally dispatched more people to subdue Bronson. He later revealed the incident in a letter to his ex-wife. Bronson wrote, "I really want the whole city to win because I am a Tottenham fan. I smeared butter on my body, and then the weather became gloomy. I seemed to see Ronnie's face again, which was a bit scary. I know things are a bit crazy, but I am relieved that Ronnie has always been there." Bronson is a complete violent maniac. He has participated in at least 10 prison fights during his past years in prison. In 1999, Bronson held his art teacher hostage for more than 44 hours because he criticized his sketches. As a result, Bronson's sentence became life imprisonment. He even claimed that he had held more hostages than former Iraqi President Saddam. Bronson, who advocates violence, still does more than 2,000 push-ups every day to exercise. Although he has been serving his sentence in prison, his body is extremely strong. This is also the reason why it is difficult for the police to subdue him when he goes crazy. Although Bronson's life is full of violence and failure, it is surprising that he became a painter during his long prison career. His paintings are surreal and are relatively popular in the market. Today, a painting by Bronson can usually be sold for more than £1,000, and Bronson's works can often be seen in some galleries in the UK. Lee Yuxin was also in tears and laughter when he saw the news. These Tottenham fans are too crazy. In the league 3 days later, Arsenal won again. In the evening, Lee Yuxin also told Wilshere and Ramsey about his improvement during the holiday training. "Keep steady. Hold on. Yes, yes. The central defenders in the Premier League will push you hard from behind. At this time, your body must be able to withstand it. You must never be pushed down by them. Heading requires the strength of your waist. Practice leg strength in the afternoon." Lee Yuxin's first Premier League season ended, which can be said to be very perfect. Lee Yuxin scored 14 goals for Arsenal throughout the season, helping Arsenal win the FA Cup, League Cup and Champions League. It can be said to be very satisfactory. Many fans have even begun to call Lee Yuxin the new Gun King. It can be seen that Lee Yuxin has conquered Arsenal fans in one season. But Lee Yuxin is not satisfied. What is a FA Cup and League Cup championship? How can a Champions League be enough? As he changed Arsenal's fate of not winning the championship for many years, Lee Yuxin's ambitions are getting bigger and bigger. Lee Yuxin is pursuing the Champions League and the Premier League. Moreover, Lee Yuxin knows that many players perform well in the first season, but they will not perform well in the second season. Because they encounter the so-called rookie wall. That is because many people are not familiar with you and do not understand your technical characteristics. This includes players and opposing coaches. It is precisely because everyone is not familiar with you that you perform well in the first season. But in the second season, everyone is familiar with you and will focus on understanding you. There is no longer any secret about your technical characteristics, and there is no more suddenness for opponents. At that time, they will arrange according to your characteristics. This will limit your performance. This is the emergence of the so-called rookie wall. Of course, Lee Yuxin does not think that he will have a rookie wall. Lee Yuxin relies on continuous efforts to break through the rookie wall and continuously increase his offensive means. Let the opponent not fully understand himself. The same is true in the Premier League. Lee Yuxin played so well in the first season, and next season Lee Yuxin will definitely be the focus of defense for all teams. If Lee Yuxin doesn't work hard, his performance next season might drop significantly. That won't work. To break the rookie wall, Lee Yuxin seems to have the same method. He still needs to increase his offensive means. Let the opponent not figure him out. Therefore, although it is summer break time, Lee Yuxin dare not relax at all. He is ready to continue to increase his offensive means. Wenger talked to Lee Yuxin at the time and told him that he would let him play as a striker when necessary. However, Lee Yuxin has many problems playing as a striker. The biggest problem is that he is not good at taking the ball with his back to the goal. One is that although Lee Yuxin's strength is good, he is far behind in fighting with his central defender. Then, after Lee Yuxin takes the ball with his back to the goal, he is still very immature in handling the ball. These are all related to Lee Yuxin's background as a side player. Lee Yuxin is not a striker, so he has not practiced this aspect. In order to make up for this, Lee Yuxin added some training to himself in the summer. That is to train his collision ability, increase his body strength, and the muscle strength of his thighs. This is all to enable him to fight with the opponent's defender in the penalty area. Although it is a holiday, Lee Yuxin practices almost every day. Get stronger. This is Lee Yuxin's biggest wish at present. Therefore, Lee Yuxin is very hard-working. In order to train Lee Yuxin, he also hired a physical coach, a technical coach, etc. These are all teams hired by Lee Yuxin himself. They will arrange Lee Yuxin's training according to Lee Yuxin's physical condition. Finally, Lee Yuxin told several juniors that the key to success lies in hard work. Jorge, you are here. Lee Yuxin found Mendez just after the morning training. Lee Yuxin is busy, and Mendez is even busier. With Lee Yuxin's amazing performance in Arsenal for several seasons, Lee Yuxin has become a star that the entire world football community pays attention to. After all, no matter how Arsenal has fallen in recent years, it is still a Premier League giant. As Arsenal's top player, Lee Yuxin's market value can be imagined. As Lee Yuxin's agent, Mendez has a lot to consider and negotiate. He has been running around the world these days. Lee Yuxin hasn't seen Mendez for a long time. Lee, this is a new contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, we will sign it. Mendez had just finished discussing Lee Yuxin's contract with Arsenal club, and he came to Lee Yuxin without stopping. In fact, Lee Yuxin's contract was just signed in the summer of last season. It is impossible for a player's contract to be renewed after only 1 year. Many players' new contracts will be renewed after at least 1.5 to 2 years. But there are exceptions. That is, the player's performance far exceeds the club's imagination. Just like when Messi emerged in Barcelona in his previous life, he signed a new contract almost every 6 months. He has signed several new contracts in a row in the past few years. The reason is that Messi's performance is getting better and better, exceeding everyone's expectations. So much so that after about half a year of signing the contract no longer matched Messi's performance and Messi's status. So Messi's agent, that is, Messi's father, has a simple job in Barcelona. That is, after signing a contract, he starts negotiating a new contract. In this way, Messi's salary exceeded 10 million euros a few years later. However, no one questioned Messi's frequent signing of new contracts. Because Messi's performance is there. Messi's strength is there, and Messi's status is there. Messi's strength and performance are fully qualified to get such a salary. The same is true for Lee Yuxin. Although Arsenal gave Lee Yuxin the highest salary of £100,000 when it renewed Lee Yuxin's contract last summer, there are also a lot of other concessions, including the share of sponsors, the share of jersey sales, the share of image rights, etc. But this is far from enough for Lee Yuxin's contribution to Arsenal last season. Who could have thought that Lee Yuxin would perform so well? In the second season of the centre, Arsenal scored more than 40 goals for Arsenal and brought Arsenal 3 championships. There has never been such an outstanding newcomer in the history of the Premier League. So now there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing Lee Yuxin. Real Madrid has already begun to contact Lee Yuxin's agent. Barcelona, using its good relationship with the Arsenal club and its relationship with Mendez, is also contacting Arsenal to see if they can introduce Lee Yuxin. As for the wealthy Manchester City, they are also trying to woo Lee Yuxin. Even Manchester City has released the news. As long as Lee Yuxin is willing to come to Manchester City, Manchester City is willing to offer Lee Yuxin a weekly salary of £220,000, and Chelsea is also willing to pay a high salary. This makes Arsenal very alert. So Mendez has a lot of bargaining chips in this negotiation. And Arsenal must keep Lee Yuxin. Not to mention Lee Yuxin's contribution in the competitive arena, even his financial contribution is far greater than any other player. So Arsenal made a lot of concessions this time. Lee Yuxin looked at his salary. It reached £135,000, which is the highest salary in Arsenal. Although it cannot be compared with the superstars of other Premier League giants, there is no player in Arsenal whose salary can compare with Lee Yuxin. Then in terms of other aspects of the share, Arsenal has given up a lot. Give Lee Yuxin a few % more share. This money is not less at all. It has increased Lee Yuxin's annual income by several £1,000,000. Including the salary, Lee Yuxin can get about tens of millions of pounds from Arsenal every year. The income he gets from the club is counted in the entire Premier League. But Arsenal doesn't care. Because they pay Lee Yuxin so much money, but Lee Yuxin earns tens of millions of pounds for Arsenal every year. Jorge, I think it's about right. You can sign him. Lee Yuxin is only 23 years old now, but Lee Yuxin has his own plans for his career. Lee Yuxin has his own ideas about transfers. Lee Yuxin will not transfer easily. After all, he still has many dreams. Today's update: this chapter supplements the previous protagonist playing as a center forward. Chapter 293 Heavy burden. But it is still very difficult for Arsenal. Now Lee Yuxin is working with Christian Wu's economic personnel, and they showed Lee Yuxin a document, obviously, with the acquisition of bank loans, the completion of the Emirates Stadium, the development of Highbury Square apartments and the increasing profits year by year. The total assets of the Gunners have been steadily increasing in recent years. The total assets slowed down financing after the 2007-2008 season because the financing quota was sufficient for the club's ongoing projects. This figure stayed at £830 million from the 2007-2008 season to the end of the 2008-2009 season. For a football club, this is very large, so some wealth lists will rank Arsenal third after Manchester United and Real Madrid. From another perspective, if Arsenal did not have the plan to build a stadium and did not take on a large debt, then it is certain that Arsenal would not be ranked so high. If you want to know the actual value of a club, total assets are an important parameter, but actual value is not equal to transaction value. As Wenger said, due to some intangible factors, a player who was originally worth only £5 million will usually be transferred for £10 million or even higher. There is also the possibility that the other party will lower the fair value of £10 million to £5 million. If the club is traded as a player, the same principle applies. Careful fans will notice that since the 2006-2007 season, Arsenal's current liabilities plus long-term liabilities, that is, total liabilities, have been as high as £600 million. Is this number wrong? Arsenal actually owes so much money? This is correct. Whether it is based on the original data on Arsenal's balance sheet or calculated using the first accounting equation of assets equals liabilities plus owner's equity, Arsenal's total liabilities are indeed as reflected in the data. Here is an indicator to measure whether the financial situation is healthy, which is the debt-to-asset ratio. From the data, it can be seen that Arsenal's debt-to-asset ratio in the past 5 seasons is between 72% and 78%. Taking the 2008-2009 season as an example, Arsenal's debt-to-asset ratio is current liabilities £314,096 plus long-term liabilities £292,748, total assets £833,409 x 100% equals 73%. Different countries have different concepts about debt-to-asset ratios. China generally believes that the ideal debt-to-asset ratio is above 40%, while European and American capital powers believe that the ideal debt-to-asset ratio is around 60%. Arsenal's high debt ratio of more than 70% shows that the club's operating policy is not as conservative as people think. One thing that needs to be distinguished here is that the real indicator for measuring a club's debt is not the total debt after current liabilities plus long-term liabilities, but the net debt, long-term and short-term bank loans plus long-term and short-term bonds, current bank deposits, current cash. Didn't Hill would come out and reveal with great joy that Arsenal's net debt after this season was only £200 million, £297 million on May 31, 2009. Compared with Manchester United's net debt of £716 million and Liverpool's net debt of £237 million, which has not yet built a stadium, Arsenal looks really good. But there is another more important point, that is, the current liabilities in the data, debts to be repaid within 1 year. The two major parts of Arsenal's current liabilities are bank loans, 1.29172 billion in 2008, mainly short-term loans for the construction of Highbury Square apartments, and deferred income, 1.21092 billion in 2008, mainly uncollected installments for sold real estate projects. Among the current liabilities, other current liabilities such as accounts payable and Social Security benefits are often rolled over cumulatively. This is just an indicator and does not have much practical significance. It does not mean that Arsenal must repay the current liabilities of 3.14096 billion in the 200,809 table within a year. Generally speaking, as long as the club can ensure continuous operation and have a considerable amount of current assets, it does not need to worry too much about the repayment of current liabilities, unless one day the club announces that we will not sell our apartments but wait for decades to appreciate, or that we will stop building the properties we are still building halfway through and let them become unfinished buildings. This is impossible. The current ratio is an indicator to measure a company's short-term debt repayment ability. However, let's calculate Arsenal's current ratio, taking the 2008-2009 season as an example. Current assets 323,864 / current liabilities 314,096 equals 1.03. Generally speaking, the normal current ratio should be maintained at a level of about 2:1, but Arsenal is only nearly 1:1. Although this indicates that the club is in a period of rapid growth, it also shows that it faces considerable pressure to repay debts in a short period of time. In fact, the real debt repayment pressure for the company is those mandatory debts. Arsenal mainly pays the principal and interest of short-term bank loans. It is precisely because of the huge amount of mandatory current liabilities that Arsenal needs to repay in a short period of time, although not as scary as the total current liabilities of more than 300 million, but the 120 million of short-term bank loans is still real. When the debt matures, due to insufficient funds, the club usually raises new debts to replace the old debts. I believe that in recent seasons, Arsenal should repay current liabilities between 20 million and 30 million each year, which puts a lot of pressure on the financial situation, resulting in a lot of money to repay current debts every year and being very stingy with player transfer funds. This is the main reason for Arsenal's sluggish transfer market. The bulk of Arsenal's current liabilities, short-term bank loans and deferred income, all come from Highbury Square apartments, so it can be said that real estate has caused a lot of harm. Cash determines purchasing power. In fact, Arsenal has a lot of cash after each financial year. In the 2007, 2008 and 2008-2009 seasons, it was as high as £90 million. However, not much of the transfer budget actually allocated to Wenger is used because most of it is used to repay short-term debts and various expenses. So if the club wants to spend a lot of money to buy players, sell all the Highbury Square and recover all the purchase money first. Therefore, I don't expect Arsenal to invest 40 million or even 30 million in transfers per season in the past 3 years. Moreover, Arsenal now needs to sell players in the transfer market to control salaries. Although the total salary is not low, it is not high for each individual. They really need to save more money in the future. Although their situation is much better than in the past, so much debt is real. Yuxin has created more economic value for them, allowing them to earn tens of millions of pounds more in a season. By selling players, they saved more than 13 million euros in salary expenses. Winning the 2006 Champions League allowed Arsenal to earn in nearly 10 million more in broadcasting fees than in history. But compared with a debt of nearly 320 million, this money is still a drop in the bucket. Yuxin remembered, if you want to choose the most profitable club in Europe in your previous life, Arsenal must be one of the candidate answers. According to Arsenal's annual financial reports in the past 5 years, their ability to make money is impressive despite their good performance. In 2006, Arsenal's pre-tax profit was £13.7 million. Just 1 year later, the Gunners made a pre-tax profit of £51.2 million, a 274% increase in operating profit. It should be noted that this was the first season at the Emirates Stadium, with matchday revenue of £90.6 million, equivalent to £3.1 million per game, almost double the £44.1 million at Highbury the previous year. In 2008, although Arsenal's profit was slightly lower than in 2007, it still reached £36.7 million before tax. According to The Times, Arsenal was already the third most profitable club in the world at the time. In 2009, Arsenal continued their money-making pace, with a pre-tax profit of £45.5 million British pounds. It was reported that the reason for Arsenal's sharp increase in profits this year was related to the development of the Highbury Square real estate project, in which they sold 208 private homes that year. If you think Arsenal's ability to make money has reached its peak, you are wrong. Arsenal's 2010 annual financial report shows that their total operating income for the year was £379.9 billion, and the pre-tax profit was as high as £56 million, both of which set new records for the group's financial records. The sales of Highbury Square also continued to be strong, with a total transaction volume of 362 units, 154 more than in 2009. It is worth mentioning that in 2009, Manchester United only made a pre-tax profit of £48.2 million after selling Cristiano Ronaldo for €94 million. In fact, in addition to making money, Arsenal's performance in the past 5 years has also been pretty good. In 2006, 2007 and 2009, they were fourth in the Premier League, and in 2008 and 2010, they were third in the Premier League. Championship does not mean efficiency. Real Madrid's £400 million revenue and profit are only half of the Gunners. Arsenal has not won a league championship in the past 5 years, but they have good economic benefits. This is almost unimaginable for other big clubs, because teams like Chelsea and Inter Milan, even if they win many championships, their ability to make money is hard to praise. In other words, good results do not mean good benefits. According to Deloitte data, when Chelsea won the championship in the 2004-2005 season, its annual revenue of €221 million ranked only fifth in the European revenue list, but their transfer investment that year reached €140 million, plus more than $100 million in wages. The Blues had no profit at all. The following year, they continued to win the championship, with annual revenue reaching €283 million, but their ranking dropped one place to only sixth. When they won the championship in the 2009-2010 season, Chelsea's revenue was €256 million, and they also ranked only sixth. However, their wages this season have reached €172 million, plus more than €20 million in transfer investment and other expenses, so there is no need to say how much surplus they can have. Let's look at Inter Milan again. Although they have achieved 5 consecutive championships in Serie A, their annual income is very bleak. In the 2005-2006 season, their annual income was €188 million, ranking 7th. After removing the 2006-2007 season, the €177 million dropped to 9th. In the 2007-2008 season, the €173 million dropped to 10th. In the 2008-2009 season, the €197 million rose one place to 9th. In the 2009-2010 season, Inter Milan won the treble, and their income also increased significantly to €225 million, but they still ranked 9th. Gazzetta dello Sport once had a statistic that in the 2007-2008 season, Inter Milan invested €23.6 million. In the 2008-2009 season, Moratti spent €97.6 million, and in the 2009-2010 season, Moratti spent another €65 million. Counting the annual salary expenditure of more than €100 million, they had a larger surplus in the treble season, and the other seasons were not enough to cover their expenses. In fact, not only are teams like Chelsea and Inter Milan not as profitable as Arsenal, but even Real Madrid, which ranks first on the Deloitte income list, had a pre-tax profit of less than half of Arsenal in 2010. Real Madrid's total revenue in 2010 was €439 million, the highest annual income team in the world, but their pre-tax profit was only €31 million. According to annual income statistics, the annual income of major giants is mainly composed of 3 parts: match day, broadcasting and commercial development. In 2010, Arsenal's match day income was €114.7 million, broadcasting income was €105.7 million, and commercial development was €53.7 million. Compared with the top 5 teams in the annual income list, Arsenal's 3 incomes are not an advantage, but why can they have more annual pre-tax profits than many teams? This has to do with Wenger's unique way of making money. In his previous life, Wenger once said in an interview with Sky Sports, Arsenal is definitely not a club that makes money by selling stars. As the professor said, selling stars is not Arsenal's main source of income, but Wenger's insistence on player training policy not only saves the club transfer expenses, but also increases transfer income to a certain extent. This is a young Arsenal. The average age of the team's lineup is often lower than expected. In a Champions League match at the end of 2009, the average age of the Gunners' 18-man list was only 20.3 years old, setting a record for the lowest average age in the Champions League. Among these players, many were cultivated by Wenger and his scout team after they bought them at low prices in other leagues. For example, goalkeeper Szczesny, the transfer fee he paid to Arsenal was almost negligible. Another example is the team captain Fabregas. When Wenger poached him from Barcelona, he only paid Barcelona €700,000 in compensation. Now, Fabregas's value has exceeded €40 million. Will Shearer, who won the Best New Player this year, is also a young man trained by Arsenal. Of course, although Wenger does not admit that Arsenal makes money by selling stars, they do earn a lot in this regard. For example, when Henry joined Arsenal from Juventus, Wenger spent £14 million, but when he sold him to Barcelona, the Spanish team paid £21 million. Another example is Eder. Wenger only spent £8.8 million to buy him, while Manchester City paid £25 million to buy him. What's more amazing is Toure. Arsenal introduced him with zero transfer fee and finally made a full profit of £16 million by selling him. Wenger is addicted to thriftiness. His investment in 5 years is only 1/3 of Chelsea's. Wenger does not have a boss like Abramovich and Moratti, so he cannot get the pleasure of buying players wantonly in the transfer market. However, Wenger is a coach that all bosses will be assured of. Not only does he not spend money recklessly in the transfer market, but he always considers the owner's saving glory. The Premier League has been spending a lot of money in recent years, especially Chelsea and Manchester City, who have been leading the way for 2 or 3 years each. In the 2005-2006 season, Chelsea spent £80 million on players. Although Arsenal also invested £40 million, they earned £22 million from selling players, so the net investment was only £18 million, which was even less than Everton. In the 2006-2007 season, Arsenal became the only team among the 4 giants whose investment was less than the output. They spent £13 million on buying players and earned £14 million from selling players. In contrast, Chelsea and Manchester United spent £80 million and £24 million respectively. Even Liverpool spent £42 million on buying players. In the following summer, Wenger's performance was even more amazing. Manchester United invested £90 million, Chelsea invested £50 million, Liverpool invested £70 million, and Arsenal also spent £26 million. But in the end, their transfer profit was as high as £24 million. According to statistics, in the past 5 years, Chelsea has invested £300 million in the transfer market, Manchester United has invested £200 million, and what is even more terrifying is Manchester City. After Manchester took over the City Stadium, they spent more than £300 million in 2 years. In the tide of burning money, Arsenal did not follow suit. In the past 5 years, Wenger has been frugal in the transfer market and has only spent £100 million in total. In other words, compared with Chelsea, Wenger saved the team £200 million. Compared with Manchester United, Wenger saved the team £100 million. And compared with Manchester City, Wenger saved even more. You know, this is just the savings in transfer expenses. In addition to considering the transfer market for the club, Wenger also did a good job in balancing the team's salary system. When renewing contracts with many players, Wenger would intervene. Those who wanted to ask for high salaries would basically be kicked out. This season, Chelsea's salary is as high as £172 million, Manchester City's salary is £133 million, Manchester United's salary is also £120 million, and Arsenal ranks 4th at £110 million. Another update today, mainly because the financial data is too complicated. Chapter 294, No Escape. Christian Wu then handed over an evaluation report, and Lee Yuxin found that it was similar to his memories of his previous life. In 1999, Wenger participated in a joint letter to the board of directors to propose a plan for building a new stadium. Today, Arsenal has moved to the Emirates Stadium for 5 years. Compared with Highbury, which has a glorious history of 93 years, this stadium with a capacity of 60,000 people has not brought any championship to the team. However, few people know that the construction of the Emirates Stadium by Arsenal is of far-reaching significance. At that time, the club's managing director Edelman said, "Our goal is to build Arsenal into a European giant. If we move into this stadium, the dream will come true." Wenger is also a supporter of the new stadium plan. "I can't quite remember when I proposed to build a stadium to the board. It may be after we won the double championship in 1998. When Arsenal moved into the new stadium in 2006, the professor excitedly said, 'Either we take the risk of building such a stadium, or we die in the competition.' For a while, I was crazy about the new stadium. In fact, since the Gunners moved into the Emirates Stadium in 2006, the club's operating income has skyrocketed. In the 2006-2007 season, which was the first season at the new stadium, the operating income reached £200.843 billion, an increase of £63.6 million, a staggering increase of £63.6 million, mainly due to the match day income of the new stadium, mainly tickets, and the Highbury period. The year-on-year increase was nearly £50 million. In addition to making great progress compared to itself, Arsenal's operating income in the 2006-2007 season also surpassed Manchester United's £1.678 billion and Chelsea's £1.528 billion, ranking first in the Premier League. In the 2007-2008 season, Arsenal's revenue increased by £22.17 million compared with the previous year. The reason for the slowdown in growth is that Arsenal's ticket prices have naturally been unable to continue to rise after a sharp increase in the previous season. In addition, the financial crisis has caused the real estate market to slump, causing the club's real estate operating profit to fall from £15.2 million in the previous season to zero. However, in the 2008-2009 season, the Gunners' operating income reached £313.339 billion, an increase of £903.69 over the same period last year, an increase of 40%, and a record profit after tax of £35.23 million. The operating income can achieve a pole vault thanks to the sales revenue of nearly £88 million from Highbury Square Apartments. Highbury Square Apartments, you heard it right. These apartments were rebuilt on the old stands of Highbury Stadium and turned into an apartment building with 725 apartments. The housing prices range from £250,000 to £1.5 million per unit. Although the price is not cheap, it is a dream for Arsenal diehards. As Steve, who has been an Arsenal fan for 30 years, said, "In the first week of moving in, I couldn't sleep at all. The only thing I could do was to put my face against a glass window and look out in order." From Highbury Stadium to Highbury Apartments, this is not the first business practice of Arsenal Club, but in terms of influence and scale, Arsenal has taught us all a lesson. Obviously, with the acquisition of bank loans, the construction of the Emirates Stadium, the development of Highbury Square Apartments and the increasing profits year by year, the total assets of the Gunners have been steadily increasing in recent years. In the Football Club Value Rankings released by Forbes in August 2009, Arsenal ranked third after Manchester United and Real Madrid, with a total value of $1.2 billion and a total income of $349 million, but the debt ratio was as high as 107%. However, after paying off the loan for Highbury last year, the debt ratio fell to 41% in the latest club value rankings released in April 2010. The new stadium generates an annual repayment of £18 million, and the team's expenditure is limited and audited every year. It is true that although owning the Emirates Stadium did not make Arsenal impoverished, but on the contrary, the operating income has exploded, but the Arsenal club's salary is not high and there is no big spending on buying players. The Emirates Stadium should indeed pay part of the bill for this. The loan for the transformation of Highbury began in 2006. In order to transform the old stadium Highbury into apartments, Arsenal borrowed £135 million from the bank. However, this loan has been repaid in 2010. If interest is not calculated, Arsenal has to repay an average of more than £34 million in the past 4 years. The Gunners borrowed £260 million from the bank to build the Emirates Stadium. In Arsenal's initial opportunity, the Highbury apartment project would have no problem paying the Emirates Stadium loan as long as it was properly managed. However, Due to the impact of the financial crisis, the apartments were not selling well and the nearly £200 million loan to build the Emirates Stadium could only be repaid annually by mortgage. Of the £260 million, £210 million are fixed-rate bonds due in 2031, and the other £50 million are floating-rate bonds. The base interest rate is fixed, with a maximum repayment period of 25 years. After moving into the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's £260 million loan entered a 25-year installment period, with an annual interest rate reduced to 5%, which means that the Gunners have to repay at least £18 million a year for this. Together with the Highbury loan, Arsenal has had to repay at least £52 million of debt on average each year over the past 4 years. In this way, Arsenal must accept an annual repayment capacity assessment and report to the bank their annual transfer market spending. It is precisely because of the strict supervision that Arsenal's control over wages in the transfer market can be understood. Because if the team's income and expenditure are unbalanced, it may lead to the inability to repay the loan. If this happens, it will immediately go bankrupt and liquidate, and heavy blows such as relegation and points will follow. Although for Arsenal, who are good at making money, repaying £18 million is not too stressful. The Times optimistically predicted, one raise, £17 million per season, no problem, but the Times also reminded Arsenal that there must be at least 55,000 people in attendance per game, otherwise the annual repayment of £18 million will still be a considerable pressure. After the end of last season, Arsenal's average attendance was 59,921 people per game. It should be noted that the Emirates Stadium can accommodate 60,000 people, which is a figure that is almost full every time. The season ticket price of the Emirates Stadium is as high as £1,800, equivalent to nearly 20,000 yuan, ranking first in the Premier League, but such attendance and high ticket prices must be linked to the team's performance. Lee Yuxin also remembered several major drawbacks of Arsenal summarized by the media in his previous life. The Gunners, who are burdened with high debts, are stretched to the limit in transforming the team. Arsenal's transfer market has no big names. Wenger is careful in calculating the transfer market. As the cost of the Emirates Stadium jumped from the initially estimated £150 million to £470 million, the club had to extend the loan repayment period and seek financial balance in the transfer market. According to data from the German media transfer market, in the previous 9 seasons, Arsenal's average net investment in the transfer market was £4.21 million. In contrast, although Manchester United made a net profit of £80 million from the sale of Ronaldo, its average net investment per season was £14.71 million, which is 3.5 times that of Arsenal. In August 2011, the British Media Transfer League website announced the transfer income and expenditure of major Premier League clubs in the past 9 years. As a result, Arsenal ranked last. Arsenal's financial balance is closely related to their continuous sale of core players in the team. For example, the 3 captains Vieira, £13.7 million, Henry, £16.1 million, and Fabregas, £35 million, brought the team £64.8 million in revenue. On the other hand, the Gunners are very careful in buying players. According to Wikipedia data, the 3 most expensive players in the team are Arshavin, £15 million, Chamberlain, £15 million, including additional terms, and Herleb, £13.26 million. Due to additional terms and many confidential transfer fees, it is still unclear who is Arsenal's top bidder. But it is an indisputable fact that Arsenal has never spent more than £20 million on buying players. Although Transfermarkt set Reyes' transfer fee at £30.8 million, the media generally believe that he only cost Arsenal £10.5 million, and the additional clause could reach up to £17 million. After the 2008 European Cup, Wenger was attracted by Arshavin, who became popular overnight, but Zenit's price of £23 million for Arshavin forced Wenger to postpone the plan to buy the Russian to half a year later. Sure enough, even though Zenit has always adhered to the bottom line of £20 million, at the last moment of the winter transfer window, Arsenal finally succeeded in buying him at a low price of £15 million, which shows its penny-pinching nature. Van Persie cost £2.75 million, Alexander Song got it for £1 million, and Chamakh got it for 0 transfer fee. These are all cheap goods bought by Wenger after careful calculation. However, Wenger, who is short of money, is not always successful in Teobeo. For example, in the summer of 2009, they had a special liking for Fiorentina's defensive midfielder Melo, But because Juventus offered £18 million in cash plus Marchioni, the Gunners lost the battle without suspense. In early 2010, Wenger once hoped to win Fulham defender Smalling, but just when he was hesitating whether the £7 million was worth it, Ferguson launched a lightning offensive. It is reported that the transfer fee was £7 million, which could reach £14 million according to traditional terms. For any club selling players, the higher the other party's offer, the better. From this aspect, Arsenal is not a good buyer, not as generous as Real Madrid and Manchester City. Arsenal's salary level makes it difficult to attract big names. Although the Emirates Stadium was not completed and opened until July 2006, in fact, since 2003, Arsenal has had to cut back on expenses because of this huge project, with a total cost of £470 million. In the preseason preparations for the 2003-2004 season, the club even let the players take the cheapest Ryanair flight in economy class to Austria. Since 2004, Arsenal has begun to strictly control the salaries of players. Campbell, who joined the team as a free agent in 2001, once became the highest paid player in the Premier League with a weekly salary of £100,000, but in 2004 he had to accept a salary adjustment of half his salary. Not every Arsenal player can tolerate the team's strict salary system. Ashley Cole has become the most unforgivable money slave in the hearts of Gunners fans, but legendary goalkeeper Seaman confirmed that Ashley was treated wrongly by the club. The media revealed that in the summer of 2006, Cole and the club reached a contract of £60,000 per week in advance, but then the club went back on its word and was only willing to pay £55,000. At this time, Chelsea offered an attractive condition of £100,000, and the two sides hit it off. Flamini was also forced to leave because of low wages. Arsenal promised him a pre-tax salary of £55,000 per week, about £33,000 after tax, but AC Milan's after-tax salary was nearly £70,000. Wenger said helplessly at the time, "We have a debt of £360 million, so we must respect the salary structure, otherwise we may collapse. Although Flamini left, I will find a solution." In the 2010-2011 season, Arsenal's total salary expenditure was £100.7 billion, about 50% of Barcelona, ranking 10th in Europe, but Arsenal's total operating income was as high as 5th. This summer, Arsenal's new contract with Nasri stipulates that his weekly salary will rise to £90,000, but Manchester City's condition is £185,000. No wonder even Wenger thinks that Nasri's job change for a higher salary should be understood. Clichy, who joined Manchester City before Nasri, also received a great increase in salary income, from £58,000 to £100,000. Assuming Arsenal breaks the wage balance just for Nasri, then Van Persie, Wilshere, Vermaelen and others will certainly ask for a pay rise in the future, and Arsenal's annual wage bill will go up a level, which is also the reason why Wenger prefers to buy young players. They have low wages. Due to the huge salary expenditure and debt, Wenger dare not spend money to buy players. Wenger said, "Wage expenses will remain at the same level until the debt for the stadium is paid off." Wenger does not want to bring a heavier salary burden to the team after spending a huge amount of money on signings. "Once we pay off the debt, then our wage expenses will be higher. We will never be able to dominate the transfer market, because it not only costs money to buy players, but also pays them salaries." Veterans stick to the principle of one-year contract. The Gunners refuse to pay for the risks of veterans. Arsenal players already have low wages, and the veterans in the team have to endure one-year contracts without guarantees. Although Manchester United also implements this policy for veterans, Ferguson fully trusts veterans and is more humane and flexible in specific operations, allowing Giggs, Scholes and Van der Sar to play their remaining heat at Old Trafford for a long time, while it is difficult to find such veterans in the Arsenal team. After all, not everyone can be as easygoing as the loyal Bergkamp. Unwilling to provide long-term contracts for veterans, this is more conducive to the team's free disposal of its own liquidity and not letting veterans occupy too much salary space. Many players were driven away by this policy. In May 2006, Pires signed a 2-year contract with Villarreal for a weekly salary of £50,000, bidding farewell to Arsenal, where he had played for 6 seasons. Before that, he had a protracted negotiation with the Gunners, hoping to renew his contract for 2 seasons. At that time, Pires' weekly salary was £45,000, but was ruthlessly rejected by the club. The same is true for Sol Campbell, another contributor to the 49-game unbeaten streak. At the golden age of 31, he joined Portsmouth as a free agent. The other party gave the Iron Guard, who had been selected into the Premier League's best team of the season 3 times, a 2-year contract with a weekly salary of £50,000. As a result, Campbell lived up to expectations. In the 3 years with Pompey, he played 95 league games and won the 2007-2008 FA Cup as captain. Not all veterans fell out with Wenger because of contract expiration. The club's drastic salary cuts for veterans also forced many veterans to leave. In the summer of 2010, central defender Gallas wanted to sign a 2-year contract with a weekly salary of £80,000, but Arsenal chairman Haywood quickly responded, "Our plan is far from Gallas's requirements, which makes it difficult for us to continue negotiations." The Daily Mirror revealed that Arsenal was only willing to pay him £40,000 a week. The Iron Guard, who had played 101 times for Arsenal, joined the arch-rival Tottenham Hotspur as a free agent in a fit of anger. Although the contract was still signed for 1 year, the media revealed that his weekly salary was £55,000. After joining Tottenham, Gallas became the team captain for a time with his outstanding performance, and Tottenham renewed his contract with him for 2 years, until it expired in the summer of 2013. It can be said that Arsenal's difficult period is still inevitable. Historically, he has learned from Ji-dong that it was not until 2013 and 2014 that Arsenal signed Ozil, Sanchez and Seck successively, and then they regained their confidence. Arsenal's hard times in the past 2 years are inevitable, but how much role can he play? Another update today, mainly to hope that everyone understands the situation of Arsenal's difficult period. Financial difficulties were the key to Arsenal's initial powerlessness. The professor is really amazing. Chapter 295, Restoring the 442 Formation. With thoughts, in 2009, Arsenal played 442 formation again due to injuries. In Wenger's view, Lee Yuxin, a Eurasian, is definitely a typical striker with high football IQ. His receiving, running and scoring abilities are amazing. His physical fitness is even better. He has the toughness of Europeans and the flexibility of Asians. His body pulling, turning speed, dribbling skills, running, goal sense and ability to control opportunities are all excellent. He can be called a perfect striker. Due to injuries, once the formation changes to the double forward and 4 defenders, Lee Yuxin, who returns to the double forward combination of 442, is even more frightening. The reason is simple. Arsenal's midfielder has excellent ability to create opportunities, plus it has opened up the side channels, and Lee Yuxin is famous for his efficient scoring. At that time, Arsenal is bound to trigger an offensive frenzy. And the result is the same. In the February game, Lee Yuxin scored 12 goals and 6 assists. In the March League Cup final against Manchester United, the controversy came with Lee Yuxin's performance. This matter has almost no impact on Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin's time is spent on training. How can he have time to care about what the outside world says about him? So the media is hyping it up, and he is just training in a closed environment. Although the goal content of the League Cup final is low, the opponent is Manchester United. This game is very critical and important. Lee Yuxin must not only prepare for this game, but also for the entire second half of the season. In the second half of the season, the Champions League entered the knockout stage, and the league competition became increasingly fierce. He needs to maintain a good enough state. In the first half of the season, Lee Yuxin scored 11 goals and had 3 assists in the league. If this number is normal for Lee Yuxin, then his performance in the Champions League is terrifying. He scored 8 goals in the group stage alone. In some seasons, the final Golden Boot winner of the Champions League only scored 8 goals, but now he has scored 8 goals in the group stage of the Champions League. He actually scored in only 3 games, 2 hat-tricks and 1 double. This number makes him far ahead in the Champions League scorer list. European media believe that as long as Lee Yuxin plays normally, there is no suspense that he will become the Golden Boot scorer for 3 consecutive seasons in the Champions League. Cristiano Ronaldo, who ranks second in the scorer list, has only scored 4 goals, and Lee Yuxin's number of goals is twice as much as his. However, now in Europe, there is also such a saying about Arsenal and Lee Yuxin, that is, Arsenal relies too much on Lee Yuxin, and the entire tactic is formulated around Lee Yuxin, especially after Fabregas was injured, and the game is completely based on Lee Yuxin. The whole team is serving Lee Yuxin, so Lee Yuxin scores a lot of goals. But Lee Yuxin reached the peak of his personal performance, but he still couldn't help Arsenal win a significant championship. What does this show? It shows that this tactic can't bring Arsenal a championship, League Cup championship, FA Cup championship? That thing is simply worthless in the eyes of the European media. How convincing is this championship? So after relying too much on Lee Yuxin, Arsenal didn't win the championship, but Lee Yuxin's personal performance was very dazzling, and he became a hot player in the whole of Europe. This is completely useless for the team. As for Lee Yuxin, those who discredit him also have something to say, that is, Lee Yuxin, you can only play well if you are parasitic on the system of the whole team, but you still can't help Arsenal win the championship. What does this show? It shows that your strength is not as strong as the data shows. Lee Yuxin has participated in the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons and the Europa League, which was suspended for more than half of the season. In these 2 seasons, he was the Champions League Golden Boot and the Champions League Best Forward. If nothing unexpected happens this season, with his current performance, it will not be a problem for him to win the Champions League Best Forward and Golden Boot for 3 consecutive years. But, while he is constantly gaining personal honors, can he lead Arsenal to a breakthrough in the Champions League? This is very debatable. There is a view now that Lee Yuxin's personal ability is very outstanding, which is beyond doubt, but how much help can he bring to the team as a whole? It's hard to say. In the past few seasons, with his current performance, he will naturally be placed with high hopes. Not only by media reporters, but also by fans. Especially the fans. Arsenal fans may not be satisfied with seeing Lee Yuxin score every week, but in the end Arsenal still returned from the Champions League and the league. They are now demanding more and attach great importance to the team's performance. Domestic cup competitions are not worth mentioning at all, because Arsenal is already unable to compete in the Premier League. If he wants to win the championship, he can only win the cup competition, but the League Cup and the FA Cup cannot be said to be worthless, but after all, they have limited gold content, right? All eyes will fall on the Champions League. The second half of the season will become very critical. If Lee Yuxin still cannot lead Arsenal to win the Champions League, everyone's patience with him may be exhausted little by little. This is just like when Mackay was in Bayern. After joining Bayern as the European Golden Boot, he scored more than 20 goals in the league every season, but he did not bring any championship to the team. He was booed by Bayern fans at home. When he was replaced by Tony, no fans even missed him or complained for him. If you can't bring enough championships to the team, then Mackay's yesterday is his future. This is the pressure of a wealthy club like Arsenal. It is not enough for you to perform well. With Lee Yuxin's status, he should take on more responsibilities. Everyone cast their eyes on Lee Yuxin, wanting to see what performance he can bring in the second half of the season. Ordinary people may have felt tremendous pressure under so many eyes, but Lee Yuxin did not. The views and comments of the outside world will also cause discussions within the team. Arsenal players all believe that the European media's evaluation of Lee Yuxin is unfair. The team's performance is not the responsibility of one person, and the pressure of winning the championship cannot be put on Lee Yuxin. So Arsenal can't let Lee Yuxin take the blame for not winning the Champions League. On the contrary, without Lee Yuxin, we might not even make it to the Champions League semifinals. So what does Lee Yuxin think about this? Of course, it's my responsibility that we were eliminated in the group stage last season. When answering reporters' questions, Lee Yuxin gave an answer that surprised his teammates. Wenger kept emphasizing that the team's elimination was not the responsibility of a certain player, but the responsibility of the entire team. The honor belongs to the team, so the pain and responsibility of failure should also be borne by the entire team. But Lee Yuxin took all the responsibility on his own head. Therefore, I cancelled my vacation last summer and used all my vacation time for training. Wenger, who was standing aside, was smiling at Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin is one of the players who has the strongest desire to win among all the players Wenger has ever seen. Wenger is aware of Lee Yuxin's desire for the championship. And Wenger likes to have such a player under his command. Wenger has trained many disciples in Arsenal for more than 10 years. There are more than 1 or 2 players who have become world-class superstars under Wenger. Henry, Vieira, and Van Persie in his previous life have all reached their peak, as well as Ashley Cole, Ljungberg, Pires, Adebayor, Kolo Touré and other powerful stars. However, the disciple that Wenger admires the most and Wenger's favorite is definitely Fabregas. Wenger's appreciation for Fabregas is higher than Henry, Who has the highest achievement among Wenger's disciples? Because Fabregas has the highest talent and is most in line with the core of Wenger's heart. But Wenger's favorite disciple Fabregas also has big problems. The biggest problem is that Fabregas lacks a strong heart. In terms of willpower and ambition, he is not as good as Yuxin. Moreover, Fabregas is even weaker than the average player and has a weak will to play. This is also a constraint for Fabregas to become the world's top midfielder. Yuxin can definitely become the top center forward. Chapter 296 League Cup Final Battle. So Wenger made full preparations before the game, but did not put too much burden on the players, hoping that they could let go of the pride of the previous double killing of Manchester United. However, unexpectedly, at the beginning of the game, Manchester United took advantage of a set-piece opportunity, and Cristiano Ronaldo's elevator ball directly broke through Arsenal's goal. At that time, it was only 3 minutes after the kickoff. This sudden goal completely defeated the Arsenal players and made them completely panic. Then, the traction and pulling of the trident in the front played a role. Scholes made a long shot after a forward insertion in the 6th minute, breaking through Arsenal's goal again, rewriting the score to 0-2. In the 11th minute, Berbatov scored again with a long shot, 3-0. At the critical moment, in the 24th minute, Yuxin used a corner kick to beat Vidic's header to score a goal for Arsenal. The sudden 3 goals completely flustered Arsenal. Wenger saw the chaos of the team clearly on the sidelines, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down and kept giving instructions and adjustments to the players on the field, especially in freezing Manchester United's defense. Gall's and Touré's teamwork became more and more tacit. Once the team's formation stabilized, their defensive ability was immediately reflected. In the midfield, especially the recent outstanding Lost Diarra, he also tried his best to defend. As soon as he saw that Arsenal had stabilized the situation, Ferguson, the old fox, also smiled and signaled the players to stabilize and slowly look for opportunities. He knew Wenger's calculations very clearly in his heart, and knew that Wenger must want to win. Now that he had 2 goals in hand, he simply changed his way of grinding to see who could beat whom. Many times, the victory or defeat of a game depends on the head coach's guess of each other's thoughts. There is no doubt that in this game, Wenger really lost to his old enemy Ferguson. Arsenal were almost worn out in the first half, especially when the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. Ferguson was so happy. Haha, we're going to win this game. Ferguson seemed extremely excited. Arriving at the locker room of the Millennium Stadium, have you admitted defeat? Only Wenger's words, this calm, even a little cold words, lingered in the locker room, in the hearts of every player, asking them over and over again. Admit defeat? Since Wenger took over Arsenal more than 10 years ago, the word admit defeat has disappeared from Arsenal. They never admit defeat, and they never admit defeat. Even if they lose, they must take revenge. Will they admit defeat now? But thinking of the poor performance in the first half, the players couldn't help but feel ashamed, because their performance was like admitting defeat in advance, and they were beaten to pulp by Manchester United, with no morale at all. Facing Wenger's question, every player lowered their heads, ashamed to face their head coach, and sat silently. Yuxin lowered his head even lower, especially after hearing Wenger's words. He even wanted to dig a hole to bury himself, because he had been with Wenger for so many years, and he had never admitted defeat, no matter when he had admitted defeat. With his fists clenched tightly, the veins were exposed, and the German, who clenched his teeth, ignited a rage in his heart, a rage against himself and his enemies, especially when he saw the captain's armband on his arm. When Wenger handed the captain's armband to Yuxin, he didn't say much, but the cherished expression made Yuxin very clear that Wenger was putting a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and he was the flag of Arsenal. Yuxin grabbed the captain's armband on his arm with a heavy slap, and he stood up suddenly. No, boss, I won't admit defeat, never. Yuxin said loudly. Yes, I will never admit defeat. Van Persie also stood up. Bale also stood up immediately. I hate Cristiano Ronaldo so much, I will never give in to him even if I die. Me too. Me too. The players stood up one after another, shouting loudly. Finally, the whole locker room was filled with the shouts of all the players, we will never give in. Wenger looked around at the players, and was very excited. At least these people's actions proved that his efforts for the team over the past 2 years were not in vain. At least it proved that the current Arsenal has the shadow of the previous iron-blooded division, inheriting the character of the team. This is a team that belongs to me. Wenger thought of this with a surge of enthusiasm, and suddenly a surge of fighting spirit, a fighting spirit that would fight Manchester United even if he had to die in battle. Then we will go out and fight them. Even if we die, we will die on the road of attack. Even if we lose, we will bite off a piece of meat from Manchester United, make them pay the price, and make them dare not look down on us and underestimate everyone in Arsenal. Good. The players shouted in unison. Then, Wenger began to arrange according to Ji Dong's suggestion. In the first half of the game, to be honest, you didn't play that badly, Wenger said. Although this was meant to cheer up the players, as Wenger said, Arsenal's play in the first half of the game was not that bad. Now the score is 1-3. Rather than saying that Arsenal played badly, it is better to say that Manchester United played better. We must strengthen our offensive in the second half. Our offense in the first half was quite threatening, but the offensive efficiency was too poor. Van Persie, you can be more active. Is there any problem in the second half? Van Persie was panting. Hearing Wenger criticize him for not being active enough, Van Persie was angry. He didn't look up, but just said to indicate that he was fine. Wenger looked at this player who gave him a headache. Van Persie's temper was indeed difficult to manage. Wenger was relatively tolerant of Van Persie. The talented Van Persie seemed to be born with a bad temper. Arguing with opponents on the court and committing fouls because of being hot-headed, Van Persie was used as a training material by Wenger more than once in his first season at Arsenal because of his immaturity. Fortunately, Wenger always saw Van Persie's football talent and gave him strong support when he was in trouble, which led to Van Persie's current achievements. In this regard, Van Persie had previously publicly expressed his gratitude to Wenger. Whether I perform well or not, the coach is very honest with me. He and the team helped me a lot when I was in trouble. I just want to focus all my energy on football. Although he expressed his gratitude to Wenger, and it was a heartfelt thought, this hot-tempered player still couldn't control his temper when he heard the criticism. Fortunately, Wenger knew Van Persie well. It was just that this player was just like this. He was not polite to go against him, so he didn't take it to heart. However, Wenger still decided to give Van Persie a knock. If you can't do it, I will replace you, Wenger said with a serious expression. Van Persie spoke. Coach, I know. Wenger found himself in trouble. His players seemed to lack fighting spirit. Wenger began to realize that if he didn't raise the morale of the team, then even if he arranged the tactics well, he couldn't save the team from defeat. You know, the scene of Arsenal's double victory over Manchester United is still vivid in people's minds. In this game, Arsenal was determined to maintain the record, but the score of 1-3 at halftime seemed to have discouraged the players. So, Wenger did not explain the tactics first. Since the players did not listen, there was no point in continuing. What are you thinking? He asked. Although the situation is very bad, we still have hope of a comeback. Why do I feel that you have lost your fighting spirit now? No one answered his question. Lee Yuxin opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He also felt that the team's morale was a problem. As the captain of Arsenal and the soul of this team, he reminded himself that he must not admit defeat and compromise. Before Lee Yuxin could speak, Wenger continued to explode. What time do you think it is now? Wenger, who was a little angry, couldn't help but raise his voice. It's a matter of life and death. There are still 45 minutes left. The game will be over. You have already admitted defeat in advance? In another 45 minutes, if we are eliminated, this season, we will not be able to compete for a championship. He slammed the table hard, and the noise made everyone look up. In fact, Arsenal has never taken the League Cup seriously, but when the opponent of the League Cup final was Manchester United, Wenger decided that no matter what, they could not lose to Manchester United in the League Cup. If they continued to lose to Manchester United, it would be a greater blow to Arsenal's morale. If things went wrong, Arsenal would have a shadow when facing Manchester United in the future. You all admitted defeat, right? The difference of 2 goals made you cowardly, didn't you? Wenger's voice was still rising. Do you think you are playing football for me? Bastard. It is the most terrible to fail like that without the courage to fight. Do you still want to give up? Do you still think so? Who still thinks so? Tell me he has no courage to fight. Then get out. I don't want such a player. Those fans outside won't agree either. Wenger threw off his suit in anger, pointing at the door and roaring, which scared everyone. You should know that Wenger is not the kind of coach who roars in the locker room. When Wenger roared so angrily, it can be seen how angry this head coach is. They pay to watch the game, they support you, they regard you as heroes. They love you. Wenger kicked the door. In the second half of the game, do you die like a bear or fight like a man? It's your choice. After saying this, Wenger slammed the door of the locker room. He was about to leave. He was furious. Lee Yuxin finally stood up. He said, "Sorry, boss. None of us wants to give up the game. We won't give up the fight." He turned around and pointed at his teammates behind him, and some of them nodded. "Yes. We won't give up. There are still 45 minutes left. Even if there is a slight possibility, we must strive for it." The team's vice-captain Fabregas also expressed his position on behalf of the team. "Okay, now the problem is solved. Then be more energetic. Show your fighting spirit." Seeing the two big guys of the team stand up to express their positions, Wenger's tone was better, and he continued to explain the tactics used in the second half to the players. Arsenal's tactics in the second half have only one core: attack, attack, attack. Chapter 297 Kill. When the referee blew the whistle to start the game, Arsenal players immediately rushed to Manchester United's half like wolves and tigers. The ball was passed back and forth between Manchester United players, but Arsenal's front four, led by Yuxin, Van Persie, De Bale and Walcott, pressed very high, pressing Manchester United's defense. In addition, Fabregas and Bale, who were running hard behind them, and Los Diarra, who was at the back, formed a strong pressure and pressing on Manchester United. Vidic had to knock the ball back to Van der Sar in time under Yuxin's constant harassment and pressing. Van der Sar stopped the ball and took a few steps. Seeing that Arsenal players pressed very high, it was dangerous to pass the ball to the defender, so he simply kicked the ball to the midfield. Cristiano Ronaldo saw the ball's landing point clearly, blocked his position in advance, and wanted to stop the ball, but as soon as he stood firm, he immediately felt a huge force coming from behind, like a mountain pressing down, making people stumble forward. Kolo Touré beat Cristiano Ronaldo to head the ball away, and the ball fell to the feet of Fabregas, who retreated and sent it to the right. Walcott took the ball and kicked it away, avoiding Irwin, who was pressing forward, and then suddenly accelerated, using his speed and skills to pass the ball, and missed the veteran Irwin, who was pressing forward. A beautiful pass. Walcott got the ball on the right side of the penalty area. Vidic pressed forward. The Serbian was very powerful in the penalty area, and the oncoming pressure on Walcott was like a mountain in front of him. No matter how he shook or changed direction, he could not deceive the opponent, and he would be blocked just like he was at the Old Trafford Stadium that day. This is just a pure illusion. This is just an illusion. Walcott saw Wenger and Ji-dong standing outside the court from the corner of his eye. In an instant, many thoughts came to his mind, and finally settled on a picture. He blamed Wenger and Ji-dong, saying that he wanted to become braver, stronger, and more independent. Almost at this moment, Walcott threw off all the shadows, suddenly stopped, and pretended to pass the ball vigorously, causing Vidic to hesitate slightly, but suddenly accelerated to the bottom line. Walcott's eyes were very sharp, and he saw a very large gap between Vidic and the goal line, so he didn't hesitate to kick a fast and low pass, almost sticking to the grass. Vidic instinctively tried to clear the ball with his feet, but he couldn't reach it. The ball was slightly rotating and came directly to the front of the goal at a very fast speed. Lee Yuxin and Van Persie were at the left post and the penalty spot, respectively, attracting the attention of Carrick and Gary Neville. Roy Fletcher was trying his best to retreat, and constantly squeezed Fabregas, who also cut into the penalty area with his body. The Spaniard's position was on the right, which was relatively more advantageous, so Fletcher kept squeezing him, even pulling his jersey, hoping to interfere with Fabregas. But the Spaniard gritted his teeth, and he was like a Ferrari sports car rushing from the midfield into the penalty area, but he didn't think of speeding up at all. No matter how Fletcher pulled him, he couldn't stop him. After all, once a person who was going all out charged forward, no one could stop him unless he kicked hard. But now the situation was too late for Fletcher to foul. It was too late. The two of them made actions almost at the same time. Fabregas welcomed the ball from the right and shot it directly with great force. Fletcher slid directly, trying to block Fabregas's shot with his body. But Fabregas' shot left the ground and passed between Fletcher's legs. Van der Sar wanted to lift his foot, but it was too late. Wow! The referee blew the whistle to confirm the goal. At this moment, the entire Wembley Stadium was completely silent, and everyone was stunned. Kill. Fabregas knelt on the ground, raised his head, and roared loudly. His appearance was ferocious and murderous. All the Arsenal players ran over and surrounded Fabregas, but the latter got up from the ground, separated from his teammates in front of him, ran directly to the Manchester United goal, exchanged the ball from the goal, and ran directly to the midfield. The game has just begun, brothers, kill. Lee Yuxin and Fabregas shouted together. Kill. The players shouted in unison and ran back to their own half. Kill. 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 The fans in the stands also stopped cheering and followed the players' shouts and shouted in unison. Fabregas put the ball back to the kickoff point in the center circle, constantly urging the referee to resume the game quickly. In the overwhelming shouts of the fans, the Arsenal players looked like wolves and tigers, wishing they could devour the opponents in front of them. The game restarted. Arsenal still adopted the midfield pressing strategy of pressing forward, leaving Lastiaro behind the midfield, but he was still not the last line of defense, but more of a runner, keeping an eye on Manchester United's front, back, left, and right, especially the left and right flanks. Walcott moved forward, forming a triangle with Gallas and Kolo Touré behind him. They mostly passed the ball to Manchester United's two forwards and all the balls that entered their area. After being overpowered at the beginning of the second half, Arsenal played a long-lost fighting spirit and bloodiness after scoring a goal, especially the direct dialogue between Lastiaro and Lee Yuxin and Scholes and Fletcher, which was rare and brave. During a fight for the ball, they committed a foul and fell to the ground at the same time. Lastiaro was tripped by Fletcher, but before falling, he desperately pulled Fletcher's jersey and pulled the latter down with him. This action immediately angered Fletcher, who jumped up from the ground like a mad tiger, rushing up to teach Lastiaro a lesson, but the French bad boy did not show any weakness and went straight to meet him. The two faced each other, noses pressed together, glaring at each other. "Watch out, you bastard!" Fletcher yelled. "Same here." Lastiaro did not give in either. Not only in the middle, Van Persie and Fabregas also paid attention to the protection on both wings, and the two sides of Bale and Walcott pressed very hard, making Manchester United's side attack also frozen, making it difficult to make any progress. Scholes' long pass was as accurate as ever, but Arsenal's three defenders just froze the Manchester United trident, and the three geniuses were at a loss in front. In this case, Arsenal's attack was liberated, especially the players who were close to Manchester United's defense, who found opportunities again and again. In the 54th minute, Walcott got another chance on the right, but with Fletcher and Ferdinand joining forces, he still couldn't get a chance. He could only protect the ball and keep dribbling back, but he noticed that Manchester United's defense was leaning to the right. In other words, there was a chance on the left. Then Walcott made a long pass across the entire field and came directly to the left. Bale stopped the ball with his chest before Gary Neville and faced Gary Neville's defense directly. Bale looked very confident, taking the ball and staring at Gary Neville face to face. Then the Welshman made a fake move to the bottom line, fooled Gary Neville, but suddenly rushed to the front of the penalty area and missed Gary Neville directly, but the Englishman was still in front. Carrick also actively rushed up, and the two formed a special angle, trying to clamp Bale. But just as they were about to press Bale, they suddenly saw the Welshman turn his back, as if to protect the ball. Carrick and Gary Neville immediately pressed forward, but Bale was facing the middle of the two, pulled the ball with his left foot, tapped it with his heel, and then replaced two defenders. The ball passed between Carrick's legs just right, and Bale directly replaced the defense of the two defenders, then moved to the penalty spot and stopped the ball, just facing the goal sideways. Vidic had already blocked him. Although he did not expect Bale to be able to break through with the ball under the double pressure of two teammates, he still had a backup plan, so when Bale broke through, he immediately stepped forward to block. But after Bale stopped, he suddenly accelerated forward, directly shook off Vidic, who was trying to steal the ball, and then sent the ball into the right post, which was an empty area. Lee Yuxin appeared in the most critical position. Facing Van der Sar, who had blocked the ball, Lee Yuxin calmly shot Bale's pass into the near corner. 3-3, Arsenal tied the score. There was a shout in the stands immediately, and then everyone was amazed at Bale's fantastic performance. He was able to pass three people in such a short time with his speed. He was worthy of being called a flying wing on the court. Wenger and Ji Dong watched the game silently on the sidelines. Although Lee Yuxin's goal boosted morale and tied the game, there was still more than half an hour left in the game. Arsenal still had plenty of opportunities as long as they could continue to suppress Manchester United. Manchester United's physical fitness dropped a lot in the second half. Pat also came up and said, "That's for sure. Manchester United's offense and defense rely on unremitting running. Although they took a 3-1 lead in the first half, they still got it by fighting. Although Arsenal's morale was low, they were far from surrendering, so Manchester United's physical energy consumption in the first half was also relatively large. In the second half, Arsenal took the initiative and played a counter-attack, which put great pressure on Manchester United's defense. Manchester United players' physical energy consumption was naturally not high. It was also physical energy consumption, but Arsenal's Lee Yuxin, Bell, Walcott, Loss Diarra and others were all players with outstanding running ability and excellent physical fitness. However, except for Park Ji-sung, who was able to run relatively fast, the physical fitness of others in Manchester United was not outstanding. As long as we continue like this, victory will belong to us. Wenger and Ji-dong were full of confidence. Ferguson in the distance also knew this very well, so he immediately made an adjustment. Park Ji-sung replaced Fletcher, who was very average, and simply played a 451 defensive counter-attack tactic. Wenger and Ji-dong did not make any substitutions, but they did make some adjustments to the team. Bale continued to play on the left, Loss Diarra played on the right, and Walcott and Fabregas played in the middle of the midfield. At this time, the benefits of Wenger and Ji-dong's daily multi-position training of players were reflected. Although Bale and Loss Diarra are both midfielders, their actual targets are Cristiano Ronaldo and Giggs of Manchester United, so when defending, they have to retreat and even become full-backs, but when attacking, they can press forward. As for Fabregas and Walcott in the middle, the former is in a higher position and frequently moves forward, while the latter's main task is to protect the backline and still form a central iron triangle with the two central defenders. However, Arsenal's midfield still has four players who are firmly at the forefront, still firmly changing the situation on the field for Arsenal. In addition, Manchester United uses defense and counter-attack as the main means. Arsenal immediately overwhelms the opponent in the field and constantly creates some opportunities. In the 71st minute, Loss Diarra intercepted the ball in the midfield and passed it directly to Bale, who was retreating to receive the ball. The latter took the ball directly from the left and cut inside. After shaking off Carrick, he rubbed the curved ball in front of Manchester United's penalty area. This kick was very tricky, very sudden, and very fast. Van der Sar had been on guard against Bale for a long time, and he changed his position following his crosscut. Especially when Bale kicked the ball, he immediately made a judgment, jumped high, and stretched his left arm as far as possible, trying to block the shot. The ball fell slightly after reaching the high point, but after Van der Sar jumped up, the air time was short and he fell immediately, and the ball slowly took over Van der Sar's hand and headed for the upper right corner of the goal. That was a dead corner in a sense. With a bang, the ball hit the intersection of the crossbar and the uprights of the goal and fell down. Van der Sar looked up as soon as he landed, and when he saw the ball coming down, he hugged the ball without hesitation and pressed it tightly under him. Ahem. A sigh immediately sounded from the stands of Wembley Stadium. Wenger's originally hanging heart also fell. He never thought that such a ball would not go in. What else could he do? Bale had already been pounding the grass in frustration. He was really too focused on the angle. "Pat, make a substitution," Yang Cheng shouted to the assistant beside him. Paul Bayer immediately went to the bench and asked Ramsey, who had returned from warming up, to make a substitution immediately. This time Arsenal wanted Ramsey to replace Gallas. Cesc, retreat later and let Lars go up. Ji-dong called Fabregas to the side and explained. Ramsey's characteristics are that he can hold the ball, get rid of it on the spot, and also have his last pass. Wenger's intention of making this substitution is also very obvious, that is, to further strengthen the offense, especially in the midfield and front court changes. Bale, Ramsey, and Walcott are all the kind of characters who can hold the ball, and he wants to make full use of this. Everyone knows that if Arsenal is allowed to hold the ball in front of Manchester United's penalty area, the threat will be great. But Manchester United's defense is not to be trifled with, especially when Ferguson wants to defend and counterattack. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Winning the Championship. At this time, Arsenal seemed to have come to a swamp. They had the offensive, but they could not break through Manchester United's defense. In the 76th minute, Fabregas, who was very active after coming on the court, changed players with Rosicki on the right. Rosicki moved to the middle, and Fabregas broke through with the ball and made a cross. This precise cross was accurately sent to the middle, but Vidic got stuck in position in advance and made another mistake. He cleared the ball out of the penalty area in advance, and Lee Yuxin's long shot from the back row was slightly off. In the 81st minute, Bale received a pass from Schroeder on the left side of the penalty area and dribbled past him, but was tripped by Gary Neville. The referee showed a yellow card to Gary Neville and gave Arsenal an indirect free kick opportunity on the left side of the penalty area. Rosicki kicked the free kick and it landed at the back post. Lee Yuxin scored with a header. Van der Sar reacted quickly and shot the ball out in time. Keane kicked the ball out of the baseline with a big kick, resulting in a corner kick. Rosicki's corner kick hit the target again. Kolo Touré, who entered the penalty area, headed the ball, but it was a little high and missed a good chance to score. The players on both sides seem to be a tight rubber band. It depends on who is more likely to relax or break 3-3. The score on the scoreboard has not changed for a long time, especially when the game time is getting closer and closer. Arsenal's players seem a little impatient. Wenger and Ji-dong did not make any more substitutions, but Ferguson, who replaced Scholes and Dwayne for York twice, obviously wanted to use substitutions to kill time. After the substitutions, the time was running out. Even with the stoppage time, there were only 6 minutes left. Keep pressing forward, don't give up. Ji-dong kept shouting at the players on the sidelines, and even he seemed a little impatient. Ferguson couldn't help but admire the young Chinese man. He was very similar to him when he was young in terms of not admitting defeat, but if he wanted to become an excellent head coach, he had to go through the trials and tribulations of difficulties and failures. Back then, he also suffered through constant trials and tribulations. This season should be a lesson for him. Ferguson had a good opinion of Ji-dong. But he had to win, and he had already thought about it. After the game, he should persuade this young man, at least not to lose confidence. But just as his golden head appeared, the Manchester United players made a mistake. Scholes' pass was slightly off angle, obviously because of Lee Yuxin's constant harassment of him. Fletcher, who was responding, was disturbed by Fabregas and had no time to think. He could only pass the ball to Rooney before Fabregas. Lostiar had been roaming around Rooney. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately pressed Rooney with his body, intercepted the ball, and passed it to Bale on the left. Bale took the ball with his back to Gary. Neville was pressing him. There was no angle, so he could only pass it back to Fabregas. At this time, the entire Manchester United defense was retreating. Fabregas knew very well that he must not let Manchester United retreat back to the penalty area, so he chose to pass the ball directly behind the area between Ronnie Johnson and Vidic. The ball crossed a diagonal line and went straight into the penalty area. Van Persie and Vidic started almost at the same time and rushed towards the goal together. Although Van Persie was on the right and Vidic was on the left, the latter was in a more advantageous position, but Fabregas's pass was behind him, and Vidic could not cut it off at all. Van Persie's position was just right, and the ball slowed down immediately when it came in front of him. The Dutchman could not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity again, and he pushed the ball towards him. At the moment his foot touched the ball, Van Persie seemed to feel the heavy hope transmitted from the ball. Some Wenger and Ji-dong on the sidelines, some every player on the field, and every fan in the stands and in front of the TV, they almost pinned all their hopes on this ball. This made the ball very heavy, but Fabregas's shot was so comfortable and beautiful. All Van Persie had to do was push it forward to make it at an angle, which was very simple. The Dutchman did it! Exclamation mark. The ball went into the goal from Van der Sar's feet, almost brushing against the right post. G0 Arsenal scored a goal. It was a very beautiful behind-the-back ball. Dutch striker Van Persie scored a goal for Arsenal to overtake the score. This is a goal worth 1,000 times. Oh, the referee signaled offside. This is a goal filled with blood and sweat, and it is also a goal entrusted to countless Arsenal fans. Wenger and Ji-dong on the sidelines were already ready to jump high, but were soon tightly held by the excited assistants. After finally getting rid of the assistants' embrace, Wenger and Zhidong rushed to the sidelines. Keep pressing, there's still time, there are still 5 minutes. Zhidong waved his arms almost exaggeratedly. Van Persie also got up from the ground as soon as possible, hugged the ball from the goal, ran directly to the vicinity of the goal, put it in place, and urged Manchester United to quickly resume the game. Compared with the anxious Arsenal players, Manchester United deliberately delayed time. But soon, not long after the ball was kicked out, it returned to Arsenal's feet again. The Gunners continued to organize an attack and attack the Red Devils' goal. The shrinking Manchester United's defensive strength was still very strong, even when they had lost their edge and were ready to keep the score of 3-3. There's still time. Gallas, Kolo Touré, go up, all of you go up. Wenger and Zhidong shouted loudly. Gallas and Kolo Touré both actively pressed forward, and even Arsenal pressed to Manchester United's half. Goalkeeper Fabianski rushed directly to the center circle. The ball was constantly passed into Manchester United's penalty area. With Van Persie and Lee Yuxin, two masters of scoring in the penalty area, Manchester United's goal immediately had a gust of wind in front of the goal, and the situation was precarious. But Vidic was quite strong. Although Ferdinand performed mediocrely in this game, he was a player that Ferguson valued after all. As a top central defender, his strength was still very outstanding. The combination of the two central defenders was very stable, resolving crises again and again. In the 92nd minute, Arsenal made a cross from the right. Vidic was very focused and headed the ball before Lee Yuxin, but it went out of bounds and became a corner kick for Arsenal. Everyone immediately became cautious. Everyone knew that this corner kick was Arsenal's last chance. Go up, go up. Wenger and Zhidong shouted. Gallas, Kolo Touré, Lee Yuxin, Van Persie. Almost all Arsenal players rushed into Manchester United's penalty area. The narrow penalty area immediately turned into a fierce battle. If it weren't for the jersey colors, it would be impossible to tell who was the attacker and who was the defender. There's still a chance. Wenger and Zhidong gritted their teeth and muttered to themselves. Fabregas slowly put the ball down, raised his head, looked at the penalty area, made a gesture to his teammates, and then sent the ball, a very fast and low ball, directly to the front point. Lee Yuxin, Van Persie, Touré and others had been hiding in this area for a long time, and as soon as they saw the ball coming, they immediately pressed forward. Lee Yuxin was the first to grab the ball, but Vidic fell to the ground and directly blocked his shot with his foot again. Arsenal got 2 corner kicks in a row. The atmosphere on the field was very tense. All the fans on the scene were nervous and stared at Manchester United's penalty area, fearing that they would miss even the slightest detail. Wenger and Zhidong made a gesture to Fabregas and Rosicki on the field, indicating that someone else should take the penalty kick. The latter immediately ran to the corner kick area and set up the ball. Wenger and Zhidong raised their big fingers to him, indicating that he could get it. Extending the golden finger, all the Arsenal players immediately understood what Rosicki meant. This was to send the ball to the back post, so including Gallas, Lee Yuxin and others began to consciously press forward and midpoint, while Kolo Touré tried to make as much space as possible in front of him so that he could rush at the critical moment. The ball was sent out from Rosicki's feet, with a fast speed and a beautiful arc, passing over all the heads and falling straight to the back post. The moment the ball went out, Rosicki had a feeling, got it, really got it. Arsenal had practiced this tactic, and Kolo Touré also judged the landing point of the ball. The center of gravity of the people around him was fooled to move forward, missing Kolo Touré behind. The Ivorian was very fast, and after arriving at a position, he jumped high. Everyone below looked up at him, and headshot the ball. It should be. The quality of Rosicki's penalty kick was very high, and it was very comfortable. Kolo Touré only needed to head the ball in, and Touré headed the ball into the goal. Arsenal defeated Manchester United 4-3 and won the League Cup in a reversal. For a moment, the fans in the stands felt like crying, because everyone knew that the game was over. As soon as Touré's ball hit the crossbar, the game was over. The Ivorian knelt on the ground. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't cry. He just watched the dead corner of the goal. In this game, he had a great chance, but he controlled it. He felt a kind of like for himself now, and was proud. The referee blew the whistle to end the game, and the Manchester United players were obviously relieved. If the first half of the game made them feel that they had a sure win, Then Arsenal in the second half was enough to break them apart, especially in the last minute, when even Fabianski rushed to Manchester United's penalty area to take a corner kick. You can imagine how crazy Arsenal was. This made every Manchester United player feel helpless and fearful. This Arsenal team was just like a madman. Both sides played well in the first half, but strictly speaking, Arsenal created more opportunities in the second half, and even scored a goal before the lure. But it was blown away by the referee, and with the help of the goalpost, otherwise Manchester United would have lost this final game long ago. This time even the commentator was impressed by Arsenal. Ferguson changed his head. He really didn't expect the situation in the second half to turn out like this during the halftime break. But he couldn't help but admit that Arsenal's second half was indeed better, braver and stronger. Ji-dong's substitution suggestion also played a key role, and the change of formation was also very bold, which shows that the outside world's praise for him is not exaggerated. He is indeed a very promising and talented coach. Ferguson also envied Wenger for having such an assistant. Congratulations. Ferguson came over and smiled and stretched out his hand to Wenger. For Manchester United, a League Cup is nothing. It should be me who congratulates. Ji-dong was unwilling, but he still squeezed out a smile. You didn't escape. Ferguson was stunned, and immediately understood what Ji-dong meant, and smiled. The second half doesn't mean anything. Really? Ji-dong also smiled. Then you'd better be mentally prepared. I have a hunch we will definitely meet again next season. Ferguson asked back with a little smile, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to impact this young junior who seemed to be very unrestrained. No, this season, the Champions League. Wait? Ji-dong was very firm and confident. I will continue to defeat you when the time comes. Wenger was just smiling on the side. He is now very confident in training Ji-dong to be an excellent head coach. It's not only the tactics but also the confidence. After a while, the Manchester United players, led by Ferguson, still stayed on the court, but they suffered a terrible defeat. They all looked very unconvinced, but also very disappointed. Everyone had sadness on their faces. But football games are like this, there are wins and losses. After Ferguson stabilized his players, he saw Wenger was alone and greeted him. Congratulations. Ferguson smiled bitterly. Thank you. Wenger grabbed Ferguson's right hand with both hands. He used this action to express his respect for his old friend. Before, he could be arrogant, unconvinced, and challenge Ferguson's prestige, but that was all for the game. If he still did the same thing after winning the game, he would be arrogant, and they were all old friends. Wenger is confident, but never arrogant. You did perform better in this game and deserve to win the championship. From this game, we have also learned a lot and seen our own shortcomings and defects. At this point, Ferguson laughed. Rosicky is indeed a very outstanding player with outstanding organizational skills and outstanding ability to control the game. He is a rare organizer, which is what we lack at Manchester United at present. Ferguson's eyes revealed an ambiguous meaning. Wenger was stunned after hearing this. This old guy is here to poach, damn. Oh, sorry, he is not for sale. Wenger answered seriously. Ferguson just smiled and said nothing more. When Yuxin, as the team representative, received the championship trophy from Prince Harry, he raised it high, and the fans in the stadium immediately erupted. All the Arsenal fans were cheering and celebrating. The players surrounded Yuxin in the middle. Although Yuxin did not score the winning goal in this game, his role in this team is so important, and he is still so respected by the players. A difficult championship. Tomorrow will resume double updates. Chapter 299 I will not let you down. In March, Arsenal is still in the third place. As Arsenal has reached the semi-finals of the Champions League, they strategically gave up the FA Cup. As long as Arsenal beat Manchester United in the semi-finals in April, they will be able to reach the Champions League final again and replicate the glory of 2006. Wenger, on the other hand, received a call from Gazette's and returned to London 2 days after arriving in the United States. The reason why he left in such a hurry was that there was an important contract waiting for him to sign in London. After getting off the plane, Wenger arranged for someone to send his wife and 2 children home, and then he got on the club shuttle bus that had been waiting here for a long time and went to the Emirates Stadium. Along the way, someone from the marketing department had already presented a letter of intent for cooperation. The one who wanted to further cooperate with Arsenal was the old face Emirates Airlines from Asia. This company is one of the world's 5-star airlines and one of the airlines with a good development momentum recently. After the UAE sponsored Arsenal in a high-profile manner, Emirates Airline seemed to be unwilling to be outdone and entered London. With the recovery of Arsenal's performance, the UAE decided to expand cooperation. In the eyes of many people, the UAE, Qatar, these small countries seem to have a sense of stupidity and a lot of money coming quickly, but who knows, which rich person in the world is stupid? When you say others are stupid, you yourself are not much smarter. The UAE and Qatar both make a living on oil, but oil is a strategic material, and there will always be a day when it will be sold out, so as a precaution, they must convert the money earned from oil into sustainable development projects in the future. Therefore, over the years, a large number of consortiums such as the UAE and Qatar have entered a series of important fields such as media, aviation, real estate, and shipping. They are even taking advantage of the US subprime mortgage and European debt crises to buy at the bottom. They are not stupid at all. On the contrary, they are very smart and visionary. Just as Li Ka-shing likes to invest in basic industries, aviation, media, shipping, and real estate are all very value-preserving industries. If there is no debt crisis, it is not easy to get them. And the big consortiums in the Middle East are not stupid at all. They also know how to market themselves, so when they invest money, they also sponsor teams and advertise heavily, because football is undoubtedly one of the best advertising platforms in the world. Sometimes we have to admit what Florentino said. In the capital market, money is not valuable at all. What can be bought with money is not expensive no matter how you calculate it. What is really expensive is what money cannot buy. So he said that whether it is buying Figo, Zidane, Ronaldo, or later buying Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo and others, he did not think it was expensive. On the contrary, he felt it was very cheap and cost-effective, because he solved all problems with money. The simplest thinking logic is that money can never be earned or spent, but the earth is only so big. After arriving at the Emirates Stadium, Wenger went up to the second floor and came to Gazidis's office. He knocked on the door and went in. Before he said anything, Gazidis took the initiative to talk about this cooperation. Emirates Airlines has always attached great importance to the Southeast Asian market and is also actively developing the global market. This time, the UAE took the initiative to find us to expand cooperation, and the sponsorship fee offered is very attractive. Gazidis walked out the door, asked his secretary to make 2 cups of hot coffee, then closed the door and walked back. Training sponsorship, $5 million per year, but all players, including our coaches, must wear training shirts with their logo on the training ground, and the same applies to training photos that appear in the media and the public. This is a very normal request, just like Nike sponsors Arsenal. With so much money every year, it is impossible for you to wear jerseys of other brands in training or in games, otherwise they will definitely sue you to death. Also, they hope that all our teams' away games in the future, including our warm-up games in other places, will take their flights. If possible, they hope to start directly from the Asian tour this summer. The cost is €2 million. After listening to it, Wenger felt that these 2 conditions were not harsh, because riding their planes was free, but then Emirates Airlines could use Arsenal's brand and player image, and even use words such as Champions League champions in the next year. Don't they have other conditions? Wenger was a little amused, because the conditions were really generous. At the beginning, the contract was $370 million, and now there are conditions. Yes, Gazidis nodded. When we reconsider the jersey sponsorship with them and Nike, they have priority, and they require us to ensure that we enter the Champions League every season in the future, otherwise they will reduce part of the sponsorship fee according to the terms. In addition, we must cooperate with their activities at least twice a year, one of which will be in the Middle East. At this time, Shuo was talking to Nana at Li Yuxin's house. Shuo could see that Li Yuxin didn't have much time to take care of the company's affairs. Everything was done by Nana behind him. It can be said that Li Yuxin is undoubtedly a key figure in the success of Leaf Technology, but Nana is also very important. The 2 are indispensable. Thinking of this, Shuo took Nana's hand, and the 2 sat down on the sofa in the office. Nana, I really appreciate that you have been helping us with all your efforts for so many years, really. Shuo gently patted Nana's hand. The 2 of them were originally very good girlfriends, but the intimacy at this moment had a different meaning, especially for Nana, who was a little panicked and at a loss. Don't be silly, I'm doing this for myself, right? I have a high salary and a good job here, and I don't know how free and easy it is. Although he said so, Shuo just nodded. Don't worry, I won't let Li Yuxin treat you badly. I still remember that when she was young, she had heard a lot about her father socializing outside. At that time, her father often didn't come home at night, or came back drunk in the middle of the night. There were even a few times when she could easily smell other women's perfume from him. But her mother Chuyun never minded at all, and often acted as if nothing had happened. Shuo once asked her mother with doubts, why? Chuyun smiled and said, a man is like a little bird in your palm. If your man is shining, you should let go and let him fly, because such a man is destined not to be held in your palm and cared for, but you can be his nest, and when he is tired of flying outside, he will come back by himself. Those men who always hide in your palm, need your care and are destined to hide behind you all their lives. Not only can they not give you protection, but they also need you to protect them in return. Men are strange animals. Their emotions are strange, and their thinking logic is also strange. Sometimes, the harder you hold your hand, the harder they will resist. But if you let go and let them fly freely, they will become more attached to your palm. When a smart woman falls in love with a successful man, she must learn to let go. Chapter 300 Visit Liverpool. The blood-red afterglow of the setting sun dyed a large area of the sky red, reflecting everyone's face red, which was particularly beautiful. Please use to visit this site. Such a beautiful sunset is rare in Liverpool, so on the road of Salthouse Pier, countless passers-by stopped and turned their heads to look at the western sky and the charming sunset. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. This poem is indeed very charming and helpless, but it can also be seen in this way. It is precisely because it is almost dusk that we should cherish the beauty of the sunset, right? Not everyone is as free as Li Yuxin, who can sit on the black lacquered wooden chair by the riverside of the pier and stare at the Liverpool Museum and the Mersey Tunnel in the distance, the two iconic buildings of Liverpool Albert Head. On his left-hand side is the most famous Tate Gallery on Liverpool Pier, as well as the Merseyside Maritime Museum, and the closest is the International Slavery Museum, all of which are very famous ancient buildings on the pier. On his right, there was a red abandoned ship moored on the pier, but now it has been shrewdly run by Liverpool people into a wine shop, and it has been given a name, Red Jack Tour, which is a bit like pirates, and it is said to be very popular. On the shore of the Red Jack ship, there is a series of modern buildings that are Liverpool's landmarks. This is the most charming place in Liverpool's Albert Head, especially at night, when the street lights are on. The museum, the clock tower, and the tunnel in the distance are all lit up with lights of different colors, making their reflections on the river surface form an extremely charming night scene. Go to the distant George district, you can hire a small boat and take a swim on the Mersey River, just like walking in a dreamlike world of lights, which is particularly charming. If you go further north along the pier, you can enter the George district, which retains the most original style and flavor of the Georgian era. Countless people want to come here, step on the cobblestone streets, and experience the flavor of the Georgian era where Sherlock Holmes lived in Conan Doyle's novels. Liverpool is also the filming location for many TV and movie episodes of Sherlock Holmes. The strong Georgian flavor here is even stronger than many cities in England, especially near Albert Head. This time, Li Yuxin accompanied Nana and walked all the way from the Georgian district with interest. Then, when they arrived at Salthouse Pier, she cried out that her legs were sore and sat down on the pier, but she didn't want to move. The brick surface of the pier was a little mottled, but no one repaired it because they wanted to keep the most original flavor, so it was a little bumpy, but sitting here and looking at the quaint buildings around, it felt really different. It's so special, Yuxin. Nana turned her head and looked at the setting sun in the west, her eyes squinting with stimulation. Shuo invited Nana to return to England after the League Cup final, so Nana came. She was going to Germany to promote Li Yuxin's portrait and re-record some different versions of the songs, so she came to Liverpool because of the introduction of the book and Li Yuxin came with her. Before, I couldn't sit still, but today it's a little strange, I don't want to move. Nana looked at the Mersey River in the distance with a little daze. Except for the sound of loading and unloading from the freight terminal farther away that broke the tranquility, everything here was harmonious, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Maybe it's because you are tired, Li Yuxin said with a smile. He lazily stood up from the wooden chair, walked forward, and came to the iron chain on the riverside. The two adjacent stone pillars were connected in series with several heavy iron chains, and each stone pillar was supported by a red lifebuoy. The municipal facilities were really thoughtful. No, it's just a feeling. Nana followed him over. What's interesting is that both of them wore blue sports sweatshirts today, making them stand together and feel like a couple. Lee Yuxin likes to dress up in sportswear and sports sweatshirts, and he prefers blue. When he was about to go out early this morning, Nana suddenly stopped him and ran to change her tight jeans and put on a blue sports sweatshirt. She giggled and said that she wanted to let the paparazzi take pictures of her and Lee Yuxin wearing couple outfits. Lee Yuxin had no way to deal with this devilish girl's idea, but she was just making a fuss about such a small matter. It was harmless and added a bit of fun. Then you're in trouble. You're old. Lee Yuxin said with a smile. You are old, damn Yuxin, stinky Yuxin, I am only 23 years old and you are cursing me old. Lee Yuxin laughed. Only old ladies like you would sit here and bask in the sun. We young people are youthful and energetic, walking around everywhere, and this is not a place suitable for old ladies like you to come. Please, Yuxin, stop reminding us of the psychological age gap and generation gap between us, okay? Nana curled her lips. Are you being so deliberate? What am I being deliberate about? Lee Yuxin smiled and shook his head. His mentality is indeed a little more mature than his peers. This is probably related to his profession and identity. You are annoying, Yuxin. Nana said angrily. There are some things she can't say. Lee Yuxin smiled and said nothing. The two of them silently looked at the peaceful lake in front of them, which was dyed red by the red sunset. Occasionally, there would be the sound of cars passing by on the road in the distance, which more or less broke the tranquility. Yuxin. Nana's tone suddenly became very gentle. But Nana didn't laugh. Instead, she stared into his eyes and asked seriously, what if I really fall in love with you? Ah. Lee Yuxin was a little caught off guard. What? Are you surprised? It's incredible. Nana was very dissatisfied with this reaction. Lee Yuxin laughed with some concealment. I'm not surprised, but I feel that suddenly a woman with a bent nerve came to me and said, Yuxin, what should I do if I fall in love with you? I will find it very difficult to accept it, because I have no feelings for sister-brother relationships at all. This is really too depressing. Damn Yuxin, I said it's if. I said if too. Lee Yuxin nodded. But for some reason, after hearing these words, she seemed to be laughing, but there was always a sour feeling in her heart that could not be dispelled. It was very slight, very inconspicuous, and even insignificant, but she knew that there was such a feeling. I'm serious, you should find someone of the same age to talk about love. I can see that you are a good girl. Lee Yuxin suddenly turned around, put his arm around her shoulders, and encouraged her with a smile. Nana looked up and saw Lee Yuxin's smile and figure, as if they were integrated with the sunset behind them. That smile and that caring look instantly made her mind pause and she felt like crying. Has anyone ever told her that she is a good girl? Has anyone ever made her want to ask such a question? No, really no. What's wrong? Lee Yuxin asked. Nana shook her head in a panic, shook her head hard, and kept shaking her head. No, nothing. But in her heart she kept asking herself, what's going on? Why is her heart beating so fast? Walking back to the wooden chair, she held her pink cheeks and looked at the calm Mersey River in the distance. Slowly, her heart calmed down, but she couldn't help but recall the feeling just now, which was very strange, charming, and intoxicating. I suddenly want to write a song. Nana laughed and shouted on a whim. What song? Lee Yuxin was surprised and felt that this girl was mysterious. Nana didn't care at all. She excitedly pulled his hand and sat on the wooden chair facing each other. Uncle, I'll hum for you. Pay attention. She hummed a melody softly. The beginning was very peaceful, but the melody was great, just like the spring water left on the mountain, clear and warm. Then slowly, as Nana hummed more and more, Lee Yuxin gradually integrated into this melody. Looking at the girl in front of him, the sunset hid her face, as if a layer of golden film was coated on her face, so beautiful. He never realized that the girl in front of him, who was usually carefree, had such a delicate face and looked so feminine, but this feminine charm was covered by her usual carefree and funny personality. But at this moment, it was exposed under the sunset. I don't know why, until the melody was finished, Lee Yuxin woke up. Come on, uncle, let's go back. I'll write it and play it for you on the guitar. Nana couldn't wait to stand up from the wooden chair, holding Lee Yuxin's hand and running towards the city in the distance. Outside the balcony of Lee Yuxin's villa, with a cool breeze blowing, playing the wooden guitar, and facing the music score and lyrics spread out in front of her, Nana sang her new song to the night. The melody of the song is beautiful, and the lyrics are very artistic, which fits her feelings today at Salthouse Pier. The whole song is sung in her unique voice, and it is really beautiful to match the sound of the wooden guitar played by her fingers. She made some mistakes when she sang it for the first time, but as she sang it over and over again, she became more and more skilled and better, and the artistic conception of the whole song was thoroughly interpreted by her. Lee Yuxin sat aside and listened quietly, over and over again, and was a little fascinated. He felt that this music and voice were like the sound of nature coming down from the moon at night, which was particularly easy to make people intoxicated. Finally, when her fingers hurt and her throat was dry, she stopped playing. Only then did Lee Yuxin come to his senses and clapped his hands with a smile. How was it? Nana was so excited that she looked like a child showing off a treasure. Wonderful. Lee Yuxin praised. Really? Really? The little girl jumped up with laughter. Lee Yuxin nodded. I rarely praise people, but this song is really great. The melody is nice and catchy, and the lyrics are very touching. I always feel that there is a feeling that makes people cherish the person in front of them. Yes. Nana felt like she had met a soulmate too late. Uncle, I didn't know you were so musical. Lee Yuxin smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. He really wanted to ask this little girl, did I seem to have no musical talent before? At least I also like listening to music, okay? Haha, uncle, I'm too excited, don't mind, don't mind. The little devil knew that she had provoked this bad uncle again, and apologized immediately. What do you think the name of this song should be? She looked really excited now, probably more excited than picking up a treasure. I don't know, you wrote the lyrics and the song, you should name it. Nana thought about it, picked up the lyrics and read it for a while, from the beginning to the end, and then from the end to the top. How do you think it is? Lee Yuxin blinked his mouth. Naive? Isn't it too pretending to be young? Then he laughed himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.